Counselors, I'd invite you to quickly find your seats, plug in your devices if needed. I'll note that we ask you to please not move your placards because it just creates a bit of a logistical mess as people move around, and we want to call to order so our guest speakers can continue forward. So, counselors, it is going to be a little bit cramped. Please get to know your neighbor, and please quickly take your seats. I'll remind again, food is not permitted in McConnell 603 in accordance with the building director's rules. The exceptions being the communications team live streaming or us at the dais. I'll note again, counselors, please quickly take your seats. Plug in your devices quickly. It's going to be cramped, so I'm just going to have to either sit back. All right. Like, we don't have enough seats.
Actually, yeah. No, wait.
Sharing all the docs with me, I don't have them. You don't have them? No. This happens to me every week. Or Hussein, who
Yeah, Hussein, do you want to add Ilana to the docs?
Yeah, I don't have any of the docs.
What's your management email?
Management, I have one.
Okay.
Actually, the same thing. What I do is that I go to my inbox usually, and I have like that folder open always, and it's always here.
Thank you very much. To gallery members who just came in, I'll just note the order of priority for seating is counselors are entitled to a seat first. So counselors, if you don't have a seat, you're entitled to claim a seat. You're okay. For guest speakers that are here, I believe we have elections SSMU, and then we also have the deputy provost. Okay. You're here. Okay, Chasm, perfect. Okay, great. So if everyone could please take their seats, if one is available, I'll remind everyone that again, if you don't have a seat, the room capacity is higher than the number of seats are available. If individuals leave, you can claim a seat. Just ask everyone to give us 2 minutes to get set up, but we appreciate your patience. The minutes? Yeah, but view only.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, Lauren.
Councillor Kay? Well, members of the gallery can come in, yes. Yeah, but the capacity of the room is different from the number, yeah, so, yeah.
I just sent it. Let me know if you get it.
Pretty, contentious issues.
We all good? You good? Okay, give me a sec.
Motion 12A get approved?
Council.
I don't know. It just goes A, B, C, D, C.
We can't read it.
You got me.
Somebody can request permission to read from the papers, but we can't read it.
Yeah. I'll keep that.
Yeah. Agenda. Reports.
Ouais, mais on n'est pas les premiers. C'est l'un des deux qui va le plus. L'un des deux qui va le plus.
I brought that up. I'm not sure how much she wants to show. It'll make it easier for her.
See, like I know what you mean, but also funny because I was like, maybe take that out of context.
Yeah. Well, but maybe Mike's not on.
What? What? Hey, this is a coup. Yeah. Uh-oh. Hello.
Yeah. I mean,
You can just add that to debate, I guess.
you
would.
can say point of order,
Yeah.
and then I'll make a decision. If you disagree with my decision, you can appeal my decision. Yeah.
Right.
Loudly, clearly. Yep.
And if
Yep.
they're sending me something, actually send it. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Wow, that was
Good evening, everyone. I'd like us to call to order. This is SSMU Legislative Council for the evening of Thursday, November 28th, 2019. We'll call to order at 1813. And we'll begin with the land acknowledgement. The SSMU acknowledges that McGill University is situated on the traditional territory of the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe nations, a place which has long served as a site of meeting and exchange amongst Indigenous peoples. The SSMU recognizes and respects these nations as the traditional custodians of the land and water in which it is located. Moving on to attendance. If you are here as a proxy, or if this is your first meeting of Legislative Council, I will ask you to spell your first and last name, as well as to provide your personal pronouns if you would like to do so. Councillor Chan, Arts. Councillor Chase, Arts. Councillor Dandamudi, Arts. Councillor Daryani, Arts. Councillor Franceschini, Arts and Science. Councillor Kirsch, Athletics.
I'm the proxy for Councillor Kirsch. My name is Evelyn Silverson Tokalides. EVELYN-SILVERSON-TOKATLIDIS. I am VP of Varsity Affairs on Varsity Council.
VP Varsity Affairs. And do you want to state your personal pronouns?
Sure, I'm go by she or her.
Okay, thank you. Councillor K, Clubs. Here. Councillor Flaherty, Clubs. No. Councillor Sabady, Dentistry. Here. Do we have an education representative? No. Councillor Faki, Engineering. Here. Councillor Marcoux, Engineering. Here. Councillor Ramey, Environment. Yep. Did I get it right? Yes. Great. Councillor Das, FYC. Here. Councillor Mackey, Law. Councillor Eisner, Management. Here. Councillor Gervey, Management. Back. Councillor Dixon, Medicine. Councillor Platt, Music.
All right, I'm the proxy.
It's not on.
I am the proxy. Sebastian Duckett, Sebastien, Duckett, Duckett, he, him.
Thank you very much. Councillor Patzer, Nursing. Has sent regrets will be arriving late due to a midterm. Councillor Morgan, PTOT. Councillor Wu, Science. Councillor Butkar, Science. Councillor Wright, Science. Senator Lametti, Senate Caucus. Senator Garneau, Senate Caucus. Councillor Morali, Services. Councillor Roy, Social Work. Inter-residence Council Representative. Could you grab a microphone and spell your full name and state your personal pronouns if you'd like to do so?
Thank you. Jonah Freed, JONAHFRIED, he, him.
Thank you. SMU President.
Present.
Vice President, University Affairs. Vice President, Student Life. Vice President, Internal Affairs.
Running late due to grabbing coffee for everyone.
Vice President, External Affairs. Thank you. Vice President, Finance is also running late.
Same.
Okay, wonderful. With that, we'll move forward to approval of the minutes. The minutes for the November 14th meeting were distributed. Are there any changes or corrections to the November 14th minutes as distributed? Seeing no changes or corrections, those minutes will stand approved as they were distributed. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. Are there any changes or additions to the agenda at this time? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. I move to amend the agenda by moving the report of the Conference and Governance Reform Committee to immediately before new business.
Thank you. Is there somebody willing to second such a motion? Councillor Chase, thank you very much. Can I just see all those in favor of moving the report of the Conference and Governance Review Committee to before new business? Opposed? Wonderful. And I'll note for Senator Lametti, it's Comprehensive Governance Review Committee, not Reform Committee, just so the minutes reflect that appropriately. Other changes or corrections to the agenda, I believe Vice President External Affairs, you have the request for a late presentation. Vice President External Affairs.
We have
Microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have with us the president of the History Student Association, who's come to talk about an important historical organizer at McGill. They were tentatively on the agenda for last presentation, but unfortunately there were too many. It'd be really nice to hear about that person, so it'd be really, really nice if everyone could vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is somebody willing to second the addition of a late presentation? Proxy for Councillor Platt, thank you very much. All those in favor of the addition of a late presentation, please raise your placards. Opposed? We'll note 3 opposed. 3 opposed, the motion carries. What did you want then described on the agenda as Vice President External Affairs?
I yield my time.
Presentation regarding, give me 3 words.
Presentation regarding room renaming.
Thank you. That will be allotted the standard 10 minutes per presentation in accordance with the standing rules of council. Are there any other changes or additions to the agenda at this time? Councillor Garneau or Senator Garneau?
I'd like to move 13C after 9.
13C to after the report of the Board of Directors.
Correct.
Is somebody willing to second such a motion? Councillor Morali, thank you very much. All those in favor of moving item 13C to after the report of the Board of Directors? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10 to 12. The motion fails. Smooth President.
I would like to move 11C to just after announcements.
11C, suspension of the management representatives?
Yes.
Is somebody willing to second such a motion? Councillor Faki, thank you very much. So moving 11C to where? After announcements? Is there somebody, so moved and seconded. All those in favor of such a change to the agenda? Opposed? We'll note 1, 2, 3, 4. Noting 4 opposed, clear majority in favor. So moved. Any further changes or additions to the agenda at this time? Seeing no further changes, could I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended? Vice President External Affairs, so seconded. Councillor Kay, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? And the agenda stands adopted as amended. Moving on to item 6, report of the steering committee. So good evening, councillors. It's my pleasure to present the report of the steering committee, which convened at 11:30 a.m. on the 22nd of October in the SSMU boardroom. All were in attendance, with regrets being sent from Speaker on Call Lee. Motions were reviewed by steering committee and duly inscribed on the agenda. La même chose for business arising. Steering committee innovations, just a couple announcements for councillors. Steering committee unanimously adopted a new practice to bring meetings of council in accordance with the Loi sur le norme de travail, which is the act respecting labor standards. For myself, the parliamentarian, and the recording secretary, we are paid staff, and so we are legally entitled to paid breaks. As such, every 2 hours of council will then be met with a 10-minute recess for break. This is not only for the benefit of the dais, but also for the benefit of councillors. It's an opportunity to go eat some food, stretch your legs, go get water, make use of the facilities in the building. I will note, I ask you to return promptly after the 10-minute recess. Late arrivals may be referred to accountability committee as required if it becomes an ongoing problem for certain councillors. You can read more about the rationale provided there in the report. The recommendation for the 2-hour meeting, then 10-minute recess, 2-hour meeting, 10-minute recess, was made by the SSMU's Human Resources Manager, or I guess Director now. Manager. It was noted that current practice where the dais is unable to leave the front table was in contravention of Quebec labor standards. This evening's meeting is expected to run quite late and discuss subject matter that may be sensitive and personal to certain individuals. And so we provide for you the following resources: Walk Safe and Drive Safe to help you get home safely after the meeting, with hours as shown in the report. The phone number for McGill Nightline is there. They are a non-judgmental, impartial listening service that is available starting at 6 p.m. until 3 a.m. For you to make use of as needed. We do not have Peer Support Center available this evening, unfortunately, because they do not have their volunteers trained for external events yet. So we regret the Peer Support Center could not be here, but we hope to have that available in the future. McGill Security Services is outside the room in accordance with the Montreal Fire bylaws. Because we expected this meeting to exceed the room's capacity, it was recommended that we make use of the security services to ensure that we are compliant with the Montreal Fire bylaws and don't exceed room capacity, which could put not only SSMU but also the university in a precarious legal situation. Are there any questions? There was going to be a confidential session this evening. We're going to lump confidential session of the confidential presentation, so we'll get everything done in one go. Any questions on the report of the steering committee? Vice President, External Affairs.
Thank you. So it says that there was it was suggested that the security be here, requested by, suggested by who?
That was a suggestion raised by the Office of Student Life and Learning, specifically in regards to room capacity. No concern about the subject matter of the agenda. The concern was room capacity, given that usually when we hold legislative council in the SSMU building, when we use the Lev Buckman room, it's considerably larger and has more gallery seats than we do here in McConnell. It's also less cramped. You'll note certain gallery members are already standing. If we had more gallery members standing, it could be a concern with regards to if there were a fire, how people could evacuate safely. Further questions on the report of the steering committee? Vice President, External Affairs.
Just for increased clarification, this is a suggestion and not a requirement by the Office of Student
Correct.
Life.
It was a suggestion made. I, along with steering committee, accepted the suggestion. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. Last time I looked at the agenda before the meeting, it appeared that there was only 5 minutes allotted to the CGRC presentation and I presume questions. As this is a motion for approval, I mean, I might be wrong, but I mean, this is what I saw. So can you reassure me that there will be more time and enough time for councillors to express their concerns and so forth?
The 5 minutes is because CGRC is a committee report. All committee reports are afforded 5 minutes in accordance with the interim regulations. Councillors are welcome to extend that time. And of course, that 5 minutes does not include questions. Questions can certainly go beyond the 5 minutes. Other questions on the report of the steering committee? Vice President, University Affairs. I will also just note, Deputy Provost Lebeau does have to leave for another meeting soon, so I'd urge us to get to his presentation quickly.
Okay, my question was just, were there any other, back on the VP External's line of questioning, were there any other alternatives that were sought that would ensure that the room and fire code were harmonious outside of McGill Security, maybe more student-run or SSMU-run services?
As far as I was aware during the meeting of steering committee, there were no SSMU-run services that offer the kind of service that is available here. Additionally, McGill security officers are insured for this kind of situation. Further questions on the report of the steering committee? Seeing no further, thank you very much. Moving forward with the agenda, that brings us to Guest speakers, 7A, Professor Fabrice Lebeau, Deputy Provost, Student Life and Learning. If you want to step into the center and just take the microphone closest to you. Oh, it'll be behind you there. I'll remind all counselors, in accordance with the standing rules, all laptops must be closed and off desks. No, sorry, laptops can stay on desks but must be closed. Phones must be off desks. Thank you. Professor Lebeau.
Thank you. So I don't have much of a presentation. I'm mostly here to answer questions.
Did you want me to read out the questions that were sent to you?
I'll go there in 2 seconds. I just want to make one little remark about the some of the issues I've seen recently, because I just want to really talk for a second about the atmosphere on campus, because I've started hearing from students who are saying that they feel worried about the atmosphere on campus and the way it's building up, and some of them feel threatened about the atmosphere that is actually building up, and that's really related to the different incidents that I'm sure you're all aware of, and you're going to be discussing some of those today. One being the story of the Daily publishing or not publishing a letter from readers, and the other one is the ongoing saga of the free trips to Israel. And in that context, I'm seeing more and more students come to my office and saying, well, they don't feel safe on campus anymore. And I have nothing to do, no jurisdiction with the business of SSMU, so I don't want to interfere with that. But what I would like to take a second to say here is that we all should remember the concept of respect and inclusion that has been the topic of a task force in the last few years. Because what I'm hearing from students is that they feel threatened on campus because of their identity. Whether we agree or not with an assumed identity, it's still their identity. And so some of our students are saying they feel threatened because they identify as Zionist. Whether we agree or not that this is with the concept, that's still their identity. Some people tell me they feel unsafe because they identify as Jews. And so that's also problematic. So I'm just going to put that there, and I don't want to derail completely this meeting. I know you have a motion related to this whole story later. I just wanted to remind you about these core values, I think. So happy to answer questions.
So what I suggest we do is I'll read through the questions that were submitted to you in advance, and they were submitted to Teresa. I assume they made their way to you.
Yeah.
And then we can get responses on those, and if counselors have follow-up questions, we'll entertain those after. So beginning with the questions, there were quite a few questions submitted, but they're kind of interrelated. First one is from the Vice President External Affairs. I'd like to ask Fabrice about SEED. This was an office students really enjoyed interacting with and had a really positive effect on student life and learning. The programming they used to do has not been relocated, despite assurances that SEED was not disappearing. In conversation with the McGill Needs SEED movement last year, Professor Lebeau gave indications that popular SEED events like spaghetti nights and alternative spring break would be preserved in other offices. I would like to know if the Deputy Provost Student Life and Learning Office has made any progress on this front and what the progress has looked like.
So the example of spaghetti nights, that these are actually related to the homework zone program. This program is actually now in enrollment services with the branches team, and so this is still part of that. So the spaghetti night as part of the homework zone, that's a package, and that's relocated there. The ASB is actually it lives in Clay now in Campus Life and Engagement. It's under student services. Whether it's going to morph in the coming year or not, that's a different story. But that's where it lives now. So it's been relocated there.
I'll allow one follow-up for now, and then I'm going to get through the rest of the list of questions. Then if there's time left at the end, and Professor Lebeau is able to stay longer, we'll allow further questions then. But Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you, Professor Lebeau, and thank you for coming. More generally, the concern is about the funding for these sorts of programs. So while it is true that Campus Life and Engagement is able to coordinate these things and has offered their services in that regard, they frankly don't have the budget to pay for it, as has been communicated to me by members of Campus Life and Engagement. So things like that, things like who would run a large-scale community engagement days. It's been unclear in my conversations with administration whose budget that comes out of.
Professor Lebeau?
So a lot of the initiatives you're referring to actually had no budget attached to them. So there's a lot of these initiatives like ASB and the community engagement, they were basically drawing from some endowments that we have at the university. So these endowments are still available, so they can still be drawn upon for these activities, and they still are used. Branches as an overall initiative that funds Homework Zone and Spaghetti Night is actually getting more funding than it used to, because we sort of redirected some of the funding that was available for other initiatives to it. So I think the question is not really a question of funding for these initiatives. It's more a question of coordination for some of them, and the one you're mentioning, the community engagement, that's the one that is still the most troublesome, and we're still trying to find a real way of coordinating it and actually growing it, because the community engagement portion that was done in SEED was just one slice of a much larger pie that happens at McGill in many, many dimensions. So what we're looking for is a way to anchor that, and that we haven't found a way to integrate it yet, but that's in discussions.
Thank you. I'm going to group all the Wellness Hub questions together because they're like each like 4 words, and I think they tie together nicely. So there are many questions submitted concerning the new Wellness Hub. Specifically, 1, have wait times decreased? 2, does McGill still offer long-term psychotherapy or counseling services? 3, what are the difficulties in procuring more physicians and doctors for the drop-in clinic? 4, what is being done to make it easier to make appointments? 5, how far along is the request for proposals process to replace the Empower Me telecounseling service? 6, is the Deputy Provost, the last one, 6, is the DIPSL office,
I'll manage it.
Is the DIPSL office willing to advocate for SMU and PGSS to take over the International Student Health Insurance instead of it being led by International Student Services as is currently mandated by Senate?
Okay, so I'll get them printed out so it's going to be easier. Wait times decreased. I got also my cheat sheet here. Yes and no, depending on the areas we're looking at. So the notes from this week, it's psychiatrists is about 2 weeks, so that's decreased. Local wellness advisors is as little as 7 days in some faculty, so that's new, so I can't say if it's increased or decreased. The nursing appointments is less than a week, and for counselor, that's the one that is still very long. We are now booking into January, so what the other dimension here is that there's daily drop-ins for counseling, and not every day all these drop-in appointments are actually used. Does McGill still offer long-term psychotherapy counseling services? The answer is yes, but to a very limited extent. And so the whole idea of the Wellness Hub is that it is meant to be frontline services, and we're trying to get away as much as possible from long-term care, simply because we don't have the capacity. And when we have patients in long-term care, it basically means fewer possibilities for new patients to come in and longer waiting times. And so by design, the whole idea of the Wellness Hub is to try to decrease our engagement with long-term care and try to increase our possibility of taking in students and finding the right care for the different individuals depending on their needs, which might include referrals to the outside healthcare system. And part of what we're doing now is actually creating these links with the outside healthcare system to try and make it easier for people to be referred there. What are the difficulties in procuring more physician doctors for the drop-in clinic? If you've been to the Wellness Hub, you may have seen that as one of the FAQs on the TVs that are throughout the place. In Quebec, or doctors or GPs, they're government paid, and they have a number of hours that they have of work they have to do. That's either in private practice or in a clinic, etc. We don't count. We're not part of these hours. So any hours they do with us is actually on top of their normal workload. So it's very hard to actually get GPs to come and work with us. And when they actually come with just a few hours. So since the beginning of the fall, we've recruited 6 more GPs, but that doesn't make a huge difference in terms of the amount of time they spend here. So that's an inherent difficulty, because we are not the healthcare system. We're not considered by the government to be the healthcare system, so we don't have that much access to an increased number of physicians. And that's also one of the reasons why we cannot do long-term treatment. What is being done to make it easier to make appointments? So one of the things that was supposed to come online at the same time as the hub in September was the online booking system. But there were IT issues, and so we're hoping that it's going to be coming online in the next couple of months. The whole idea was to try and make that part easier. I realized that having to show up to the hub, wait for an appointment, and be told that there's no appointment left, that's really an annoyance. So that new online booking system should actually solve that to a certain extent. How far along is the request for proposals? So this is the request for proposals is out. If you look for that, I assume you can find it. It's public. The request for proposals. So we'll be looking at the proposals coming in. Is the office willing to advocate for the SMU and PGSS to take over international student health? We've actually started that discussion. It is a more complicated discussion that we all initially thought it was going to be. When I was initially approached, and I think it came mainly from PGSS, then from SMU, about this management of the international health insurance by the groups. The initial thought was, well, looks like a reasonable idea. The more we talk about it, the more it's complicated. I'm not saying that's not the way it's going to end, but once we have started talking with the specialists in international student services, there's a ramification here that make it a lot more complicated than we thought. So I'm not saying no, it's never going to happen, but I'm not saying yes, of course it's going to happen. I would say that's in the works.
Thank you. You have a meeting in Sherbrooke at 7, right?
I'm actually supposed to be at 7:30 in Longueuil, but it's pretty. I still have a couple of metros to take to get there. So 5 more minutes. Max.
5 more minutes. Okay. So I'll ask the one last question, then we'll quickly do some rapid fire questions from counselors if we can squeeze them in. Question 3: Why are note takers with the Office for Students with Disabilities no longer paid? How did the situation come about?
So you're going to get more information to actually look at there's an FAQ on the OSD website that explains all this. The whole the context is basically that when it started, the idea of having note takers, it was really in a different context where there were not many professors who uploaded their notes and slides on the web. There was no My Courses, so it was a different world when this all started. As we move towards the more modern technologies, and we have note-taking groups that are happening across campus, it was decided to try and reallocate some of that funding that was used for note takers to something that hopefully would serve more students. So we're looking now at the improving My Courses itself with the lecture recording system, so it would actually do the note-taking automatically, and we're looking at the technology solutions to actually help students do the note-taking on their laptop through some sort of license for the university of an electronic solution for that. That is going through the whole procurement process. I think one of the other dimensions here that I think is important to mention is that this does not affect students who would actually have a condition that makes it necessary for somebody to take notes. Because if they are recognized as having a disability according to the government, we're still mandated to have a note taker. So it's general note taking that has been affected, not note taking for the students who actually have a disability that requires it.
Thank you. We'll do quick questions. I'll constrain questions to 30 seconds, answers to 30 seconds, and hopefully we can squeeze in 2 or 3 before you have to go. Any questions? Vice President Internal. And if everyone could play an active part in getting microphones to people quickly, that would be appreciated.
Thank you. Is there a way that you know of to get the Wellness Hub accredited as a health provider by the government to ensure that ours by clinicians and psychiatrists and psychotherapists are counted as part of their working hours?
Professor Lebeau.
So that would mean we become a clinic or a hospital. That's really not what we have in mind. I don't think we have explored that. What we're exploring is trying to get these hours recognized without our status being changed.
Thank you. Other questions? Vice President, University Affairs.
I guess I have to. all the time. Okay, sorry. I know we've already had this conversation in one of our meetings, but for the benefit of council and the gallery, why the need to strike a committee to rename the men's varsity team and not just utilize the name Martlets?
Professor Lebeau?
So that's not a 30-second response, but I'll try. This was a very heated debate, the idea of changing the name, of removing the old name. And so now there's a need to have a name that's going to unite the whole community. So if I just drop in a name like that and say that's the new name, there's going to be a lot of unhappy people in the university. So what we're trying to do here is get to a consensus. So we're going to be building that consensus by hearing people and trying to make sure that we don't hurt anybody by picking a name that some people will not be happy about. So that our process is going to be transparent. The reasons why we're doing it are going to be transparent.
Sorry, thank you. One final question, if there is one. If not, I'll let you finish that response. Member from the gallery, so if you could please find the closest microphone, state your full name and constituency, and your personal pronouns if you'd like to do so.
Hi, my name is Hamza. I'm from the MSA, Muslim Student Association.
Could you spell H-A-M-Z-A?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was wondering if there was anything being in the process of being done in the McGill side in terms of meditation and prayer space. I know SMU is working on it, so I was wondering what McGill is doing.
Professor Lebeau?
This is an ongoing dossier with our campus and place and space planning group. So we've talked earlier about one solution, and that I'm not going to publicly talk about that solution, but it is in the works, that particular one we talked about.
Thank you very much. I assume you have to go?
Yes.
So with that, thank you very much, Professor Lebeau, for your guest presentation. If there's a desire from council, would you be willing to come back in the winter?
Of course.
Okay. If there's a desire, please email speaker@smu.ca. SMU President?
Yeah, point of order. I just realized we don't have a consent agenda recess.
During steering committee, we met when setting the agenda. We looked at the motions and thought a consent vote wouldn't pass anything
Probably
this
didn't
evening.
call in for that part.
So yeah, there's no consent vote this evening because we didn't think there would get consent. If councillors disagree, I can quickly whip up a form. But moving forward, then guest presentation, Chasm incubator. Councillor Dixon on behalf of Chasm. Again, laptops closed, phones off desks.
Guess this is always on. All right, sick. All right, so hi everyone. You all know me. I'm Andrew. I'm the medicine counselor. I'm also one of the hats that I wear at McGill is a director of Chasm, which is the Community Health and Social Medicine Incubator. And so my goal is today for this brief presentation is to give you a little bit of insight into what Chasm is, and then secondly and most importantly, to explain what opportunities it presents to everyone here and all your constituents. Great, so Chasm was founded on the idea that global issues are local issues and they require local solutions. So the idea was the simple question of how do we catalyze sustainable service? It was great that the idea of SEED was brought up. SEED was a very important institution at McGill and unfortunately has changed to something that's very different and doesn't really kind of work as strongly with the community as we would like. And so one of Chasm's goals in collaboration with Anurag, who used to work at SEED, is to kind of work with these community kind of engagements. And so how we do that is we're a unique blend of a startup culture and community health promotion kind of service. And what we do is we work with local communities and support student-led initiatives that are student-led but community-run initiatives that are scaled up, and they're always evidence-based. And the goal is to connect these students with the appropriate funding resources, mentorship, and a social innovation curriculum so that they can work with the community to work on an idea that they're inspired by. So in terms of Chasm by the numbers, we've had 30 students involved in the incubator program with over 50 mentors, 5 products that have launched, over 1,800 hours of work. That's definitely more if you include all the hours I spend, and over 20 workshops. So during the past year, the topics that were included in our social innovation curriculum included impact in public health, working in teams, fundraising and sustainability, digital marketing, community conscientious working, and design thinking. These are cool pictures of our curriculum. That was the design print, a lot of fun. So our past cohorts, so our current, I'll talk about a few of them briefly just for the sake of time. So one of our graduates from the cohort, from our incubator was Monthly Dignity, which you may have heard, I just received a Force Avenir Award. So it's a big Quebec award for peace and justice and social work that's done in Quebec. And what they do is they provide menstrual hygiene products to precariously housed women in order to address the issue of what they call period poverty. The other one of the programs that was just launched, that just went through our incubator last year, is the CIME, the Collaboration Interprofessionnelle Montréalaise Étudiante, which has essentially become a asylum seeker health navigation service, providing workshops that are derived from ideas from the community in terms of their needs and to help them navigate the complex healthcare system that we have in Quebec. So in terms of monthly dignity success, they have over 6 sheltership partnerships. They're working with 2 companies, I think, right now of green menstrual hygiene products, and they distributed over 54,000 products. So the idea here is to kind of pass the message along to all your constituents of if anyone sees a need in a community or is working already with a community or is just interested in doing community work, we want them to apply. The deadline for applications are open. So the deadline's December 11th. There's more information here. And after this slide, I'll explain a little bit about what the application process is like, so it's a little bit clearer. But yeah, the link is very simple. It's just a bit.ly link, Chasm 2020, or if you want to apply in French, it's Chasm 2020 FR.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Almost done.
Oh,
sorry.
Not done. Sorry, I jumped the gun there.
It's okay. So there's 2 streams for the project application. They kind of have to do with the stage of ideation where your idea is. There's a needs assessment versus the impact. So the next slide is needs assessment. Oh, it's impact. I lied. Okay. So in terms of the impact focus, that's an example of a student that kind of would meet this, or an organization on campus that would meet this, is someone who's already working with a community organization, already kind of has an idea based on their work with the community organization of what needs to be done. And they kind of want to go forward with that. So what you'll need from that is a letter of support from that community organization to show that it's really embedded in the community's work and mandate, a rough budget, and answering a couple questions about your initiative in terms of, the target population, your goals, and how Chasm can help. And then for the next one, which is the needs assessment stream. So this is kind of in terms of the ideation phase of where you're at. You're starting from ground zero. You like working with, for example, I'm really passionate about working with LGBT youth. So that would be an example of a population that I'm really interested in working with. I have experience working with them, and I'd like to get Chasm to help me find a community partner that I could work on a project with. I don't necessarily have an idea of a community-led project yet, but I know that I want to be working with that community. So then I'll apply, and then Chasm will work to partner you with an organization. So as an example of a project, I'm really working with people who use drugs and LGBT youth. So I was partnered with Head and Hands, and we're currently working on a safe use site for youth in Montreal. So the kind of things that you'll need on this application are a little bit more, a little less intensive because you're at the ideation phase. And so that will just talk about your qualifications, your target community, your underserved population, and some other important things about what you want to do. It's really important that every initiative that goes through Chasm addresses health and equity. That's what we're here to do. And our kind of goal is to help spur social innovation and enable it on campus. So with that, I encourage you to contact us and spread the word to all your constituents. I know people often have budding ideas about social innovation entrepreneurship, but are sometimes looking for funds or support to make those a reality. So please don't hesitate to pass our information on.
Thank you very much. Now I'll take questions, if there are any. SMU President.
Hi, thanks for your presentation. So does the incubator work as in, I have an idea, but I don't necessarily have an organization around me to do it. I go to to Chasm, they'll supply people that help push it forward, or would I need to have like a team behind me and then go from there? You give the support and resources necessary to let that grow, or is it both?
Yeah, so I would say it's both. I would say traditionally, just because of ease, it's usually been a team has come together. But now, because we're trying to work at the earlier stages of projects, we kind of are starting to see people that are either in ones or twos that kind of want to grow their community. And so what Chasm is doing is organizing events with people who are just passionate and want to get involved in an initiative, and to kind of have people who are 1 or 2 people kind of grow their team that way. So we kind of do both.
Any other questions? Seeing no for SMU President.
Hi. Could you go over what sort of resources you provide? So financial,
Yeah.
that sort of thing.
So we provide $1,000 of funding. We also provide a social innovation curriculum. So the workshops that I mentioned are part of our curriculum. We kind of take, depending on where you are in your kind of building of the program, we'll take you from start to finish in terms of like evaluating your impact, building sustainability, working effectively and ethically with communities, and then the mentorship. So the way the mentorship works is we have a bunch of non-for-profit sector and faculty mentors that we've reached out to and are interested in kind of mentoring new projects. So based off of your interests and their interests, we kind of find mutual ground and match you with a mentor to help you build your initiative.
Any other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation then. Move on to, we'll note the late arrivals of the Vice President Finance and Internal at some portion during the Deputy Provost presentation.
6:25.
1825. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Vice President Finance? Yes? Okay. A temporary departure of Vice President Finance at 1849. Proxy for Councillor Platt. Yes.
I'm just wondering for people in the gallery, if they leave to go to the washroom, are they forfeiting their spot?
No.
Okay.
No. We'll move forward then to item 7C, presentation regarding room renaming. So you could please state your name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you'd like to do so once you have a microphone. If you want to stand in the center of the room.
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. My name is Charlotte Scott Frater. Would you like me to spell it?
Yes, please.
Okay. CHARLOTTESCOTT-FRATER. I'm the president of the History Students Association, and my pronouns are she, her. And I'm here with a bit of an unorthodox presentation and a bit of an unorthodox request. So when the SSMU building reopens, Godspeed, I'm really here advocating for you to rename a room in the reopened building after Professor Marlene Dixon, who was forced to resign from McGill in 1974 because she was a political radical. And also helped students organize for a lot of the services and the rights that we have as students today. So I'll give you a little bit of context. Professor Dixon was a sociologist who was, before coming to McGill, was fired from the University of Chicago for effectively doing the same thing, for helping the students to organize, to ask for more rights from the university. Then she came to McGill and effectively started doing the same thing. She was coming into a political context at McGill where an organization called Students for a Democratic University was really the core of the activist scene. And they were advocating for vital curriculum, the implementation of African studies, bringing in women's studies, having parity for students on curriculum committees and faculty hiring committees, all sorts of things that are like things that we have in part today. But the university was really not willing to give to students. So Dixon was deeply involved with this group. She taught them organizing tactics. She was a huge advocate of the SSMU daycare. Actually, if you go into the daily archives, which are online, and if you've got an hour to kill, they're great. If you go into the daily archives, like week to week, it's just like Dixon speaks on panel about feminist issues. Dixon speaks on panel about post-coloniality. Someone from the CBC wrote into the McGill Daily complaining about her because she made a big public ruckus that they had taken programming about lesbians off their schedule. And as I'm sure many of you who have been involved in activism at McGill know, this provoked a major institutional backlash. So in 1971, her contract came up for renewal. She didn't have tenure. And also in 1971, McGill fired faculty lecturer in political science, Stan Gray, for helping students occupy Senate chambers. Dixon had been involved in that, but she didn't get outright fired. Her contract came up for renewal, and her department said that her teaching and her academic work was not up to standard. And this was effectively a tactic to force her to resign. So she didn't resign at that point. She got external academics to come to write in and support her work, to support her. She got students to write in and support her, and they eventually re-upped her contract for another 3 years. And she would later say the next 3 years were just a pattern of sustained harassment from her department and also from the administration, to the point when her contract came up again in 1974, she felt she had nothing to do but resign. Because at that point, they effectively told her, we'll never give you tenure, we're doing this for the long term. So, and then she wrote a book about it and published all the internal documents that proved her point. It's great, you can get it at the library. And after that, she never held another job in academia. She went back to California and formed a small leftist political group and died about 10 years later when she was 45 years old. So why does this matter to any of you in the year of our Lord 2019? There are two reasons for this. One, this is not the kind of person who's going to be honored by McGill Bicentennial. She's not. I've talked to them. It's not happening. And I think that's a real shame, because she is a person who was a major advocate for rights that we as students hold dear today. And because the McGill Bicentennial Committee does not have a vested interest in portraying stories that portray McGill in a bad light. They simply don't. So I think by choosing to honor Marlene Dixon, by choosing to rename a room where people gather after her, I think that's a really good thing to do. That's a really good intervention SMU can make into the bicentennial conversation. Because at the end of the day, choosing to honor someone who's not being honored by institutional sources is a way of saying McGill in the history of McGill does not belong to the institution. McGill in the history of McGill belongs to the students. And the students choose her. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We'll take questions. Are there questions? Councillor Wright. I'll note if members are on that side are cold, feel free to close the windows as you wish.
I just wanted to thank you so much for your presentation. Just out of curiosity, did you have a specific room in mind, and do you know what it's called right now? Because I've never been in the SMU building. I just don't know.
Guest speaker.
Right.
Yeah, I've thought a lot about this. And I meant to say this at the beginning of my presentation. Thank you so much, Adam, for inviting me to speak. But I don't actually have a specific room in mind. Ideally, it would not be one of like the tiny little practice rooms on the 4th floor. I think she would have liked for it to be a room where people gather and where people like roughly the size of the Madeleine Perron or Lev Buckman rooms. I think would be appropriate. Okay. Yeah, but I don't have a specific room in mind, no.
Other questions? Vice President, University Affairs.
Thank you so much again for your presentation. I don't know if we can do this, but would you happen to want the entire building named after her? Because I happen to know that the current namee, William Shatner, is like a bit of an asshole, to be honest. So yeah, is that something that you would be interested in?
Yes, but I think it would create a lot of resistance for the Shatner building to be renamed, because it's kind of hilarious that it's called the Shatner building. Like at the end, it is. I think it would create a lot of resistance, and people might sort of, and it would become too much of a thing. And honestly, look, I'm graduating this year, and I want to get this woman's name on a building because I feel like I am the only person carrying the torch for her memory.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Councillor Marcoux. We'll note the return of the VP Finance at 1857.
I'm a big Star Trek fan, so could someone elaborate about what's wrong with Shatner?
I think he's just kind of, he's just like getting up there and, just, I don't know, says things that are perhaps not particularly kind. But I defer to Vice President Wilson.
Vice President University Affairs. I mean, if you want to schedule this agenda of discussion in the future, you're welcome to. But for now, we'll continue on with the agenda. SMU President.
Great. Thank you so much for your presentation. I don't think any of us here were aware of this history, and we really thank you for taking the time here to explain that. My main question is, what's the name of the book that she wrote about the internal documents? I'm very curious to see if history continues to repeat itself in the way we're dealing with the administration now.
So it's called Things Which Are Done in Secret. It's available at the McGill Library. It was published on Black Rose Press, which is an anarchist press in Montreal. There's quite a few copies at the McGill Library, and I suspect that's because McGill bought a lot of the copies up. That's conjecture. I don't have proof. Yeah, and just in sort of the framing of your question, when you talked about not knowing McGill history, people really don't, is the thing. And I actually really believe, like, the HSA, we're doing our own bicentennial programming to specifically address this. Like, people don't know. McGill has a really robust history of firing and forcing out leftist faculty members. Like, point blank, I feel totally confident saying that. McGill has, like, there's really interesting stuff that's happened at McGill and people don't know about it. And in some sense, I feel SMU also has a responsibility to honor the past of students who've organized and done stuff for McGill, or at least to try to, because again, and I cannot stress this enough, the bicentennial programming is doing that in an incredibly limited way.
Thank you very much. Senator Lametti.
Thank you. I was wondering if this professor has any living descendants or an estate, and if so, if you had a chance to speak with them or consult with them about your proposal.
There's not a lot of. That's kind of a hard question. She was never married. I don't know if she ever had children. She's a little bit too modern necessarily to do the kind of research, like genealogical research on, because a lot of her records won't have been released yet. So I don't know if she has living. The short answer, I just don't know, and I don't really have a way to find out.
Thank you very much. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
This is a point of personal privilege. I have a rehearsal to go to for 2 hours, but I suspect this meeting will still be on at the end, so I'll come back.
So we'll note the departure of Councillor Platt at 1900. Please check the live stream before coming back. We might be done, but check the live stream. Not an invitation to make comments there, councillors. So with that, we'll move forward. Are there any further questions?
I have a question.
For yourself?
Oh no, for just one final thing. If this requires a motion, I'll write the motion. Like, just, you have my email. I'm around.
Thank you very much. With 2 minutes remaining, any further questions from councillors or members of the gallery? I'm happy to entertain any. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. Next item on the agenda, item 8, confidential session. We'll take a brief 5-minute recess. All members of the gallery are ordered to leave the room. Thank you very much. What? Yes, recess as people leave. No. There's going to be a separate recess later. No, councillors stay. Councillors stay. This is not a recess for you. Your recess comes in hour 2. I'll note this is not a recess for councillors. Councillors stay seated. Your recess comes at hour 2. Or talk in the room, that's fine. Members of the gallery, please leave the room. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll return from confidential session at 19:33. We'll move on with the agenda then, and that brings us to item 9, announcements. If councillors would be so indulgent, I'd like to begin with the diocese announcements. A few just administrative, quick ones. As always, there is one bathroom on this floor. It is labeled as a male identifying bathroom. As while we are on this floor, it becomes a gender-neutral washroom. It is out the hall and to your left. If you need access to water, there's a water bottle refill station at the end of the hallway. Number 3, food this evening is graciously provided by Midnight Kitchen. If you have any allergies or dietary restrictions, would like to see the ingredient list, please come see me. And I believe that's it for the diocese announcements, unless I missed something. I don't think I did. So with that, we'll go to announcement by councillors. Vice President, Internal Affairs. If all councillors could be proactive in passing around the microphone, that would be appreciated. I'll also note, before we go to Vice President Internal Affairs, one more diocese announcement. If you are going to be reading a statement, you must send it to the recording secretary so it can be inscribed into the minutes. When speaking to the microphones, please speak loudly and clearly to avoid mumbling your words so the recording comes out intelligible. Thank you very much. Vice President Internal, just put it back in. The email of the recording secretary is recsec, RECSEC, at @ssmu.ca. Vice President Internal. Turn it on.
Hello? Okay, cool. Hey, so the reason the Vice President Finance and I were late was because we foresee a need for caffeine. So there's caffeine out in the hallway. There's coffee out in the hallway, along with cups and sugar and Tim Hortons cups and stuff. So go help yourselves if that's something you would want at some point.
Thank you. I'll note that making snide comments as another member finishes speaking, like cool or yay, is not appropriate and not in order. So councillors, please stop. Moving forward with other announcements, Vice President, University Affairs.
Thank you. I posted this in the council group at the end of our meeting 2 weeks ago, but this is a reminder that the deadline for all students to complete McGill's mandatory anti-sexual violence training module is tomorrow, November 29th. If you do not complete the module, a hold will be placed on your winter registration, and it will only be lifted once you have finished the module. To know whether or not you finished the module, check your inbox. You will have received an email from the people that run the email that runs the module. And if you have any questions, let me know and I can connect you with someone that can answer them.
Thank you very much. Councillor Faki. Councillor Marcoux? On announcements, no.
Thank you, Speaker. So on December 6, 1989, 14 women were killed at École Polytechnique. They were killed because they were women, because most were students in an engineering program. What has come to be called the Montreal Massacre is an event where we are called upon to remember. Violence against women continues to be part of our present. On the 30th commemoration of the École Polytechnique Massacre and the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women, White Ribbon Day, we invite you all to join us in the commemoration of the 14 young women. This will be taking place on December 6th from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 in front of the Brown Building, in front of the plaque and the tree dedicated in their memory. I would also like to ask the speaker for us to hold a minute of silence in remembering the people murdered.
I don't have any reason to oppose that unless councillors do. This will not be counted in the time for announcements. We'll take a brief moment. Thank you very much, councillors. Further announcements. Vice President Finance.
So this is both for council and for members of the gallery and the dais.
This meeting might go quite late. DriveSafe is running tonight. You can call them at 514-398-8040. I'm also shifted with DriveSafe tonight, so I do need to leave at 11 sharp. If it comes to 11 and we're not done with business, I'm really sorry. I might have to suspend the rules to report just because it's been postponed for over a month now. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll note again for those that arrived late, the contact information for DriveSafe and WalkSafe and McGill Nightline are in the steering committee report, as delivered earlier. Vice President Student Life.
Registrations for Activities Night 2020 are currently open. 200 of the 300 tables have been taken up. They're open until the 16th of December, and there will be no exceptions because we have to finish our floor plan before we go on vacation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other announcements from councillors? Vice President External Affairs? It's
the External Affairs portfolio will be holding an end-of-month gala to celebrate all of those who grew mustaches from November, and in honor of men's health, both mental and physical. You're encouraged to come. There'll be free food. It'll be in Leacock 232 at 1 to 3 tomorrow afternoon.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? Councillor Dariani?
In light of final season, the Mental Health for AUS Committee is holding, I guess, a drop-in for free snacks, coloring cards, games, and other self-care activities in room M317B in the library tomorrow from 10 to 5.
Thank you. Other announcements? SMU President?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. L'Assemblée générale d'hiver a été reprogrammée au lundi 24 février à la salle de bal de la nouvelle résidence. So in English, unfortunately, we've had to reschedule the Winter General Assembly due to scheduling conflicts with midterms at this time. So the Winter General Assembly will now be taking place on Monday, February 24th, at the new Residence Ballroom, so the same place where we had our Fall General Assembly.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements from councillors? Vice President University Affairs?
This is just a point of order. All members of the gallery who were here before the recess are guaranteed a seat after the recess, right?
Unfortunately, no. We didn't have track of who came in before the recess, and then gave priority to members of the student press as they came in. So Tribune and Daily that are here. So members of the gallery that were here before were not necessarily guaranteed a seat after the recess from confidential session, unfortunately. Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you. On December 5th, McGill's Board of Governors will be deciding on a matter that has been on students' radar for the past 7 years, which is the decision whether or not to divest from fossil fuels. It'll be held in open session, so I encourage people to come out, to encourage your constituents to come out, and to be prepared to communicate to your constituents what could happen depending on which way the decision goes, what students can do depending on which way the decision goes, and to get into contact with the campaigns office. You can do that through my email or through the political campaigns coordinators directly on how to mobilize the faculty if the decision doesn't go the way that the students had intended it to go. On a more complacent note with regards to faculty outreach and awareness, as the SMU president mentioned, with the GA coming up, it's a really, really interesting way for students to give their input. It's like a nice little venting ground. So if everyone could kind of set a little personal goal for themselves of let me bring 10 people and now we reach quorum, that'd be super nice, right? It would be really cool to reach quorum. Okay.
Thank you very much. Point of information, Councillor Chan.
To clarify, is that CAMSR or the Board of Governors that you're referring to?
I'll go back to Vice President External Affairs.
Yeah, so it'll be a general Board of Governors meeting. The Board of Governors presents presentations, information, and motions in closed and open session. They generally do a closed session first and then an open session. So the CAMSR report, as well as the accepting the CAMSR report, will be taking place in open session in James 301, I believe.
Personal privilege, Councillor Kay. We're going to do a recess in 15 minutes, but you're welcome to if you need to. Okay. Other announcements? Vice President Finance.
Just one last thing. You may notice there's no report of the funding committee inscribed on the agenda tonight. The reason being is there's one last meeting of the funding committee, which occurs after council has stopped sitting for the winter. So those will be coming via email approval, so that we can get every application that was in the fall semester approved in the fall semester. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We're at the end of our time for announcements. If there's a desire to extend the time for announcements, SMU President? A 5-minute extension. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. All those in favor of 5-minute extension for question period, please raise your placards. Opposed? Noting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. The extension is granted. Further announcements? Member from the gallery, please approach a microphone, state your full name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you'd like to do so.
My name's Haneen. I don't know what a constituency is.
What faculty are you in?
I'm in the Faculty of Arts, and I'm wondering why.
Could you spell your name?
Haneen, Ehaneen,
Thank you.
Eldiri, and I'm wondering why the gallery was not informed they were not guaranteed a seat prior to having left the conference room.
I'll gladly answer that question. We at Legislative Council in this room have never approached capacity before for members of the gallery, so there's no process for it in my process guide. I'll take responsibility for that. I apologize. I was hoping to have a way to track who was in here before the recess. Unfortunately, right before council, I was with the SMU president picking up food from Midnight Kitchen. We arrived here at McConnell just in time to set up the room. So there was no, as far as I did my best to try to make sure that in light of the fact that this room does have a capacity limit that is enforced, that as many people as possible could attend. And so with that capacity limit imposed, I do apologize for that. Other announcements then? I will also note, however, that was not an announcement, so I'm going to have that moved into question period for the sake of the minutes. Councillor Mackey?
Yeah. So just if anybody's free tomorrow from 1 p.m. to 2:30 p.m., Law is having a Q&A with 2 Supreme Court justices, which is really, really cool, and it's awesome that McGill has this opportunity. So tomorrow, New Chancellor Day Hall in the Moot Court, room 100, if you're interested.
Thank you very much. Other announcements? SMU President?
So this is a prepared statement. I've had it sent to the recording secretary. So, hi Council. As you may or may not know, the Board of Directors at their meeting last Thursday voted to overturn the motion we passed at Legislative Council, suspending the management counselors for their failure to attend a gendered and sexual violence policy training by the allotted deadline. This overturning was done at the recommendation of the anti-violence coordinator, the administrator of the GSVP, to make an exception for the management counselors insofar as they attend the winter training session in January. To explain the circumstances further, Councillors Eisner and Gervey were unable to make any of the scheduled GSVP trainings over the semester due to legitimate timing conflicts that were academically related or directly affected their constituents. It was communicated to these councillors that there would be a final GSVP training makeup session in early November. However, this was not the case, and the councillors were suspended with this misunderstanding in play. To make up for their absences, Councillors Eisner and Gervey offered to have an alternative remedy on their own time instead of taking the GSVP training, including studying the GSVP training slide deck and writing a reflection piece or summary of it. Although this option was not deemed acceptable by the anti-violence coordinator, their actions showed initiative in making sure that they were trained on this very important issue. As such, in my capacity as president and chief spokesperson of the Student Society of McGill University, I would like to apologize to Councillors Eisner and Gervey for this miscommunication and their suspension. To be clear, Councillors Eisner and Gervey did not do anything wrong and did everything in their power to ensure that they were able to complete the GSVP training as mandated by the policy. At this point in time, the Board of Directors recommends that the Legislative Council postpone the motion regarding suspension of the management representatives to our January 30th, 2020 meeting as per the recommendation of the Anti-Violence Coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further announcements from councillors? Seeing no further announcements, we'll move forward to item 10, motion regarding suspension of the management representatives 2019-11-14. This motion was overturned by the Board of Directors and is returning to the Legislative Council in accordance with the internal regulations. You heard the necessary context by the SMU President. With that, Vice President Finance, is that a point? A motion? I'm going to get to you in a minute. Councillor Kay, motion. I'm going to get to you in a minute. With that, this motion is returning. We'll consider it anew. So we'll enter a brief question period. Are there any questions on the motion? as it's returning. Questions only. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to know if there's any reason, at least in more detail, why this crucial information didn't come to us at last council, given that the suspension was pronounced on the 11th and the council was on the 14th. That's 72 hours in which maybe clarifications could have been made in time for us to make a better decision at the past council.
SSMU President. So to the best of my knowledge, the SSMU President and I had a meeting with Councillor, who was it? Eisner and Councillor Garvey? You were both there? I don't remember. A meeting with both management representatives, and the date is eluding me. I apologize, but the SSMU President might have more information prepared on that. I'm going to defer to you. Yeah, we had a meeting with them that I believe was after Legislative Council on the 14th, and so that's why that information was not communicated to you in time for the last meeting. So at least on my part, I learned that information after the meeting of Legislative Council on the 14th. Seeing no further questions, we'll proceed to debate. Anyone wanting to speak to the motion? Vice President, External Affairs.
I'd like to put forward a motion to accept the recommendations of the anti-violence coordinators at this time.
To postpone until January 30th. So moved by Vice President, External Affairs. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. We'll enter a debate. Anyone wanting to speak to the motion to postpone to a regular time or by special resolution? Seeing no debate, we'll proceed to a vote. I don't have a form prepared, but we can use the one. No, we'll. No, it's procedural, so it's postponed. So all those in, Mr. President? Fair enough. Is there any opposition to adopting the recommendation of the anti-violence coordinators and postponing the suspension of the two management representatives until January 30th, 2020? Vice President, External Affairs?
Is this the official way to do a vote by unanimous consent? Because I believe that would discourage people from voicing opposition, given the framing. I'm just asking if this is in Robert's rules or what's up with that.
It is. I also should have asked if, so technically it's 1/5 in accordance with the internal regulations to change the method of voting. So are there individuals in favor of voting by unanimous consent? I see a clear majority. So with that, we'll proceed onwards, and I'll restate the question. Is there any opposition to postponing the suspensions of the management representatives until January 30th, 2020? Seeing no opposition, so adopted, and the motion is postponed. Item 11, report of the Board of Directors. I'd suggest before we go there, we take our recess about 10 minutes early. Is there any opposition from council? Seeing none, so recessed at 19:51. Don't move yet. So recessed at 19:51. Councillors will be back in the room at 20:01. It's 20:01. Councillors, welcome back. Thank you for arriving on time from the end of your recess. We'll proceed onwards now to item 11 on the agenda, report of the Board of Directors. SMU President. Sorry, I did say 20:01. SMU President.
Great. So, I have been mandated by the Board of Directors to read the following statement and take questions and answer them to the best of my ability. As a precursor, this is the opinion of the Board of Directors, and these views may or may not represent my own. I'm more than happy to share my own personal opinion if requested, but I will do my utmost best to explain the rationale for the Board of Directors to the best of my ability. Dear Councillors, on Thursday, November 21st, 2019, the Board of Directors held their first meeting of the new governance year. During the confidential session of the meeting, conflict of interest recommendations for Councillors Chan, Chase, Wright, and Director Lovett were brought forward for discussion and ratification. For clarity, when I will refer to the recommendations, that means the conflict of interest recommendations as a whole, and when I say concerned individuals, that refers to Councillors Chan, Chase, Wright, and Lovett. In their disclosure forms, the concerned individuals explain the details of a trip organized by Hillel Montreal, a body of the Federation CJA Montreal, to Israel, Palestine over the winter break. I will refer to this in the future as the trip. The recommendations were reviewed at the same time as they all pertain to the trip. At that time, a conflict of interest recommendation for Director Collins was not brought forward because Director Collins did not submit a disclosure form regarding the trip. A conflict of interest recommendation arising from the submission of a disclosure form under the conflict of interest policy is usually drafted by the Speaker of Council and the General Manager. In the absence of the General Manager, as is the current case, the Speaker of Council consulted with the Governance Manager and the Human Resources Manager in drafting the recommendations. The Board of Directors deliberated for many hours on the content and wording of the recommendations. Councillor Chan and Director Collins updated the Board of Directors that they were no longer attending the trip. As a result, Councillor Chan's recommendation was nullified. The concerned individuals whose recommendations the Board of Directors was still discussing were not permitted to be present for the deliberations. Each director had multiple opportunities to speak on the recommendations and share their opinions. The Speaker of Council, who is also the chairperson of the Board of Directors, explained his rationale behind the initial preliminary recommendations and invited the Board of Directors to amend the recommendations as they saw fit. After multiple debates and discussions regarding the recommendations, the Board of Directors came to the conclusion that based on the information provided in the disclosure forms, the concerned individuals are not in a real or apparent conflict of interest given that Hillel Montreal / Federation CJA Montreal, the organization providing the trip, operates outside the context of the SSMU. However, it was found that there may be a risk of a potential conflict of interest arising in the future. As a proactive management measure, during meetings of the governing bodies of which the concerned individuals sit on, the concerned individuals shall be required to excuse themselves from the room or be ordered to leave the room by the chair or presiding officer for the duration of the discussions on issues and matters related to the region of their trip. The board believes that the concerned individuals are not in violation of the conflict of interest policy at this time. Best regards, the SMU Board of Directors. I am ready to take questions.
Thank you very much. We'll now enter question period on the report. Are there any questions? Vice President, External Affairs.
Just a question about policy compliance. So I know that the conflict of interest policy requires that individuals give consent before determinations are released publicly. Have all the individuals on this statement given their consent for the information to be presented to council?
SMU President, or? So in respect to this, the question posed by the Vice President of External Affairs, the policy does require that. The board can unilaterally make a decision to interpret different parts of the policy in different ways. This is their prerogative as the Board of Directors. So in this case, the individuals were not specifically asked for their consent before sharing this information. The board made a resolution mandating this information to be shared. And the Board of Directors also approved this statement by email consent, because during the meeting the statement was not drafted, and then it was approved by email approval after the meeting when it was prepared, and then it will go on the agenda of the next Board of Directors meeting. in the minutes of the next Board of Directors meeting. Other questions on the report presented by the SMU President on behalf of the SMU Board of Directors. I'll go to Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask the question of the SMU President. Can he give more details on which individuals were concerned in which discussions? For example, were all the directors who were being evaluated for whether there was conflict of interest outside the room when the discussion took place, or it was only the director in question for each individual conflict of interest? The director who did not declare it, were they involved? The director that decided not to go on the trip, were they involved at any point? And when these recommendations were finally approved by email, who took part in that vote?
SMU President?
I'm going to also have to ask the assistance of the speaker to jog my memory a bit. Could you go one at a time, just so it's easier?
Yeah, that was a grouping of a lot of questions, so I'll take one question, and then we'll circle back.
So I guess the first item is, were all the different directors evaluated individually for conflict of interest, or was it sort of a group thing?
They were evaluated individually. So each disclosure form begets an individual recommendation, and each recommendation was discussed and voted on individually.
However, the discussion for the recommendations were grouped together because they all pertain to the same conflict of interest, alleged conflict of interest.
And I guess folding into your next question, because the discussions were grouped together, all the individuals concerned in that in the conflict of interest files were ordered to leave the room. Can I come back to you? I'm going to come back to you. Vice President, University Affairs.
Thank you. As you indicated when you began your statement, you mentioned that you have a personal opinion that may or may not be in line with this one. I'd invite you to share your personal opinion at this time.
SMU President?
I would personally prefer to differentiate these sections of my sharing of information to council separately, if that's okay.
So it means that when the SMU President is speaking on behalf of the Board of Directors, he doesn't also want to embed his personal opinions into the discussion. I assume your personal opinions can be made known during your executive report?
It'll be made known at the next, the motion.
During the motion, debate on the motion. Are there further questions? Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. My question is, can you further explain? I didn't really understand the part where it does not follow the conflict of interest policy of SMU because halal is outside the regulations of SMU or something like that. Can you just further explain that or elaborate on it?
So to defer from the SMU President, the conflict of interest policy provides a very narrow framing for what is and isn't a conflict of interest. For the purposes that was drafted internally, a conflict of interest within SMU only applies if it's vis-a-vis a body or external body or organization that interacts with the SSMU in some way. That's how it's defined in the conflict of interest policy. And so that's the definition that was applied by the Board of Directors in making their decisions. Other questions on the report? Before I go to gallery members, I will exhaust members of council first. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So as a follow-up to my previous questions, were Director Chan and Director Collins ever involved in any discussion concerning these resolutions?
SMU President, I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Yes, they were involved because at that point in time they no longer had a conflict of interest.
Thank you. Other questions from councillors? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. Was there any other evidence used in these deliberations besides what was provided for in the individual conflict of interest forms, or were other sources of information also considered?
The board was presented with all the information with regards to coverage in the student press. The board was presented with, the reason I'm going, so I'm just trying to make sure I differentiate between what was confidential and what I can share publicly. The board was made aware of the collective statement made by the SMU executives declining the invitation. And I believe those two things are okay to share. And then the board of, in terms of like the recommendations, those are generally based solely on the information on the disclosure form, as well as what, so information disclosure form. Yes. Unless I'm missing something, Mr. President? that was also made known to the directors?
I believe so the board has given me a relative carte blanche to be able to share details of this, as far as I'm concerned. Is that correct?
In the wording of the motion, yes.
So I also believe that the PowerPoint presentation or the letter sent to the individuals going on the trip was also shared as for consideration by the board as well.
Thank you. Other questions on the report of the Board of Directors as delivered by the SMU President? Councillor Faki.
Thank you. Did the board receive any information or details from internal or external groups?
Do you mean to?
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, no. I mean, unless I'm...
Yes. In fact, we received a communication from Federation CJA. This communication was received the day prior to the Board of Directors meeting. This information was sent to each individual director, and that was sent at that point. If council wishes me to move on to deliberate further, I would be able to share.
So just to, I guess in my response to your question, I don't have a director email, so I didn't get it. So that's why I said no, but the directors did. Other questions on the report? I saw a member of the gallery, which I'll now entertain. So please find your closest microphone. State your full name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you'd like to do so.
Hi, Andreas Koch, Faculty of Arts.
Can you spell that just for the minutes?
Andreas, Andreas, Koch. So, so my understanding is that this trip, first of all, involves like fairly it's a pretty expensive trip that's being offered free to student leaders, and that most of the funding, if not all of the funding, is coming from the Maccabee Task Force, an interest group which tries to push pro-Israel viewpoints and anti-BDS viewpoints on campuses throughout North America, funded by Sheldon Adelson, a right-wing Trump donor, and among other things. I was wondering if this context was at all brought up in deliberations about whether or not this at all constitutes a conflict of interest?
SMU President, defer to me. To the best of my knowledge...
from now on, I'll defer to you, and then I'll clean up anything that may or may not be...
that would be appreciated. Thank you. What was shared with the board was the article published in the McGill Daily, which did include quite comprehensive information of the details you just elaborated upon. Anything else? Yeah, so the board was made aware of that information. Other questions on the report? Member from the gallery? So same rules, full name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so.
My name is Rida Maulawi, Ghida Mawlawi.
Faculty?
Faculty of Arts. So I was wondering how it was ratified that this is not a conflict of interest. As my colleague just pointed out, the trip is politically motivated, and individuals were approached as student leaders, yet a lot of them are claiming that they're going as individuals not associated with SMU or any student leaders. So I'm seeing a sort of a paradox. How can you claim that this is not a conflict of interest?
SMU President, the board gave you a carte blanche, not me, so I'll defer on this one to you.
Sure. The best way I could answer that is that the Board of Directors took into consideration all the information that they had, including what was previously mentioned, and they determined that under the conflict of interest policy, it did not constitute either a real or apparent conflict of interest with the information that they were provided and had access to. But they did see the potential conflict of interest in the future should the need arise, and to have this recommended proactive management measure as a way to mitigate it. This is the determination by the Board of Directors. I'll leave it at that.
Other questions on the report? Vice President, External Affairs.
Will we be receiving a report from the Board of Directors for their last meeting, or is it just the statement? Because I believe there were other things that happened at that meeting, if I'm not mistaken. is there a report, like the board of directors had a meeting, right? Are we getting the report of like what happened at that meeting as a whole, or is it just this?
So historically, Legislative Council has never received a report from the board of directors. So no, the board mandated this statement to come forward. In winter 2020, if there's a desire from councillors to have regular reports from the board, that can definitely be facilitated, I think, but it depends on the capacities of myself, the president, and the governance manager, and in terms of additional labor that those individuals can reasonably take on. But if that's an interest from council, that's something that the steering committee can investigate for 2020, winter 2020. But it's never been practiced this year, or in the past 2 years I've been in this position, for Legislative Council to receive a report from the board on its business, unless mandated to do so, as in this case. Smooth President.
I would also note that in my presidential report, I always include a section for board of directors that explains what happened in the public session of the board of directors that I am able to disclose, but otherwise there's no official board of directors report to Legislative Council. There's only one for the General Assemblies.
Thank you. Other questions on the report as presented? Vice President, University Affairs.
Point of parliamentary inquiry potentially. Is this report? It's a two-part question. Is this report up for approval? And if it is up for approval, if councillors wish to amend the contents of the report. So, for example, if councillors found that they wish to include that there was a found conflict of interest, real or apparent, would that be possible at this time?
So to answer your questions, no, it's not for approval. Reason being, conflicts of interest are under the sole prerogative of the board of directors. Legislative Council does not have does not enjoy the prerogative or the privilege to comment on conflicts of interest. This report is provided for information only, and so it cannot be amended. Smooth President.
I would disagree that they can comment on conflicts of interest, but they can't make the determination themselves.
Yes. Yeah, that would be an appropriate way to phrase it. Thank you, Smooth President. Questions on the report? Member from the gallery?
So my name's Hussein Awan, Hussain, AWAN, Faculty of Arts. So SMU's conflict of interest policy states that concerned individuals can accept gifts under $50, but not like minor gifts, but not any gifts over that have a valuation of over $50. So did the board of directors rule that this is not a gift, or B, that this is somehow worth less than $50?
Smooth President. To answer on behalf of the board ruled that this was not a gift. Anything else?
Maybe you could comment on the $50 threshold and if you receive a gift under, if you receive a gift over, what the protocol is for that.
Oh, sure, as well. So it's important to elaborate on that. As well as part of the policy, a gift over $50 is not automatically a conflict of interest. As defined in the policy, as long as a gift over $50 is appropriately disclosed and the board of directors institutes the steps it deems necessary, in those cases it's not always a conflict of interest. In this case, however, the board ruled that this situation does not constitute a gift. Anything else you want to add, Smooth President, in terms of the board of directors' decision?
That's quite accurate, yeah.
Okay. Further questions? I'll go to Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. In the report of the board, there is mention of a possible conflict of interest in the future. I was wondering what the parameters of this conflict would be and under which circumstances it would arise.
So hypothetically, should the board of directors I'll start Legislative Council. So if there is a motion up for adoption by the Legislative Council pertaining to the region of the trip, so the Israel-Palestine region, the concerned individuals would be required to excuse themselves from the room or be ordered to leave the room. That's one potential one. At the board of directors level, should there be a motion or a judicial board case requiring ratification related to the region of the trip, Israel-Palestine, the directors would be required to recuse themselves from that vote and from the discussion around that, is my interpretation. Is that correct?
That would be correct, and my interpretation of the board's decision as well. Other questions? I'll privilege councillors first again. Senator Garneau. Oh my goodness, I was not keeping time. We're actually exhausted the question period. We're over by 10 minutes. Can I have a motion to extend? SMU President?
Ad libitum.
A motion to extend ad libitum. Councillors, that means indefinitely. Is there a second for an ad libitum extension on the question period? Councillor Faki, thank you very much. All those in favor of an ad libitum extension, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 13. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I see 16. The motion fails. We're at the end of question period. A motion to extend I would look very favorably upon. Councillor Chan.
Motion to extend question period by 5 minutes.
I have a motion for a 5-minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Eisner, do you have a point? Yeah, point of parliamentary inquiry. Can you wait for a microphone?
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Councillor Eisner.
If we're going to be discussing this later, specifically in regards to the motion that's going to be raised, is it necessary to extend the question period now?
For the purpose of this question period, I'm going to ask questions to be constrained solely to the contents of the report. So I think it would be productive to entertain questions on the report. You're correct, though. The motion will have its own question period and debate. So I'd remind councillors of that. So moved by Councillor Chan, seconded by Councillor Franceschini. Yeah. Okay. Motion to extend for a 5-minute extension on question period. So moved and seconded. All those in favor of a 5-minute extension, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I see 23. All those opposed? I see 5. The motion carries. The question period is extended by 5 additional minutes. Questions? Member from the gallery. Oh, sorry. Senator Garneau. I will introduce first, then I'll go to member of the gallery.
Thank you. Sorry. So following the recent ruling, has there been any talks about like reviewing parts of the conflict of interest policy or reworking it?
Yes. In my capacity as governing documents researcher, working with the governance manager, we have identified several weaknesses in the conflict of interest policy as it's currently written. It was drafted by SMU's general manager and based on SMU's former conflict of interest policy, which was in effect until 2016. And so for the most part, it was carried forward. The general manager made some revisions, SMU's legal counsel made some revisions, and then it was adopted over a period of 6 months. So it first came to council in February 2018. 2019, sorry, and then was brought into effect over the summer. So we are looking at that right now. Expect, I would assume, an amended policy with recommendations to come forward in the new year. A follow-up directly related to that, Senator Garneau.
So would the cases that were just ruled, would they be under review again?
No. A decision of the board once taken stands. The board can always vote to reconsider a previous decision, but once a decision taken by the board, it is considered as the highest governing body within the SSMU, a decision taken and a binding decision. The board could vote to reconsider or rescind or amend a previous decision taken, but that does not happen automatically. One follow-up question per question. So one follow-up question. Member from the gallery.
Hi, Haneen from Arts. I'm concerned for the lack of consideration for the well-being of Palestinians on campus in reference to the professor that came up front and did not comment on how this situation might be affecting Palestinians on campus. And I would also like to follow that up by asking if there was any Palestinian or Palestinian right activists in the conference when this was decided not to be a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Mr. President, defer to me. The decision taken on conflicts of interest determinations is made by the board of directors in confidential session. In accordance with the internal regulations, only directors are authorized to be present during those confidential sessions unless directors move by a 2/3 majority to allow external individuals in the room. No such resolution was made in this case. Missing anything, Mr. President?
I don't believe you could answer the second half of your question, as that information is not available to us.
Any further questions on the report of the board of directors? Senator Garneau.
So in order for a conflict of interest to be raised as a question, does it require a vote from the board, or is it yourself or the chair of the board that brings it up?
Conflicts of interest, the process as prescribed under the policy, a disclosure is made first. The disclosure goes to the general manager to be reviewed. The general manager makes a recommendation. It goes to the board of directors. The alternate pathway is if the general manager becomes aware of a breach of the policy, so somebody not complying with the policy, then they can begin their own investigation outside of a disclosure. And then the recommendation in light of the breach goes to the board of directors. There is no decision made. The only body authorized to make a decision on conflicts of interest is the board of directors. So all decisions on COIs are made by the board. So everything presented to the board is just a recommendation. Does that answer your question? Yeah. SMU President, missing anything on that? No. All right. Further questions on the report of the board of directors? Councillors, Councillor Faki?
Yeah, going back to that weird email that the directors got the day before the meeting. Can you please elaborate the contents of the meeting?
SMU President?
Sorry, the email.
I can bring up the email and state it in its entirety, but that would require me to talk for 5 minutes. If that's the will of council, I'm more than happy to.
Is there a desire from council? Vice President External Affairs? And if so, I'd entertain a motion to allow the president to read from the papers, which would require a majority vote.
Motion to extend question period by 5 minutes with no possibility of further extension.
With no possibility of further extension? That's not in order. You can't bind council in that way to not further extend a question period. So I'm going to rule that out of order.
Motion to allow the president to read from the papers.
That's very much in order. Is there a second? Thank you very much. Sorry? Request for information, Councillor Morgan.
Could we just reiterate what the email was about for everyone to be on the same page?
Do you want to give a brief one-sentence description of the email?
It was a response from Federation CJA about the whole situation that's going on.
Thank you very much. So moved to allow the president to read from the papers by Vice President External Affairs. Second, ask for a second. Senator Garneau, thank you very much. This requires a simple majority vote and is not debatable. All those in favor of allowing the president to read from the papers to read the email, please raise your placards. Opposed? So carried. SMU President.
Thank you. This letter is, actually, we'll jump to the end. So the letter is entitled Letter from Hillel Montreal as a subject line. It reads as follows. Dear SMU Board of Directors, it has come to our attention that some of your members have come under scrutiny because of their association with one of our programs. In the pursuit of transparency, we want to clarify the goals of this program, its substance, and the processes through which SMU/AUS members become involved. The trip in question is an educational program bringing participants to both the Israeli and Palestinian territories. The goal of this program is to help expand the participants' perspectives on the region and conflict away from binaries and towards a better understanding of the history, culture, and grievances of both peoples. In this pursuit, participants will spend time in both Israeli and Palestinian territory, led by guides from each society respectively, meeting with speakers from many different backgrounds, creeds, ethnicities, and political orientations. We have tried to create a program where participants will be exposed to different narratives and perspectives through individuals who can speak to them through the lens of lived experience. Participation in this program was not offered as a gift. Participants become involved through a chain referral process, meaning that those already involved with the program and Hillel Montreal reached out to people in their personal networks. And then those contacted went through an application process involving interviews and a written submission. This is an educational program with a thorough application process, and characterizations that it was offered as a gift are inaccurate. To clarify, this program was organized by Hillel Montreal, which is a separate entity from Hillel McGill and operated by Federation CJA. We are trying to foster a culture within the group that is willing to engage with complex ideas and deal with serious subjects. Students who were accepted into the program had to demonstrate appropriate character traits like critical thinking, open-mindedness, and a desire to engage with different perspectives. These character traits often correlate with involvement on and off campus through clubs, cultural organizations, and political associations, and therefore, we value those kinds of leadership experience in applicants. However, no one was invited to apply or accepted because of their position within student government, and the majority of participants have no involvement with any of McGill's legislative bodies. Notably, there are absolutely no obligations or requirements after the trip for anyone involved. It has been suggested that Hillel Montreal would not be able to offer an unbiased experience, and that our program should be rejected as a result. It is not a secret that we should support the Jewish right to self-determination. Hillel Montreal's official position is that we support the continual existence of a Jewish state, and we are committed to the pursuit of peace and a two-state solution. There is nothing in our stance that precludes empathy for the Palestinian people, and we hope for mutual prosperity and peace. Regardless, none of our positions will be imposed on participants in any way. We want to offer participants the opportunity to critically engage with a diverse set of individuals and experiences, ask questions, and learn more about the region and its people for themselves. This is the program that we have created, and it is something that we are proud to offer and stand behind fully. We believe that this program is in the intellectually curious spirit of a university, and regret that those involved have been criticized for their involvement. If there are any further questions that we have left unanswered, please reach out. Sincerely, Hello Montreal, and it's been signed by Naomi Mazer, the Director of Young Adult Engagement between the ages of 17 and 24, from Federation CJA / Gen Montreal.
Thank you very much. There are 2 minutes remaining this question period. Further questions for this question period? Member from the gallery.
Okay, so I would like to ask what gives these executives the privilege to be able to go to visit Israel and Palestine, not only have the privilege to go there, but have the privilege to go there free of charge when Palestinian students and Palestinians in general cannot go home and they actually have an actual claim to the land, they have their homes there and they can't go. Why should a random executive be able to go visit their home free of charge when they are not allowed to return home? And I would like to read to state again that Israel has violated international law by not allowing Palestinians the right of return. And I would also like to address the professor that was just here like an hour ago. And he said that Jewish and Israeli people don't feel safe here. And it is understandable. But again, like my colleague said, he didn't mention Palestinian people and Arabs in general. Now, this trip is supposed to be inclusive. No Arab students were invited in any way. They can't go because, well, they're Arab or they're Palestinian. So what about executives going to this trip? Won't it be offensive for Palestinian students on campus who they themselves can't go home? Thank you.
Thank you. SMU President?
So the best way to answer that, so as far as the SMU executive is concerned, I can confirm that the Vice President Finance and the Vice President Internal were offered this trip. They both declined. There was a letter sent to the group asking for more information. So there are no SMU executives going. However, there are executives of other undergraduate societies that are planning to go. So from the SMU perspective, I give you that answer. With the second part of your question, I'm unable to answer within the confines of this, but I would invite you to re-ask your question during debate of the next motion.
Thank you very much. That does bring us to the end of this question period. Any points or motions from councillors? I see no points or motions from councillors. Councillor Faki? Wait for a microphone, please. You're going to make a motion.
I'd like to move to extend the question period by 5 minutes.
5 additional minutes. Is there a second for a 5-minute extension on the question period? Senator Garneau, thank you very much. I'll just note also, SMU President, could you send the statement you just read to the recording secretary? Because it's not there.
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. So moved and seconded. All those in favor of a 5-minute extension on the question period, please raise your placards now and keep them up. I see 7. All those opposed? I see a clear majority opposed. The question period is not extended. Thank you very much, SMU President, for your report on behalf of the Board of Directors, which you delivered as mandated. Moving onwards then to regular question period. Are there any questions? At this time, questions can be posed to any member of Legislative Council by any other member. In accordance with the internal regulations, questions not submitted in advance may be deferred until the next meeting of Legislative Council. Are there any questions for any member of Legislative Council? Vice President Finance, sorry.
In the context of the email that was just read by the SMU president, could the SMU president also read the first paragraph of the invitation letter sent to myself?
SMU president?
I can find it. What would be the fastest way for me to
I think I'll come back to you. I'll have the question restated later from the minutes by the recording secretary, and then we will come back to the SMU president for an answer. Other questions for this question period? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. Last council passed a motion concerning cannabis, which mandated the executive to do certain things. I was wondering if we could get an update on what has been done so far.
Vice President External Affairs, perhaps, or Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you for your question, Senator Lametti. So I've been in communication with the only currently existing provincial lobby group, UREC. This is already in line with their positions, essentially, and so there wasn't much of an action for me to take on my part in terms of provincial representation, other than to say, like, keep doing what you're doing, and if you need us to sign a statement, we will. However, they don't have a statement that's sent out. In terms of McGill Student Society's own ability to represent itself at the provincial level, I think you know fairly well from your work on committees that this isn't a terribly realistic proposal. I unfortunately can't comment on the internal communications that were mandated through your motion.
Thank you. Other questions? I will come back to you for an answer, though, later. Other questions, though, for now? Councillor Faki?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask the President if he shared with Hillel Montreal that during that board meeting, those specific conflict of interest recommendations were going to be evaluated.
SMU President?
I did not personally do that, so me as a person, I did not share that information.
Thank you. Could I have the recording secretary please restate the question posed by Vice President Finance to the SMU President?
In the context of the email that was just read, can the President also read the first paragraph that was sent to the VP Finance?
SMU President.
Great. So I have the letter in front of me. It reads, Dear Student Leader, congratulations. We are so excited to invite you to a once-in-a-lifetime unique opportunity for a select group of student leaders at McGill University this upcoming winter break. This document acts as an official invitation for you as one of the student leaders for this trip. We've identified you as an invaluable student to have for this trip due to your student leadership experience and connections on campus.
Thank you very much. Other questions? Councillor Morgan.
Just to clarify, that was sent on the SMU email and not the personal email, right?
I think the question, Councillor Morgan, is was it sent to finance@smu.ca? Yes. Vice President Finance? You can wait for a microphone, please.
It was sent to my personal email after someone approached me during my office hours.
Thank you. Other questions? Vice President External Affairs?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This question is directed to any of the arts representatives, and in particular the VP External of Arts, if he wishes to comment on it. I know that the Arts Undergraduate Society had a very similar conversation yesterday, and I was wondering if any tangible action came out of it, a statement, a resolution, or something that they would like to comment on.
AUS, Councillor Dariani.
Thank you. While I'm not mandated to do this, AUS constituents will be receiving an email through their listserv stating the following statement, which reads, the AUS Legislative Council would like to express our profound disappointment with the decision of two members of the AUS Executive, VP Finance Stefan Suvajak and Arts Representative Andrew Chase, to attend the trip funded by an interest group, the Maccabee Task Force, whose leaders have explicitly stated their goal to influence the decision-making processes of student leaders on campus, and call on the two executives to refrain from participating in this trip. The AUS Legislative Council would like to re-emphasize to Palestinian students and to all other students who have been personally affected by the executive's action that even in spite of this decision, we stand in solidarity with their concerns and with their lived experiences of oppression. We do not believe that ruling of any policy, in this case, the SMU conflict of interest policy upon concerned AUS executives, should serve as a moral compass. The AUS Legislative Council endorses the letter published by the SMU executives in asking for an increased transparency from Hillel Montreal with regards to whom was offered a position on this trip and why, as we find the lack of transparency deeply concerning. Moved by, I rephrase this to signed by, Miriam Driss, MES representative, Mo Rajai Courtney, ARSA's representative, Andreas Koch, MESA representative, Dalton Leggett, HSA representative. And to answer fully, the statement was passed, and the VP Communications is mandated to send a special listserv out, and the motion does not specify it, but I believe it was discussed within the next 7 days.
Thank you very much. Could you please send that statement to the recording secretary right now? So
I will send the motion as it is.
Anything you read out loud has to be sent to the recording secretary as you read it for the purpose of the minutes. Otherwise, I'm going to strike what you said from the minutes.
Sure, I'll send it.
Thank you. That does bring us to the end of the question period. Is there a desire from councillors to extend the question period? SMU President?
10-minute extension.
I have a motion for a 10-minute extension. Is there a second for a 10-minute extension? Senator Lametti, thank you very much. All those in favor of a 10-minute extension to the question period, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. All those opposed? I see a clear majority against. The extension to the question period is not granted. Other points or motions? SMU President?
Extension for 5 minutes.
I have a 5-minute extension to the question period. Is there a second for a 5-minute extension? Senator Lametti, so seconded. Thank you very much. All those in favor of a 5-minute extension to the question period, please raise your placards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see 9. All those opposed? A clear majority opposed. The question period is not extended. That brings us to the end of question period. Item 13, business arising. 13A, motion regarding changes to the internal regulations of the Society's finances. This came as a notice of motion at the November 14th meeting and was already motivated at that time. We'll now enter question period on that motion. Are there any questions on the motion? SMU President.
Thank you, Speaker. My memory seems to be leaving me. Could the movers of this motion please re-explain this?
I'm going to rule that out of order. If you have a question about a certain substantive part of the motion, I'll entertain it.
Sure.
And I discourage rephrasing it as having a substantive question about the entirety of the motion.
Sure. Could you explain the operative clauses of this motion and the reasons why this needs to be voted on by Legislative Council at this time?
Is that a point, Vice President External Affairs? Of order. Microphone.
Pursuant to the ruling of the Speaker at an earlier period of this council, aren't councillors, sorry, that's not a question, councillors ought to be obligated to read these things beforehand, and I do believe that this constitutes like a motion in responding to ill-preparedness of council.
The point of order is not well taken, Vice President External Affairs. You're welcome to appeal. I absolutely welcome you to do so if you wish. Just for the sake of councillors that did not heed my warning or my notice to read all documents in advance. For the purpose of meeting accessibility, Vice President Finance.
Hello. So this is a motion that I have drafted to ensure that the Indigenous Equity Fund can be used as soon as the monies are collected. I've also run all of these changes by the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner and worked on them with him. Essentially what this does is provides a framework for how the fund will be distributed, how it will be allocated when it is collected, and the role of the Indigenous Affairs Committee in managing that fund, because it will not be distributed by the Funding Committee, which is different from every other fee that we collect for a fee-funded committee, I believe, besides the Anti-Violence Committee, which is slightly different. Also, we've created a new department in our accounting system to manage this. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Other questions on the motion? Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. I think we've already discussed this, but can we just reiterate how did we decide it would be 10% of the equity fee that's going to be allocated? Thank you.
VP Finance.
Yep. So in terms of discretionary funding from fee-funded departments, our legal counsel advised that 10% is a reasonable level. essentially it's a type of action that is beyond the mandate of the nonprofit, but as long as it's to a reasonable level, it's doable. So 10% was the advice that we were given.
Thank you very much. Other questions? I see no further questions on this. Senator Lametti? A point of?
Thank you, Speaker. Should the point of order of the VP External be struck from the minutes as it dealt with confidential business?
Which point of
Oh,
order?
yeah, fair. Yeah, that's fair. Because it was raised during confidential session.
Okay, it's struck.
All right.
So, Senator Lametti, thank you very much. Vice President External Affairs, question on the motion?
Question which may lead to a point of parliamentary inquiry. Is the 10% that you just said supposed to be maybe not broadcast because it's about ultra-virus activity of a society? Or am I misinterpreting what the lawyers said?
Vice President Finance?
I don't know if I can state something at council and have it struck from the minutes as well. Probably not. I'm happy that it is the general legal consensus that for ultra-virus actions of society that 10% is the limit. I'm happy for that to be stated publicly.
Thank you very much. Other questions on the motion? I see no further questions, so with that, we'll proceed onwards to debate. Anyone wanting to speak to the motion? I see no debate. Vice President Finance?
I guess I should probably clarify more. If we're putting something in our IRs, it should definitely be in public session.
That's fair.
You know, there should be a reason for that number, and that's the reason. There's a consultation that we've done. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Any further debate on the motion? SMU President?
For clarity, the reason why I asked for a clarification was for the benefit of gallery members who may not usually take the time to be here at council, so that they are able to participate more fully in debate. I'm in full favor of this change to the IRs. I think that it was fantastic that the Indigenous Equity Fee Now Fund has had the opportunity to be approved by the Society, and I look forward to seeing the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner work with us to see this fund to its full potential. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate on the motion? I see no further debate on the motion, so we'll proceed to a vote. Councillors, please open your voting documents link. For the IRC representative, as your first meeting, welcome. Do you have a device with you, a laptop or a phone? Okay, so if you open up the Council Drive, you can follow along, or if you don't want to, use the device of somebody next to you. Either Councillor K or the VP Finance will be happy to show you how to vote. Councillor says item 1 in your voting documents list, and I'll note that voting is now open. If you are a proxy, please ensure that you type in the name of your please type in your name and your elected position with the proxy that you're representing this evening. I'll announce the closure of voting in 30 seconds with some flexibility. Not so cool, you close voting before people vote. Is anybody still in the process of voting? Yeah. I'll also note for councillors, if you prefer to vote on paper, you're welcome to approach the dais and write your vote on a piece of paper, and I'll record it that way if you don't have a device. Or would just prefer to vote on paper. Vice President External Affairs?
Request for information? Or, sorry, point of parliamentary inquiry. What's the proper format for voting on paper?
There isn't one because it doesn't happen.
Yes, why, check mark.
Yeah, so just your name and then the vote. And I'll label it appropriately for the motion. It'll be incorporated into the voting record tomorrow. I'll announce the closure of voting now. Voting is now closed. 29 in favor, none opposed, 2 abstaining. The motion carries. We'll return to the agenda then, and that brings us to item 13B, motion regarding adoption of the climate justice policy 2019-11-14. This was moved as a motion at the previous, a notice of motion at the previous meeting of Legislative Council, and so will not be given time to be motivated this evening. However, we will proceed onwards with question period. Are there any questions on the motion? SMU President.
Hi, I'm just wondering why the decision was made to make it May 1st, 2024, and say not a time period longer up to the 5-year maximum.
Vice President, External Affairs.
What?
To restate.
Can you clarify, what would the 5-year maximum be with regards to our standardized policy? I thought I had calculated that correctly. My apologies.
SMU President, do you want to?
The 1st of January 2025, perhaps, but I mean.
Oh, okay. So it's 2019. So if we go 5 years, then we're at November 28th, 2024. And because we have to go back in time, we can't go past 5 years. I put it to May 1st, 2024. Yeah,
Okay.
thanks.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Councillor Chan?
So it says in the whereas clause, the society passed a similar policy in the 2015-2016 academic year. I wonder if you can specify in what ways has the policy been changed, in what ways was it deficient before? Thank you.
Vice President, External Affairs.
So just first and foremost, policy expires after 5 years, which is the primary reason it's being brought back up. In light of it being brought back up, it makes sense to not just copy and paste a policy, especially one that deals with hard science. So the actual scientific evidence has been updated in line with both what's most primarily understood as like reasons supporting and motivating climate activism, and in particular the IPCC report. Large revisions have been made to the section about climate justice. It's actually gotten its own section. Before it was just like a little blurb. It modifies rather action points. There was a provincial coalition opposed to pipelines, which no longer exists. Instead, McGill is fortunate enough to have its own chapter of the current provincial coalition against climate change, which is LPSU. Our McGill chapter is Climate Justice Action McGill. So those are the main ways. Also, with the input of the Sustainability Commissioner, the other action items which remain are more actionable. So, for example, we don't say people need to absolutely use bus or train because we do sometimes rent cars to go to meetings.
Thank you very much. Other questions on the motion? I see no further questions. We'll move to debate. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion? I see no SMU President. I'll note for councillors, if you do want to interject on debate, please be ready when I call for debate. Thank you.
I apologize. I'd just like to thank the Vice President External for taking the time and effort to renew such a policy and doing the necessary consultations with campus groups to ensure that this is in place. I really hope that in the future, this motion that we're passing today will be a key stepping stone for various climate actions taken here at McGill in the future. And again, thank you to the Vice President External for his work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further debate? Seeing no further debate, we'll proceed to a vote. Before we do, I'll just note for individuals that do vote on paper, obviously your vote will not be reflected when I call the results of the vote. The voting record published Monday morning will be official and include all votes made on paper. Just out of curiosity, who in this room among councillors is planning to vote on paper this evening? Just one? Okay, so if a motion does come within one vote, being either for or against, I will ask you to publicly declare your vote for the record then. Or I mean, you can just approach me and then I'll, yeah. Okay, voting is now open for the motion regarding adoption of the climate justice policy. Abstained on that one, so put him as abstaining on that one. So 3. Okay. And then for this one, climate justice, we're going to mark it as that. I'll announce the closure of voting in 30 seconds. Everybody voted? I'll announce the closure of voting. With 29 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 abstaining, the motion is carried. All right, with that, we'll move forward with the agenda. And this brings us to item 14, Comprehensive Governance Review Committee. I foresee a necessary extension on my time, but we'll get there. Okay, thank you. Senator Lametti?
I'd like to move immediately to extend the time of the speaker to 15 minutes.
I have a motion for a 15-minute extension on my time to present the report. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 15-minute extension? Opposed? So carried. Thank you very much. So good evening, councillors, and thank you for indulging me with 15 minutes of your time to present the second report to the Legislative Council of the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee, CGRC. You'll recall at the previous meeting of Legislative Council about 1 month ago, the first report was tabled before Legislative Council with its associated changes and recommendations. After presenting on the 24th of October, 2019, at that time, the report was committed back to CGRC, and we were mandated to undertake further public consultations and review the existing recommendations within the report. Some recommendations remain unchanged, and some have been modified, while others have been removed, and some others added. So we thank the Legislative Council for the opportunity to reflect on our work and for the opportunity to present this second report to you. I want to briefly speak of consultations. So over the period of 2019-2020, which was this round of consultations, it does not include the ones from last academic year. The following groups were consulted. So we consulted with permanent staff, including the governance manager and operations director, casual staff, including the Francophone Affairs Commissioner, Indigenous Affairs Commissioner. When I was mandated to hold public consultations, which I did, there were 6 members of Legislative Council that came to those public consultations, 2 members of Senate Caucus, 2 departmental associations, 4 members of the Executive Committee, 1 member of the Board of Directors, and 1 member at large from the SSMU membership, who is not associated with any governing body. Invitations to participate in this round of consultations was extended to all SSMU clubs and services. All members of SSMU decision-making bodies, you'll recall I announced at the October 24th meeting to all councillors present that you were invited to send your own comments as well as those of your faculty associations to me by email or in person. There was a invitation extended to the student body at large via the listserv and a public Facebook event. My sincere thanks to the Vice President Internal Affairs for her assistance in that regard. As well, during that first meeting, when the first report was tabled, I asked all councillors to inform your constituencies of the fact that CGRC was conducting this work. And so we move to recommendations. This is on page 5. Existing structures remain for simplification and devolution of the Constitution. So the provisions on the calling of meetings are being recommended to be moved into the internal regulations. The descriptions of each of the executive offices and their duties and responsibilities is being recommended to be moved into the internal regulations. Those recommendations remain unchanged. I will note, though, for councillors, the clause in the Constitution that constitutes the offices of each of the executives still remains. So in Article 10.1, it says that the SSMU executive shall consist of the president and the associated vice presidents. So we're at no risk of abolishing the executives with this recommendation. 12.1 and 12.2 relate to the general manager. These are also being recommended to be moved into the internal regulations. Rationale being, at this time, SSMU is in the process of rehiring or hiring a replacement general manager. And so given that the status and duties and description of the general manager position is enshrined in the Constitution, it's very difficult to have it easily amendable, as the duties can sometimes expand and very much have over the years, and so we need a way to be able to modify the description of the office of the general manager. Regarding the Judicial Board, Article 15.2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are being recommended to be moved into the internal regulations. 15.1, which constitutes and establishes the Judicial Board, it will be remaining in the Constitution. So the existence of the Judicial Board is not at risk of being written out of existence through a motion of Legislative Council just on a political whim of the day. And that came about as a result of the consultation, specifically noting the importance of maintaining the impartiality and arm's length existence of the Judicial Board. Section 2 of the report begins on page 10. You'll note that it proposes a reformed composition of the Legislative Council. Councillors, this was heavily debated at the last meeting, as I'm sure you'll all remember. So there are some quite novel recommendations in this report. Specifically, the CGRC is recommending that all executives and officers lose their vote on the Legislative Council. This came about as a result of the public consultations, and it's based on the model used at the Concordia Student Union. At the last meeting of Legislative Council as well, the CGRC did take into consideration your thoughts on that if we are removing votes from certain constituencies and removing their seats on Legislative Council, that it may create an imbalance and in terms of the executives voting. And so the recommendation, therefore, is to create a balanced body for Legislative Council. Part of that is removing the votes of the executive officers. In the public consultations, 15 individuals out of the 20 that participated in public consultations came forward and proposed taking away executive votes on council. So 15 out of the 20 did make that recommendation. And in making those, or not recommendation, in proposing that idea, for those 15 individuals that participated in the consultations, they all made reference, not all, some made reference to the public voting records, showing that more often than not, the executives tend to vote together as a block. And so on that basis, as well as the structure utilized at the Concordia Student Union, as well as a way to help ensure that Legislative Council can keep executives accountable, the recommendation, therefore, is that the officer votes on Legislative Council be removed. 8.2F is reducing, instead of removing, the undergraduate Senate representation on Legislative Council from 2 seats to 1. There were some very persuasive arguments presented during the public consultation that members of Senate do provide often dissenting opinions to that of the executives, and nowhere was that clearer than during the moratorium motion. And so we're proposing, therefore, to keep the Senate seat but reduce it to 1 seat. Sorry, jumping just back up very quickly to 8.2A on the officers. The officers, if this recommendation were to go through, would still have the ability to make and move motions, participate in debate, ask questions. They just simply could not cast a vote. 8.2G, 1 councillor living in the McGill residences in accordance with the procedure set by the constituency. Again, the recommendation is still to remove that seat on Legislative Council. 8.2J, School of Environment, that suggestion remains. And then we get to 8.2K, L, and M, which is to add a voting seat for the Indigenous Affairs Committee, the SSMU Equity Committee, and the SSMU Francophone Affairs Committee. So you'll recall in the first report of the CGRC coming to Legislative Council, we initially proposed adding these as non-voting seats. The prevailing argument at the time was as a result of legal constraints on elected and non-elected individuals not being able to have a vote on Legislative Council. The revised guidance is that that's not the case, and so the CGRC felt comfortable suggesting these 3 additional seats be added to Legislative Council. I should add, however, that there were several alternate proposals added over the course of CGRC public consultations. Specifically, there was the idea of having an equity caucus where these individuals as well as others could get together, meet collectively, and then cast 1 collective vote. There was the idea of having them remain non-voting, but have a standing invitation to come to Legislative Council to provide a presentation. In the committee's deliberation, CGRC is going to move forward the recommendation that the Indigenous Affairs Committee, Equity Committee, and Francophone Affairs Committee be afforded 1 voting seat each. This doesn't necessarily mean it's the commissioner. It would mean that the committee would select 1 member from their committee to be their representative to Legislative Council. 8.2N, 1 councillor representing the MCSS, the McDonald Campus Student Society, would be a non-voting member. Rationale for keeping them non-voting: they don't pay SSMU fees, and so the rationale would be to keep them non-voting. Enshrining the powers to legislate in Section 3, beginning on page 12 of the report, remains unchanged. Section 4, self-constrained board of directors, beginning on page 14, remains unchanged. Section 5, legislative council as a consultative body, beginning on page 15, remains unchanged. Honoring the tradition of student-led democracy, some minor changes here. So we're still allowing recommending that members of the student body at large can bring motions directly to Legislative Council with the signatures of 100 students in accordance with the requirements set out in the internal regulations. So this is a little bit out of place, but if you jump back up to the graphic that's on page 14, you'll see the two pathways we're proposing for motions. A constituent can either approach their councillor, and then with a simple mover and seconder, it comes to the floor. It goes to steering committee to be reviewed, then comes to legislative council. Or alternatively, if they don't feel comfortable approaching their representative or find it an untenable pathway, they're welcome to collect the signatures of 100 members in accordance with the stipulations provided in the internal regulations and bring it directly to steering committee, which will work with that member to format the motion appropriately and then bring it to the floor of legislative council. Given that, returning to page 17 now, still in part 6, given that members of the student body under this recommendation proposal would be allowed to bring motions and business directly to legislative council, we are also therefore proposing that we reduce the number of general assemblies from 2 per academic year, 1 each semester, to 1 per academic year. This does not take away the ability of members to call a special general assembly with 50 signatures. That provision will remain if members, in order to even call a general assembly or to put business on the agenda of the general assembly, you would need 100 signatures, sorry. And so those same individuals could just as well sign for 50 to call a special general assembly if the winter general assembly is too far to be practically feasible. Furthermore, we're also recommending that we strike the clause saying that if no valid motions are submitted, the General Assembly shall be cancelled, because if we do drop from 2 GAs per year to 1, we are legally required to have 1 General Assembly per year, and at that General Assembly, if no motions are submitted, we can't cancel it. It would just be to present the report of the auditor, cash flow statements, and a report of the Board of Directors. So that would be the purpose of that 1 General Assembly per year. Let's see. So that's an amendment. Other associated changes in Section 7, beginning on page 18, largely unchanged. Just briefly, to jump back to the suggestion on the General Assembly, which is on page, 17. I just want to note the Vice President of Finance gave me a funny look when I said cash flow statements, so I just want to make sure I'm not misquoting anything here. Bear with me a second. Okay. So I said cash flow. I meant to say financial statements. I apologize. Because as written in the Constitution, as it's currently written, a General Assembly shall receive and take notice of the annual report of the Board of Directors, the financial statements of the society, including the balance sheet and statements of revenue and expenditures, and the report of the auditors, and take notice of and decide on any other matter the General Assembly may legally consider. So I said cash flow statements. I apologize. I meant financial statements. I understand there's a big difference. So my apologies for causing the Vice President of Finance any mental anguish. That brings us to page 21 of the report, which is forthcoming changes. On forthcoming changes, the CGRC, we hope that after these proposals receive the endorsement of the Legislative Council, we can go back and continue the rest of the work that remains to be done on the structure composition of the Board of Directors. There was a request for us to examine Senate caucus. That will likely come after we first go through the other internal regulations books. So just to update members of Legislative Council, each member of the executive has taken on a book of the IRs. They are currently going through them and proposing changes they believe are most tenable, with the goal of having all changes approved en masse through CGRC. And so in my capacity as government documents researcher, I'd be working to assist any executives if they require or request it. And so forthcoming changes, that brings us then to, bear with me, page 22, which is the conclusion of the report. And I sincerely hope everyone had the opportunity to read this report in advance. I understand it's quite long, but I thank you very much for providing me the time and the opportunity to present to you the work that CGRC has been doing. I think it's also very important as well, before I conclude with the few minutes I have remaining, to recognize the work that CGRC does. It's very often thankless work. It's very monotonous work. And so a special thanks to Vice President External Affairs, Councillor Chase, SMU President, Recording Secretary Hill, DB Miller, Member at Large, Vice President University Affairs, Vice President Internal, University Affairs Secretary General, and the Parliamentarian for their incredibly hard work on CGRC this semester. And so with that, I present to you an operative clause that I hope the Legislative Council will adopt this evening to endorse the changes elaborated in the report of CGRC. With that being the end of my speaking time, we'll now enter question period on the reports. Drink some water first. Question period on the report. Vice President, University Affairs.
Thank you. My question is procedural, but I don't think it's a point. So question, in terms of enacting these changes, so if council were to vote in favor of this report and endorse it, would these changes each have to come as separate motions later, or like how will that work?
So the current plan is if council were to vote in favor of these, the recommendations in the report, we then finish off our work with the Constitution, move on to the Board of Directors, well, not the Constitution, Legislative Council at least, and move on to the Board of Directors. Then we present those changes, and then we group them all together into one consolidated new Constitution that we presented to for a final vote by council, and then go to referendum to be ratified. The goal is to have a clean slate Constitution that's fully formatted when contains all the information we want that we're comfortable with, and then that new Constitution would not be an amendment to our Constitution, it would supersede. So whatever changes we enact, we would essentially wipe the Constitution slate clean and adopt a new Constitution to replace the one that we already have. So it's not amending, it's replacing. So the steps would be, this gets approved, CGRC goes back, does Board of Directors structure composition work, brings those recommendations to council. Council hopefully approves those, and then we go forward with the IR changes, but IR changes don't need a referendum, so it's fine. With those changes, we'll do one final comb through the Constitution. CGRC will, as council are also welcome to do the same. That'll come back to council's one consolidated big document with the Constitution in its new final form. Council will vote on it. It'll go to hopefully referendum in the winter if we can time things out quite well. Ambitious mission, but I think we can do it as CGRC, and then it'll go to referendum hopefully in winter 2020. Sorry, is that enough of an answer for you, Vice President of Affairs? Okay, thank you. Other questions on the report? Vice President Internal Affairs. Is it on?
No, it's not. First of all, thank you for your work, and second of all, so the Indigenous Affairs elected position, I don't know, there's going to be a representative of the Indigenous Affairs, Franco Affairs, and sorry, what's the third one?
Equity Committee.
Equity Committee. Is there a reason that other underrepresented minorities won't take into consideration Queer McGill, ASN, BSN, etc.?
Yeah, happy to answer that question. So within the confines of CGRC, we looked specifically at bodies that already exist as part of SMU's governing structure, so committees that exist under SMU, not services. Services have a representative as well. There was some lack of clarity as to whether or not we're able to add further seats, given that for Equity Committee, Indigenous Affairs Committee, Francophone Affairs Committee, they exist as committees of the Legislative Council. They exist under the SMU's existing governance structures. If you wanted to bring in groups like QM potentially, it might be most appropriate to strike a committee for that purpose under SMU's governing structures, and then that way the committee can internally nominate an individual to come sit in Legislative Council. But because services aren't part of SMU's governance structures, they should not sit on SMU's governing bodies. Other questions? I'll take Councillor Franceschini. Vice President Internal? Sure. I'll just note for councillors, right, we schedule recess every 2 hours. Ideally, try to have everything done in those 10 minutes. That's fine. So we recessed at 8, so our next recess will be at 10 in 45 minutes, but Vice President Internal is so excused at 21:15. Councillor Franceschini.
Oh, awesome. Once again, thank you for all you and the committee's work. So you said that 15 of 20, I guess, who came to consultations voted in favor of getting rid of the votes for executives. And I know you said there's a lot of different ideas tossed around about how to represent the underrepresented groups. I'm wondering how many of those who came to consultations were in favor of making the committee's voting members.
I'd have to go back and check my notes. For everyone that came to the public consultations or sent in feedback, I have it in a giant Google Doc. So I'd have to go back and check. I don't remember specifically. I do remember that the decision, so I would say there was no consensus among the members that came to public consultations. There was considerable debate between having non-voting seats, voting seats, the equity caucus idea, and then no seat at all. And people were kind of split pretty equally across those four options, and no seat at all being kind of like status quo. So the CGRC took the four kind of options that were circulated, and then we voted on those options. And then the one that came out on top was a voting seat for Indigenous Affairs, Equity, and Francophone Affairs committees. Other questions on the report? I've taken this. I'm going to go to this side. Councillor Chan.
Thank you. I'm wondering if you could speak in your capacity as government document researcher. What I hope I got that right. What you think of having four voting members from those constituencies aforementioned in Councillor Francesini?
Sure, happy to speak to that in my capacity as governing documents researcher. So I'm not sure if members of the Legislative Council will recall. In, I believe it was 2016, but bear with me just a second here. September 15th, 2016, Legislative Council received a report compiled by Leslie Ann Saint-Amour, which was entitled Moving Towards Equitable Governance at the Student Side of McGill University. Here and after, let's call it the Equitable Governance Report. That report is a considerable document. It's 12 pages. It goes through a lot of in-depth analysis and comparison between the SSMU and other student associations in Montreal, in Quebec and across Canada. That was tabled at the Legislative Council in 2016. I, as a casual staff of the SSMU, am in awe of all the work that researchers do on their very limited contracts. So far be it from me to delegitimize the work of the equitable governance researcher in 2016. And so arising from that report, I support the recommendation. Vice President External Affairs on a request for information.
Is that the same Leslie Ann who served as the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner that year?
I don't know.
Okay.
I apologize. Other questions on the report? Councillor Morgan.
Thank you. It wasn't clear for me. I remember last time there were suggestions for the senator seats to be non-voting. I'm wondering the change right now. Are they voting or non-voting?
The seats would be voting. Or the seat, singular, would be voting under the recommendation. Return to the Vice President Internal at 2119. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So the report mentions that these recommendations are to be taken as a coherent whole and that there are guiding ideas that led you to formulate the recommendations. So I was wondering, what's the guiding idea behind reducing the number of Senate caucus seats, but not, for example, the club seats? Or to further generalize, why not reduce the number of arts seats? So can you explain what the idea is to reduce only the Senate caucus seats?
Sure. So for faculty-related representation, i.e. science, arts, medicine, etc., the formula provided in the Constitution is a base of one seat, and then one additional seat per 2,000 students in that faculty thereafter to a maximum of 4 seats. That was something that the CGRC didn't think was within the scope of our mandate as issued in 2018. And so we're keeping that in. So that's why I can at least report the faculty seats are not proposed to be changed. With regards to club seats, they stand as a significant constituency at SSMU and at McGill. They are also, as has been elaborated several times, our highest priority. We have a policy and plans forthcoming, I believe, with regards to that reaffirms clubs and services are the SSMU's highest priority. And so if the Legislative Council has acknowledged them as the highest priority, though non-faculty constituencies are normally only afforded 1 vote, in light of that, plus the considerable size of clubs under SSMU, so over 250, the proposal was to leave the club seats as they are. There was something else about your question. Oh, why send it to 1? So the rationale there was Senate was not SMU's highest priority. No, okay, I'm kidding. So the policy and the plan acknowledges clubs club and services as SMU's highest priority. Senate does provide considerable and incredibly important information to Legislative Council. However, there was no clear rationale as to why they were ever afforded 2 seats in the first place, given that the members of Senate caucus communicate information from Senate and from Senate caucus to Legislative Council. There was not seen a need for 2 individuals to fulfill that purpose, and therefore proposed to drop that to 1. So hopefully that answers the question. Other questions? I'm going to continue going this point person privilege. Councillor Chan? Indefinite? Temporarily? No, the temporary departure of Councillor Chan at 21:22. Next question was from Vice President Finance.
So I know I've spoken with members of the CGRC about this individually regarding removing executive votes from the Legislative Council. Was there other rationale other than that executives seem to vote as a block? Because if you look at council motions over the last 4 or 5 years, you'll see that most are approved with a vote of 25, 26, 27 to 1 or 0. So it's very hard to remove that confounding variable from how executives vote. So I know members of the CGRC, I've spoke to members of the CGRC about this, but what is the other rationale for removing executive votes from council?
So I had the opportunity this summer to speak with the presiding officer of the Concordia Students Union, and they do not permit their officers to vote on their legislative council, on their council of representatives. The rationale arising out of that, which I shared with the CGRC, was that it's an additional way for the Legislative Council, which acts as the political decision-making body of the society, to hold members of the executive accountable for their actions, in that if executives are able to vote on a policy position that they bring forward, and then it is the one executive officer or the executives as a whole that are the deciding vote, it may not necessarily reflect the representative will, the will of the representatives that were elected and sent by certain faculties and constituencies to represent those constituencies. Not to discredit that executives are, of course, obviously elected and run very well-fought and hard-fought platforms and campaigns. But one of the prevailing arguments was that it's an additional way for Legislative Council to hold the officers, which are obligated to report to the Board of Directors for legal, financial, fiduciary matters, but then are bound to carry out the mandates issued to them for political action by Legislative Council. To better recognize that structure, it was proposed to take away the votes from officers on Legislative Council. Other questions? Although I see that we are at the 10 minutes allotted for a question period on this report, Senator Lametti, I believe, will be moving to extend that time.
Thank you, Speaker. I move to extend the question period on the report by an additional 10 minutes.
I motion for an additional 10-minute question period. Is there a second? Councillor Franceschini, thank you very much. All those in favor of a 10-minute extension to the CGRC question period? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 10. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I see 17. The motion fails. Say any other points or motions? Move President.
I move that the speaker prioritize members from the gallery when picking people to speak for the specific motion.
Report.
So, sorry, this report. Thank you.
Councillor Kay. And I will note for councillors, I did not see gallery members, so I apologize to gallery members wanting to speak. I would encourage a short extension question period so I can at least call members of the gallery.
I would like to extend question period by 5 minutes.
Motion for a 5-minute extension.
And yield my question that I wanted to ask to the MAC campus representative in the gallery.
So I'm going to call on gallery members in the next question period. So 5-minute extension. So moved. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. All those in favor of a 5-minute extension, please raise your placards. 12, 13, 14. Yeah, okay, I see a clear majority in favor. The question period is extended by 5 additional minutes. Members from the gallery with questions, I'll go to the McDonald Campus Student Society representative.
Sorry.
Could you state your name for the minutes?
Andres Perez, Perez, CSS representative. First, I want to thank you for considering including a representative from MCSS. And also, I was just wanted to clarify again the process of the addition of all the members. And I don't know if this question is to you, but have you considered the inclusion of a SMU representative at the MCSS meetings?
So thank you very much for the question. For CGRC, in my capacity as non-voting chair of CGRC, governing documents researcher, my mandate is only to look at SMU governing documents. I think the SMU president, though, can answer whether or not there the possibility of a SMU representative on MCSS council.
Yeah, so we're looking at closer integration with MCSS as we're all undergraduate students. I believe I've had talks with your president regarding sending a specific representative to all of your council meetings. So hopefully that can be codified in your constitution as well, so it's ingrained and permanent. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for me? Member from the gallery? So you could just state your name, faculty, and pronouns if you would like to do so.
Hi. Oh, they don't. No. Sorry, I don't do well speaking in front of people. My name. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. My name's Justy.
Do you want to send your question to me and I can read it out loud if you want to type it?
It's not really a question. It's more to stress the importance of having a francophone seat on the council. I came to the consultations and I've learned about what you've been discussing. This is my first time coming to this. I'm learning. And I would like to maybe clarify that saying francophone and French-speaking people at McGill are a minority. I was with Hussein, we looked, about 45, 46% of people at McGill are from Quebec, and if you went to schooling in Quebec, you either went to French school or you went to English school, and if you went to English school, you had about 12 years or something of French classes. You know how to speak basic French, so I had trouble with saying it's a minority at McGill, and I think it's very underrepresented. Maybe if there was a voting seat, it would help representation. I know that I had a lot of mixed feelings with the listers. I know they're corrected now, but I had a lot of troubles as to how that passed in the beginning. And I would like to stress the importance of having a voting seat on council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Could I ask you to ask a question just so I don't have to strike it from the minutes?
Why would you be opposed to having one voting seat for the
Justine.
Justine Desrochers?
That's fine.
Why would you be opposed to having a voting seat for the Francophone Commission?
To council, SMU president?
I don't believe we are opposed to it, so we're giving a full voting seat to the Comité des Affaires Francophones.
Other questions on the report of the CGRC? Second report, Councillor Faki.
Thank you, Speaker. CRGC chair, whatever. On page 13, it says you're changing the wording with regards to the powers of the Legislative Council. With the yellow part, I don't know if you guys want to. Do you know where I am at? Okay. Yeah. It says that the Legislative Council, with the powers all in singular to make decisions and initiate legislations for the society and the remainder. Do you think you should include a sentence or a phrase afterwards that says the board has to ratify all these decisions, because that makes it seem that the council can approve everything they want, but in reality they can't.
So thank you very much for the question. The provision stating the board of directors can already overturn any decision made by legislative council is provided for already in the Constitution elsewhere. If you give me a second, I can quote that section for you. Yeah, so that's on page 9 of the Constitution, Article 6.1. The Board of Directors obviously is not changing. It is and always will be the highest governing body within the SSMU. It has the authority to overturn or refuse to ratify any decision of Legislative Council. It can, in theory, impose any decision it wants on Legislative Council with unilateral changes if it so desired. The rationale of these changes was to build a culture that acknowledges perhaps the aspiration of what we want Legislative Council and the Board of Directors to be. That is to say, Legislative Council as the body that creates ideas, that generates ideas, that proposes policy positions and directions, and then sends it to board for approval. And then if you'll note the associated change to the board provision on page 14 of the report, changing Article 6.1, it would be that the board should endeavor to not overturn a decision of legislative council unless it relates to the core four matters in which it would be authorized to intervene. Those four being acquisition, disposition of property, legal proceedings, financial affairs, or business relating to negotiations. And so that provision already exists as far as I'm aware. Thank you. Sorry? Oh, contract negotiations and human resources, same clause. Thank you very much, Vice President, External Affairs. Other questions? Vice President, Internal Affairs.
This mic doesn't. Internal Affairs? Is that what you
Internal
said?
Affairs.
Yeah, I'm not that one.
Sorry. Going back to taking votes away from the executives, was there ever discussion about potentially making it sort of like an executive caucus vote where it could be counted as one vote for 6 of us, especially if trends show that we tend to vote the same way, with the potential of, if there is dissent among the executives, it should just be like an abstention?
Yes. So that was discussed. Very much in, so the idea of like an executive caucus that then collectively gets one vote was refused by CGRC for very much the same reason that an equity caucus was voted down by CGRC. The rationale being, for an equity caucus, if there's a situation on a motion where the Indigenous Affairs Committee and Equity Committee disagree, it would not be productive to sow that disagreement formally through a vote, but instead allow each of those constituencies to express their vote as they wish. For officers, very much the same rationale applied, where if you collectively force 7 individuals to distill their thoughts, feelings, and expressions into one collective vote, it could cause further fracturing / tensions within the executive committee, which is not productive, given that members of the executive committee work in very high pressure environments, that they are the public faces of the SSMU, that they have considerable public scrutiny on all of their actions, that if they're then forced to vote as a collective and then defend the collective decision, yes, the analogy was made during the public consultations that that's how it works in cabinet, and that like cabinet decisions are taken collectively. However, that logic was deemed to not really apply in the case of executive committee at SSMU. Time for one more question, so I'll go to Vice President External Affairs, who is waiting quite patiently, and then if council wishes to further extend the question period, so inclined. I'd remind councillors as well, there is a debate following this on this report because there is an operative clause in it. So Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would you be able to touch on the alternative that was proposed at the last meeting of the CGRC to the Equity Caucus, specifically with regards to terms of reference?
Sure. So the Equity Caucus idea, it would not just be these 3 constituencies. It would be Francophone Affairs, Equity, Indigenous Affairs, plus the Equity Caucus would be made up of any additional members that the Legislative Council voted to include at the start of each year. So the Equity Caucus could then include BSN, QM, et cetera, if the Legislative Council voted at the start of each year to include those groups as part of the Equity Caucus membership. For the reasons I talked about on fracturing, that idea was voted down by CGRC. Sufficient? Vice President? Oh, did I miss something? Oh, as well as that. So the Equity Committee terms of reference as well would be amended on the Equity Caucus idea to allow representation from those non-SMU governance structures like QM, BSN, and other groups that want to be represented to have a seat on the Equity Committee. And the Equity Committee would then bring together Equity, Indigenous Affairs, Francophone Affairs, and then those other underrepresented groups to cast their collective vote through that decision-making process. That is all the time we have for questions. Is there a desire to extend the question period? Councillor Kay?
I know this sucks, and I'm sorry in advance, but I would like to motion to call the question.
We're still in question period. We're not even in debate yet, so that's going to be out of order because we have to be in debate for you to be able to call the question. Still in question period. Are there any questions? Or, sorry, a desire to extend the question period further? Senator Lametti? We'll note the return of proxy... we'll note the return of proxy for Councillor Platt at 21:35. Senator Lametti, your motion, 5 additional minutes on the question period. Is there a second for a 5-minute extension? SMU President, thank you very much. All those in favor of a further 5-minute extension to the question period for CGRC? I see 5. All those councillors, side conversations. All those opposed? The majority opposed. The motion fails. With that, will Senator Lametti? Oh, okay. We'll now proceed to debate on the report of the CGRC. Before we can get there, however, would somebody be willing to move the recommendation on page 22 in the conclusion? So moved, Move President. So seconded, Councillor Franceschini. Thank you very much. The motion is now on the floor. Can we go to the be it resolved? There you go. Now in debate, individuals wanting to speak to the motion, either for or against or ambivalent. Vice President, University Affairs.
Pick one. Pick your favorite.
Okay, so I realize how narcissistic this seems, but I am against the removal of the executive committee votes, or officer votes, excuse me. I think that it's important to keep in mind that we're elected to our positions in order to execute certain things that we ran for in our campaigns and that are part of our platforms. And with the society's political body being Legislative Council, it's oftentimes hard to do that unless you have a vote on that council. We all have the same vote as everybody else. It's 1-to-1 for everyone. And we are also we're not a majority of council, so there's no situation in which all of council versus the executive committee would ever go in our favor. And I think that removing these votes really tampers officers' abilities to exercise their mandates accordingly. So I'm not obviously against the entire thing, but I do oppose that section of the recommendation and would like to have that stated in the minutes.
Thank you very much. Other debate, Vice President, External Affairs.
Thank you. So my comment is going to end up touching on that and also on my opposition to not reducing the number of votes to 1 per faculty. I'd like to talk about SMU as a federative structure. So generally speaking, we're meant to have like the various constituencies and we come together and we try to take a sort of straw poll idea of like what the orientation of campus in general is. Doesn't make a lot of sense to have executives as a separate constituency because they're meant to carry out and coordinate the policies and mandates that they've been given, which is congruent with the sorts of provincial representations that we've supported. So things like AVEC, for example, had 1 vote per association, regardless of how big the association was, and didn't have voting executives because executives are not meant to vote. They're meant to carry out the will of the general population, in this case, the McGill student body. So I think to tweak individual things, I would reinforce what the CGRC has said about the organic unity of these sorts of amendments, or proposed amendments. But I would push it a step further and encourage council to amend the recommendations to lower the number of seats for large faculties, maybe to 1, maybe to a maximum of 2. You decide.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak to the motion? I'm just going to go around the room. So we're going to go to Councillor Dixon. Thank you. Councillor Dixon. We'll note the departure of Councillor Dixon at 21:39. Best of luck with your exam. Other individuals wanting to speak? Senator Lametti. Councillors.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to amend the motion that is under consideration with what I sent to the parliamentarian, and this amendment is to adopt the recommendations with the exception of Section 2, which is re-referred to the CGRC for further consideration and to be brought back at a later date.
Bear with me for a second here. I'm going to share the editing with you. The amendment. Yeah. Page 22. I'm going to get there. Hang on. Adopt the recommendations. Senator Lametti is moving the amendment to now read, be it resolved the student side of McGill University Legislative Council adopt the recommendations contained in the Comprehensive Governance Review Committee Report number 2 to the Legislative Council, with the exception of Section 2, which is referred back to the CGRC for further consideration. I assume that would also strike out the subsequent clause on the question. Yeah. Is somebody willing to second that motion? Councillor Marcoux. Section 2 is the composition of council. So Senator Lametti will moves to adopt, amend the motion, amend the report to read, adopt all the recommendations in the report with the exception of everything in Section 2, and Section 2 is the composition of Legislative Council. So moved by Senator Lametti. Is there a second?
I'd like to object to the consideration of the question.
You object to consideration of the question?
May I motivate? On the basis of student staff having a lot of other work to do, the speaker and governing documents researcher has a lot of work on his plate. I wonder what re-referring this back for a very similar process of getting like a couple of people to come for consultation sessions and to reach a very similar conclusion would do at this point. It would kind of eat into Hussein's time, and Hussein has other things to do. He's a good guy. Just let him do his stuff. Okay, so I have an objection to the consideration of the question. That is not debatable or amendable, so thank you very much. Does not require a second, so Vice President External Affairs will note in the minutes has objected to the consideration of the amendment. I will now proceed to a vote. Bear with me here. I just want to make sure I have the right document open. Okay. We always struggle with this motion, so councillors, please bear with me. Those against Senator Lametti's motion to amend, please raise your placards. I see 22.
This ghosts. It's still,
Yeah.
it's still over.
That's two. Yeah, okay. So thank you very much. Counselors, a point of personal privilege is not a reason. Councillor Franceschini is not a reason to entertain side conversations. Members of the room it is quite warm in the room because we are at capacity, as we've noted. If it gets too cold, we'll close the windows again. When we come back, or perhaps during the recess, I'd encourage councillors that are on this side to maybe switch, and so we can have some kind of alternate distribution of that. But anyway, with 22 objecting to consideration of the question, we are over our 2/3 threshold based on quorum today, and so Senator Lametti, your amendment is not taken by the Assembly. SMU President.
Isn't it 3/4 majority?
Is 2/3.
I apologize.
Thank you very much, SMU President. And so, councillors, again, side conversations. I'll note that if you're immediately very cold, we could go into a recess to move around. Like, this room is not set up for this purpose. I apologize. Let's move forward, though. So, Senator Lametti, I'm going to revert the report back to its original form. And with that, I'll continue to take debate. Councillor Chan.
2 points. First, I disagree with the Vice President External's idea that we should get rid of proportional representation based on faculty size. I think faculty size does matter, and that because there are 9,000 students in the Faculty of Arts, we should acknowledge that. Second of all, to build off on Vice President External's use of Canadian conventions, if you will, I think there's another one that's important, which is the concept of responsible government, such that Legislative Council keeps the executive accountable, and I think that ought to be reflected in the recommendation to take away voting from the executive members. I think that shows Legislative Council acting as a body that keeps the executive accountable.
Thank you. I'm going to note just briefly for councillors, placards down while somebody else is speaking. Even hovering over your placard is just disrespectful to other councillors. Other debate on the motion. Councillor Ramey.
I would just like to remark to Councillor Chan that members of the executive in the Canadian model also sit in the legislative branch, so that argument does not hold. Second of all, I have a point of personal privilege. If anyone's immediately cold, I'd be more than willing to switch with them.
Thank you very
so
much.
that we don't have to recess because it would be a one-to-one.
Thank you. I'll note for councillors our next recess is in 15 minutes roughly. So we'll proceed onwards. Other individuals wanting to speak to this motion in debate. Councillor Chase, I've not heard from yet on this motion. Side conversations, Councillor Das. Vice President University Affairs. God, hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4. Is somebody behind you, Sanchi? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 36, 37, 38, 9, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47. No, 47 is our capacity for this room. We're at capacity. Councillor Chase.
Motion to call the previous question.
I have a motion to call the question. Thank you very much, Councillor Chase. Is somebody willing to so you're calling the question on the full report as amended, or no, in its original form? So moved by Councillor Chase. Is there a second? Councillor Kay, thank you very much. This is not debatable, not amendable, and requires a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor of closing debate on the CGRC report and calling the question, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I see 13. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I see 15. The 2 threshold is not met. I apologize, Councillor Chase. Returning to debate. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
I'd like to motion to vote on this clause by clause.
That is that is in order. Councillors, I ask you to please be patient. So I just want to ask, so consideration by paragraph is what you want to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second? I see no. Councillor Chase to second.
Was it that bad? Didn't you want to call the question?
Councillors, side conversation. I'm going to note the motion's been moved and seconded. We need a simple majority to vote by paragraph. All those in favor of voting by paragraph, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see 4. All those opposed? The simple majority threshold is not met. We will not be voting by paragraph. Councillor Faki.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move to strike the last paragraph in page 18 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The first 5 paragraphs in page 19.
The first paragraph of page 18 being...
Last paragraph.
Oh, last paragraph.
7.4. Nope, yeah. Wait. Oh, you guys amended that. Wait, did you?
No.
Okay. Page 18, last paragraph. That's not the one.
Quorum and procedure. Let me pull up the PDF that you're looking at. Should be the same. Vice President External Affairs. Yeah, Director Vice President External Affairs at 2149. Bear with me. I'm going to pull up the report. Not that one. Legislative Council. Future 28 reports. So, sorry, last paragraph of page 18. Okay, bear with me here. Last paragraph of page 18, as I'm looking at it, is quorum and procedure.
Yes, but that's not what's on the... that is page 18, but it's not the same as the PDF that we have.
Okay, so let's go to quorum and procedure.
Yep.
Yeah,
no,
that's the one.
Nope, not that one.
Nope, not that one. It should be 7.4.
Yay.
There you go. Okay, should be page 19. Oh,
so from that... Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Also, I'll note, Councillor Faki, amendments must be submitted in writing to the Speaker and Parliamentarian, so please type up your amendment and send it in.
It's striking.
Oh, striking, then that's fine.
Yes.
Councillor Faki, what is your amendment?
So I'd like to strike from 7.4 up until way it makes decisions in the next page, which is the first 5 paragraphs. Yeah.
Sorry, so 7 point...
2 more. Yep, that's it. Up until there.
From 7.4 to that.
Yeah. I don't know how you want to write that in the minutes. Okay, so Councillor Fecchi is moving to strike 7.4 quorum and procedure to 7.6 resolution in
Yes.
writing. So moved. Is there a second? Councillor Marcoux, thank you very much. We'll enter debate on the amendment. Individuals want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Fecchi.
Can I moderate? Yeah. Okay. So based on my understanding, this means that if there are vacancies on the board of directors, that means they could lower quorum. Based on my memory, I think there was one occasion where there were 4 vacancies in this past year. So that means quorum would have been 6 individuals. Okay, so I don't think that's the way to go ahead. You shouldn't lower quorum if there are less people on the board. You should keep quorum the way it is because this is the highest representative body in the SSMU. The SMU administration should do its best to find new directors rather than change the rules so that it could more easily pass motions or whatever at the board.
Thank you very much. If SMU President wants to yield time briefly, and I can yield it back, or if you want to start. Okay, great. So the rationale for that change is pretty simple. The time it takes nominating committee to find a new director for the board of directors is on average 1.5 to 2 months. Given that the board of directors meets currently bi-weekly, that if the board of directors is not able to meet because they can't reach quorum for 1.5 to 2 months, that is a significant problem because that means no legislative council motions can be ratified and no business can be done within SMU. I yield the rest of my time to the SMU president.
Thanks. In my personal experience on the board of directors, both last year and early this year, we were having issues reaching quorum, simply due to the fact that people age out of studying here at the SSMU. So there were a lot of members at large, officers, counselors, and that made it extremely difficult to conduct business properly. And it ended up that business needed to be deferred to the executive committee at certain occasions when it was financially crucial. So that's the reason why I am in favor of keeping this and not striking it, just for sheer practicality. But I do understand where your concerns do come from.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak to the amendment, Councillor Marcoux.
I'd like to point out that in its current state, the board of directors can pretty much do whatever the hell they want, and there's practically no accountability to see like what they do. You know, there's only like one report of the board of directors, and you pretty much just choose what you want to tell us. Lowering quorum means that even less people can decide of everything SMU does, and I find that quite scary, honestly.
Thank you. Other than just wanting to speak to the amendment, Councillor Fecchi.
Yeah.
Sorry. I will also note the return of the Vice President External Affairs at 21:52. Councillor Fecchi.
Thank you for your replies. I understand the complications with having vacancies for a long period of time, but I think the SMU administration should put its efforts into finding directors more easily rather than changing those rules. Because, for example, today, I would personally love if the board had as much consultation with others rather than lowering the amount of people that make those decisions. So I understand the complications. For example, you need 1 month to 1.5 months for the nominating committee to find new directors. I think that length of time should be lowered. This shouldn't be changed in the Constitution.
SMU President.
I'd like to make an amendment to this, just to remove from striking the part that struck meetings of the board of directors shall be conducted according to the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order, as well as the board of directors operates on the principles, that sentence. So to allow that to be kept with the amendment.
So sorry, the amendment is not striking the entire clause from the Constitution. It's just striking the clause from the report. So it would just mean that the current provision in the Constitution would stand.
Yes.
So you want to strike.
So my understanding is that everything from 7.4 quorum and procedure all the way down to 7.6 and the bottom of that should be removed is amended to be struck. Is that correct?
Yes.
So within that amendment, I would like to keep the report's recommendation to strike meetings of the board of directors shall be conducted according to the most recent edition of Robert's Rules of Order, and to also keep the board of directors operates on the principles of procedural fairness, so on and so forth. Just that sentence.
So just to clarify, by Councillor Marcoux striking from the report,
yes,
that just means that following vacancies will not be embedded into the Constitution. The clause saying that the board will still you want to keep the clause about Robert's Rules.
I just realized my mistake. So everything saying following vacancies will be struck. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, never mind that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah.
Point of order.
other point of order. Is it a point of order?
Yes. For the secretary, you referred to me as Councillor Maku, but I'm not Councillor Maku. So, okay, thanks.
All right, so noted. Other individuals wanting to speak to the amendment? Oh, no, sorry. The amendment has been moved and seconded. Still on debate on the amendment. Individuals wanting to speak to the amendment? Councillor, Vice President External Affairs.
Request for information. I was out of the room. What's the amendment?
The amendment is to strike from the report, not the Constitution, the changes to 7.4 all the way down to 7.6. So basically, anything in yellow that's in 7.4, so falling vacancies, and then resolution in writing, following vacancies would be removed on the basis, so basically, board would have to operate with a set quorum, is the point of the amendment. Other individuals want to speak to the amendment? Councillor Dariani?
Point of personal privilege, a request to leave indefinitely.
We'll know the departure of Councillor Dariani at 21:56. I see no further debate on the amendment. We'll now vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 11. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I see 6. All those abstaining? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 9. So the amendment carries. Falling vacancies. Falling vacancies. Falling vacancies. We're returning to debate on the main motion. Individuals wanting to speak. Vice President Finance.
Hi. So I'm a little bit frustrated right now. This is the largest change to SMU's constitution and internal regulations that, as far as I know from my time in governance, would be in about 7 or 8 years. We're at 10 p.m. in a meeting with substantive business to come. Executives has not reported to council in over a month. I see no reason that this cannot be read by councillors over the winter break, distilled, have amendments submitted in writing before council to save time. I see no reason why changes this large should be voted on tonight. I respect the work of CGRC, but since this is going to winter referendum, there's more time to submit things in writing, have councillors have time to read the full report, distill it themselves. I don't think this is the time and the place to make such a big change and put such a broad question to referendum, especially at this late.
Thank you. Others just want to speak to this motion in debate. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So first I'd like to express my disappointment that my amendment was objected to. Even though that's a non-debatable motion, it gave the VP External the opportunity to speak about why the amendment should be rejected. It did not give me the chance to explain my reasoning for it to be accepted. So I'm sort of disappointed. I think it would have been better to consider it and to vote against it if that was the will of council. So in the future, I'd appreciate it if we let people speak instead of ending debate for no reason. The second thing, I'd like to go in the same direction as the VP Finance. I think that there have been significant changes to especially Section 2 since last council. These are very, very, very significant changes. They change who gets to vote, who doesn't get to vote on council. I had many questions I wanted to ask that I could not ask because we didn't have enough time. I didn't have a chance to re-express my opinions based on these new changes to the CGRC because I only came to get the report recently. So I would also be in favor of somebody moving to either postpone this or to otherwise give us a chance to review this further because it is a very, very profound change to the way the society operates, and it's not appropriate to do it without debate, without question, and without properly considering what we're doing.
Thank you very much, Senator Lametti. Councillor Morgan.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Yes, Councillor Morgan.
Which specific motion would be the correct one to come back to this next legislative council after the winter break?
So there'll be a motion to postpone to the next regular meeting. Councillor Morgan.
Motion to postpone to the next regular meeting.
I have a motion to postpone this to the next meeting of Legislative Council. Is there a second? Councillor Wright, thank you very much. This is debatable. Is there any debate on the motion to postpone? Debate must be constrained to whether or not the motion should be postponed. Councillor Morgan.
Just for the debate's sake, I'm not going to reiterate what VP Finance and Senator Lametti said, but I think that this is very big changes, and we really need to consider this because going forward, if we adopt or not adopt these changes, that will really affect the whole body of SMU, really. So, I don't need to speak much, but it's obvious.
Thank you very much. Other debate on the motion to postpone? Vice President External Affairs?
Yeah, I support the motion to postpone. For the record, the reason why I objected to the consideration of the question is because I think that the casual staff at the society are overworked, including but not limited to the Speaker of Council, and I felt it unfair to put labor back onto them instead of just having councillors read the report more thoroughly.
Thank you. Other debate on the motion to postpone? I see no further debate on the motion to postpone. Councillor Giuliani's left. We can admit one more individual. And I'll make that direction to security that one more individual can come into the room. So we'll vote on the motion to postpone. All those in favor of postponing this to the next meeting of Legislative Council, please raise your placards. Opposed? Seeing none, so postponed. Returning to the agenda, that brings us to new business. However, I do see that we are at 10:02. I am going. Is that a point? For? I have a motion from the VP Finance to suspend the rules. I was about to declare our 10-minute recess because we've hit the second hour. Vice President Finance.
I motion to suspend the rules to move directly to the report of the Vice President of Finance after the recess. The reason being is that I have to leave at 11. If I do not report tonight, I will then not have reported to Council in nearly 3 months.
Thank you very much. Is there a second after the recess? Councillor Franciscini, thank you very much. All those in favor of suspending the rules to that effect? Opposed? So a clear majority in favor. So at 22:03, councillors don't move yet. I'm going to call our 10-minute recess. Councillors, please be back in the room and in your seats by 22:13. Members of the gallery, if you plan to leave the room and want to have your seat saved for you, please make sure you communicate this intention to security before you leave. Councillors are fine. Yep, sounds good. Okay, sounds good. All right.
Wait. Do you have a clip bar?
I actually
You what?
Why are you here? Yeah, can I
You want any food? You wanna? Is McGill Pizza still?
Councilors, I'll announce 30 seconds before I'm going to call back to order. Individuals not in the room in the next 30 seconds will be considered late.
Suspended, actually, is the term. I would know from first-hand experience. Jordan.
The time is now 22:13. I call us back to order at 22:13. Councilors, I hope you are enjoying the new recess process and hopefully it's a chance to breathe air outside this room. With that, we suspended the rules earlier to allow for the report of the Vice President of Finance. Report of the Vice President of Finance.
Hello, I'll try and keep this within 3 minutes. So the audit was presented to council on the 14th. So there were a couple things. Basis of qualified opinion. Firstly, SMU makes transactions in cash, so they can't completely verify our financial statements. That's quite normal. And then the SMU daycare, essentially, their opinion was that we should be reporting the daycare as part of the SSMU's financial statements. We're trying to work now to kind of push the daycare away from SMU. So the first step of that has been to give the daycare its separate bank accounts and set up with RBC. So that's ongoing. Thank you to Desmond for all his work on that. Other notes in the management letter, it was written to us that we should ensure reimbursement procedures are followed precisely. Just a few occurrences in the past where governing bodies would overturn our internal procedures for reimbursing people. Just something to be aware of for both myself and future VP Finances, not to do. The audited financial statements and confidential budget that was passed by council in March or April is now available on the SMU website if anyone would like to see it. IR changes to ensure that the Indigenous Equity Fee can be used. That was just passed. Thank you very much. I also sat down with the Indigenous Affairs Commissioner, had some coffee and talked about the funding process for the fee once it's collected next semester. Started this week the process of creating the 2021 budget, but is busy creating blank budgets for departmental directors. Main project is to move a lot of expenses out of Department 3021, which is our general admin, like whatever. When I say operating fund, that's usually the department it gets booked in, and moving that into departments headed by permanent staff directors, so there's more flexibility and better financial reporting on our side. 3501 Peel, really sorry to everyone who was around the Brown Building and the top of Peel Street the last few days. That was really loud. We were digging 4 geothermal wells between 300 and 500 feet deep. Took us 4 days. Now all of the digging is going to be underground, so hopefully there's no more noise. They finished yesterday with the last hole. Investment portfolio, that was Lester brought that there. FERC, again, I'm really sorry, I haven't had time to do that today. I was slammed with meetings back to back all day. But essentially the process is going to be, the committee is going to meet in January, February, and early March. As mandated by its terms of reference, they will then report to council at the second last meeting of winter semester with a recommendation and a report of the investment portfolio. More finance workshops will be second semester. Again, delays from RBC opening accounts and ordering resources. Really wild if anyone wants to look at my email as to like how long that is taking. Again, massive thank you to Desmond, who's been going to the bank physically to get checks from them every time a club asks, which is, yeah, he's amazing. So, yep, we've just kind of put in a process there. So we're going to standardize the order process, created a form. Just spoke with Ariana about that really briefly. So also going to help with clubs using their SMU emails. So we're going to have to give them access to their SMU emails before they can get checks. So it's a good way to kind of bring those two things in line. Also mitigated account opening issues by looking through all of our RBC accounts and seeing like 25 or 30 that have been not used since we moved from Scotia. The reason being is that the clubs have not been active for over 2 years. So we can speed up the process for clubs by kind of just moving the money into the club fund and like reallocating those accounts. So that's hopefully for a lot of clubs has kind of sped up the process by at least 3-4 weeks. Services, general contract creation review. Midnight Kitchen is really encouraging with their cards, which is really encouraging. Okay, maybe I'm gonna need more time. Credit card pilot project, spoke about that briefly. If anyone has any questions, let me know. The next people that we're trying to extend this to, in my opinion, should be the Indigenous Affairs Committee.
Sorry, VP Finance. Councillor Eisner. Just shout it, it's fine. I'll
to extend VP Finance's speaking time
by
10 minutes.
10-minute extension. Is there a second for a 10-minute extension of the VP Finance this time? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. All those in favor of a 10-minute extension? Opposed? So granted. VP Finance.
Will not take 10 minutes, but again, I think my personal goal is to extend that to the Indigenous Affairs Committee next. The reason being, of course, it's in line with the request that we were given to improve financial autonomy, fiscal autonomy, and also that the kind of setup in terms of staff is fairly similar to Midnight Kitchen. So that probably works very well as a next pilot project. We can also try our next logic system that we're using for the execs, which is an exciting thing. I know it's very boring, but it's exciting for me. Talking with finance coordinators and VP Finances of Services regarding fee referendums, as I know at least 3 services that would like to bring a fee referendum next semester. So we're seeing if we can incorporate that into maybe any changes that we make with the fee processes for services. Funding applications will not be for approval tonight because I didn't think about the fact that there's a funding committee next week. I'm going to have all of those for email approval by council, and then they will be posted on the council website for people to, after they've been approved. Underutilized funds, Green Fund, Community Engagement Fund, First Year Fund, Mental Health Fund. If you know any initiatives or groups who want to apply for those, tell them. Met with ISS, Student Services, PGSS, regarding the International Health Plan. So they're looking, ISS, and Fabrice mentioned it as well when he was here, looking for a call for tender, which is probably the best we could have hoped for with regard to replacing the International Health Plan, just because it is Senate mandated and has to go through procurement services. Really, that's the only way to open it up. So really exciting that admin is genuinely looking into that. Met with the HGRC at the end of October, kind of reviewed ideas and plans for the semester, looked at the reserve balance of the plan, which is fairly healthy, awesome. Again, that committee will do its work over the winter semester when we finally get our usage statistics from student care, and then we'll report at the end of winter semester with a plan as mandated. Other projects, IR reviews was touched on in the CGRC report, so I'll not go into that. The accounting guide has evolved into something much more exciting. Thank you to Smooth Communications Department, the VP Student Life, our Clubs and Services Coordinator, because that's evolved into the Service Resources page, which is a lot more comprehensive, a lot more useful. The SSMU Operations Department as well did a lot of work regarding the contracts part. So that's really cool. Massive thanks to all of the SSMU staff who worked on that. I think that's everything. If I've missed something and anyone has any questions, let me know.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions on the report of the VP Finance? Proxy for Councillor Platt.
I don't know if you're allowed to disclose this, but what was the cost of the audit?
VP Finance?
I'm happy to disclose that. It was around $21,000, which is pretty in line for a company our size, and the detail that they need to do, because we do fund accounting, a lot of cash-based transactions. So that's pretty normal for a company our size.
Thank you very much. Any other questions on the report of the VP Finance? I see no further questions, so thank you very much. We're going to proceed onwards with the agenda to item 16, new business, 16A, notice of motion regarding changes to the internal regulations of committee terms of reference, 2019-1128, VP Finance.
Hello. So I don't know if the Speaker of Council would like to explain the difference between a notice of motion and a first and second reading. Sure. But yeah.
Gladly. Not that one. No, that one's already been approved. Within SSMU, there are 2 different ways of giving notice. There's a notice of motion, which does not require the full text of the motion. It simply requires the individual giving notice to give said notice at the previous meeting to inform councillors that a motion is forthcoming. Then there's what we call 2 readings, first and second reading, which is what's required for policies and plans. So policies and plans require 2 readings. The full text must be available once, presented for no questions, no debate. Councillors have the full 2-week period between meetings to then review and consult on that, and then it comes back for a second reading, at which point we do question period debate. Notice of motion isn't the same thing. Notice of motion is just I'm providing notice that a motion is going to be coming next council, and for that, VP Finance.
I hereby give notice that a motion regarding changes to the committee terms of reference of the Finance and Financial Ethics Committees will be coming to the next regular meeting of Legislative Council.
Thank you very much. Council is hereby given notice of a forthcoming motion. SSMU President.
I don't think there are any there isn't any text written now. Is that correct? So
there was none submitted.
Right. So by giving notice now, it's completely okay for.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
The process for notice of motion is different from the process of 2 readings. We've historically conflated the 2, but they are, from a governance and rules perspective, very different. And so with that, thank you very much, Vice President of Finance, for providing notice of motion. Vice President University Affairs. Point of order?
No. Motion to suspend the rules to add a motion. Has it been? I don't know. Has it been sent? I don't know. Yeah. Okay. Motion to suspend the rules to add a motion.
Has it been sent to the speaker and parliamentarian?
I don't know.
Speaker and parliamentarian? Both. Nope, nothing yet. So I'm going to have to proceed onwards with the agenda because we have a very long meeting ahead of us.
Yeah, fair.
And so that brings us to item 16B, motion regarding acceptable communications practices 2019-11-28. I recall there were individuals wanting to attend by teleconference. Those individuals have my cell phone number. They're welcome to dial in. And hopefully my phone has the capacity for it.
He'll dial in for the vote if he's awake.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Vice President, External Affairs.
Perhaps parliamentary inquiry, my mistake. Is it acceptable for a councillor to vote having no information about the motion being discussed?
All the internal regulations provide is that a member of Legislative Council may attend and exercise their vote when attending by teleconference. It makes no stipulation on whether or not they have to be here for debate and the vote. In the absence of a stipulation, I can't really make a ruling for you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Vice President, University Affairs.
Have you received the motion?
Yes.
Motion to suspend the rules to add the motion that was just sent.
Give me a minute. I'm going to read out the title. Vice President, University Affairs is moving to suspend the rules to for the addition of a late motion. Motion regarding request for the Board of Directors to reevaluate recent conflict of interest recommendations, 2019-11-28. So the motion is to suspend the rules, so moved by the Vice President, University Affairs. So seconded by Councillor Faki. Thank you very much. Bear with me here. Close that. Okay. So thank you very much. The motion to suspend the rules has been moved and seconded. It is not debatable or amendable and requires a 3/4 majority vote. All those in favor of suspending the rules to allow the submission of a late motion, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 8. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 17.
Sorry, a suspension of the rules is non-motivatable?
No, it's not debatable.
Motivatable?
No. Vice President, External Affairs.
What's the motion we were going to vote on adding?
I'll restate it. Motion regarding request for the Board of Directors to reevaluate recent conflict of interest recommendations. So the 2/3 requirement was not met. I apologize. We'll proceed onwards with the agenda. 16B, motion regarding acceptable communications practices 2019-11-28. Bear with me as I pull it up now. Mover or seconder of the motion to motivate? Councillor Mackey.
Official SMU communications are meant to represent SMU, and in turn, SMU is meant to represent students. However, most students feel unrepresented. They feel apathy or even distaste towards SMU. It's my opinion that using profane language does not help this divide. This motion is meant to respond to the straw poll taken last council, where councillors informally made it clear that profanity is unnecessary and unprofessional when coming from an official SMU communication. Councillor Marcoux and I have made a friendly amendment, which you can see here. We made the motion more precise to further clarify that this is only meant to disallow swearing and similar yet milder words. This motion cannot be used to attack the content of a message. Lorsque les jurons sont utilisés à titre officiel, les étudiants qui seraient normalement en accord avec ce qui a été présenté peuvent changer d'avis. Cette motion reconnaît que les mots sont puissants et en tant que tels, ils devraient être utilisés au moment et au lieu appropriés. Dans le contexte d'un conseil étudiant, il est dans le meilleur intérêt de tout le monde d'avoir un front aussi uni que possible et de réduire la division au sein du corps étudiant. Nous sommes d'avis que cette proposition constitue un pas important dans cette direction positive. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. So the amendment submitted was friendly. Before we proceed on to question period, I'll ask the mover, you submitted the amendment. The seconder, is it a friendly amendment to you? And the amendment shall be incorporated before we proceed into debate. This is a good illustrative moment for counselors for friendly amendments. That is the way to do them. Please submit them in advance, and then we adopt them with the consent of the mover and seconder before we enter debate. And let me just incorporate those changes. Bear with me here. So point, Councillor Das. Councillor Das on a point of parliamentary inquiry.
What's the difference between a friendly motion and a regular one?
So a friendly amendment means the mover and seconder both agree that it's a change they want reflected before the motion becomes property of the floor. That is after we exit question period or before enter question period. An amendment that is not friendly is one that is made by a councillor that is not the mover or seconder, that then needs a consent of legislative council to be adopted, or is made after the period within which friendly amendments can be made. Okay. So with that, we'll proceed to question period. Are there any questions on the motion? And I'll note for members that wanted that were planning to attend by teleconference, they're welcome to, but that's it. Questions? Vice President, External Affairs.
Yeah, could either the mover or seconder please clarify what is meant by milder words that have the same vulgar connotation as profanity? Like perhaps by providing some example.
Councillor Mackey.
So basically, for example, we didn't, I feel badly saying this, but like we didn't want people to start saying like screw you or butt face or like just like alternatives that are meant to circumvent swear words. We decided not to list them because that just felt unnecessary. But obviously, although it's vague, we did make it more precise with the friendly amendment. And we also want to make clear that this is a sense of professional discretion.
Thank you very much. Other questions on the motion? Councillor Morgan.
So my question is, I see the motion is directed towards SMU executives only and not counselors. I do acknowledge the fact that only SMU executives have like official pages and stuff, but counselors as well can comment on those pages. So like, why is it just SMU executives?
Councillor Mackey.
So when drafting this, I personally want to make it as much like the straw poll vote as possible since that was agreeable. But I also think that that might be more the jurisdiction of the faculty associations that people are representing here for when it comes to their own accounts. But I'm not necessarily against the idea if somebody does want to amend the motion.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions on the motion? Before I go back to Councillor Morgan, anyone else with a question? Councillor Morgan.
Okay, it's another different question. So, if we're adopting this, in situations where you need to be assertive and like specific vulgarity needs to be stated, what are your recommendations of what to do then?
Councillor Mackey.
So I'll be honest, I've been doing student politics for a while, and I've sent strong messages before without even thinking of using profanity personally. While this might not be the lived experience of everyone in the room, I just personally feel that you can write strong messages without profanity, and that's the basis of the motion. I invite Councillor Marcoux if he wants to say something else.
Was the question about like quoting people that use profanity, or not at all?
I'm going to have to go to the recording secretary to restate the question.
So if the motion is adopted in situations in which you need to be assertive, what are your recommendations on what to do then if vulgarity, like vulgar statements, are not permissible?
Anything to add to the answer, Councillor Marcoux? No? Okay. Any further questions? I see no further questions. Oh, question. Sorry, I missed you there. Councillor Morali.
Okay, my question is specifically about like the incident that motivated like you two to make this motion, because like just going off of past things have happened and like other posts that have been on other SMU pages. For example, I'm sure there's not the only one, but right in front of me, a post from this past October from the External Affairs page shared a post from the SMU Indigenous Affair page that uses the word fuck 4 times, in reference to both the Liberal and Conservative parties and the decision of the federal government to review the compensation of First Nations children. I'm wondering as to why there was another case, but apparently there was no controversy surrounding it. But now in this specific case of Vice President Wilson using it directly against racist commenters, that this issue has shown up.
Councillor Mackey.
So I'll be honest, I never saw that post. My motivation when writing this motion came from the fact that it was actually originally brought up by Councillor Marcoux. I did not know about it beforehand, and then I saw it and I thought it was wrong. This is not a motion that is meant to target the specific post or to target a specific executive. We're not asking for the post to be changed, for it to be removed. This is just forward-looking. And it's not meant to attack anyone personally, and I do not want anyone to have that basis, I guess.
Thank you very much. That does bring us to the end of question period. Is there a desire to extend the question period? Vice President Internal Affairs?
Motion to extend question period by 5 minutes.
I have a motion for a 5-minute extension by Vice President Internal Bala. Is there a second? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. All those in favor of a 5-minute extension to this question period, please raise your placards. I see a clear majority in favor. The question period is extended by 5 additional minutes. Those with questions? Vice President External Affairs.
I was curious if the mover or seconder of the motion had read the blog post as published by Radical Copy Editor that I posted on the Legislative Council Facebook page pursuant to the debate on the term fascist as used in the condemnation of Bill 21.
Councillor Mackey.
I personally did not read it, nor did Councillor Marcoux.
Thank you very much. Other debate? Oh, no, sorry, questions? Vice President External Affairs.
As a follow-up question, do the mover and seconder of this motion believe that they should be informing themselves on the debate as it pertains to censorship generally without limiting it specifically to the scope of SMU, knowing that that's going to factor into the larger debate once we enter into debate period, what the nature of censorship is, etc.?
Councillor Mackey.
Could you please ask in a more precise manner?
Do you believe that
Question, Vice President External Affairs.
Do you believe that you have both taken the necessary steps to educate yourself on the debate as it pertains to censorship generally before entering into this debate today?
Councillor Mackey.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? Councillor Morali.
I'm just wondering if either the mover or the seconder would like to speak about the article from the McGill Daily that, it came up when I was researching this.
Sorry, I'm going to note, Councillor Morali, that's not a specific question to the mover and seconder about the motion. So I'm going to question period is constrained to questions about the motion as it's written. So questions of clarification on the motion, things that are unclear in the motion.
Okay.
It should not be about the motivations or actions of the mover and seconder. I apologize for not calling that to attention on the question of the Vice President External Affairs. I should have noted that sooner, but I'm going to note that here. Other questions? I see no further questions. Oh, Vice President Internal Affairs. It's not turned on?
Point of parliamentary inquiry. During question period about the motion, can I only direct questions at the mover and seconder?
Historically, that's what's been done. Because this question period is meant for questions of clarification about the text of the motion, they're best suited to the mover and seconder.
Okay.
So with that, any further questions on the motion? I see no further questions, so we'll exhaust the question period, move into debate. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion, I'm going to go to Vice President University Affairs.
This might take a while, so I might need an extension of my speaking time if possible. Nope, not yet. Thanks, though. Much appreciated. Yeah, for obvious reasons, I do not support this motion. I will elaborate. I think that there are two things to touch on here. There is the aspect of tone policing, and then there is the aspect of profanity, and I will talk about the latter first. Profanity is a tool used to shock people. That shock is sometimes deserved and sometimes not. In the case of the post cited in the appendix, my intent was to shock, and my intent was to call attention to the explicit racism being directed at an individual who is an employee of our society and is from a marginalized community. I think that the use of profanity is, where am I going with this? Meant to shock people. I'd also like to call attention to the fact that discussions around profanity are part of a broader discussion around decorum and around civility. And that's something that is a tool often used in politics, and in this case in student politics, to suppress the voices of those who have lived experiences about certain things. Really? Okay, can I get a motion to extend by 3 minutes, please?
Vice President External Affairs? So moved. Oh, 5. Is there a second? Councillor Marcoux, thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 5-minute extension? I see a clear majority. Vice President University Affairs.
Thanks for that. Where was I? Yes, okay. Profanity, discussions around profanity are part of a broader movement around civility and decorum in politics and in student politics. And that is a tool often used to suppress those who have lived experiences and therefore strong emotions about particular things. For example, it's really easy to not say, fuck the wellness hub, when you aren't spending day after day after day listening to stories of people who have been irreparably damaged by the wellness hub. It's really easy not to say, fuck McGill, when your job isn't to advocate for inclusion in a system that is directed to keep you out. And it's really easy not to say fuck racists when you aren't sitting in a room across from someone who has been the direct recipient of explicitly anti-Indigenous racism. And if you are that person, it's really hard not to swear when you're using the tool of profanity as a tool of advocacy and as a tool of expression of lived experiences. And when you begin to, and when you are that person, and when you sympathize with that person, and when you realize what that person goes through, I think that to not use profanity is not only, it's a disservice. I would ask the movers and seconders, not as a question, but simply as a rhetorical question, if they want to answer it, they can, who this motion is helping. Because to me, it seems to be helping those who are not okay with profanity, but I would really hope, I would deep in my soul hope, that those who are not okay with profanity are also not okay with racism, and are more so not okay with racism, and would rather hear someone say fuck racists than say a racist thing. I think that this motion, on top of all of that, sets a really dangerous precedent for things that we can and can't say in SMU communications. And I wonder what that implies. So that's that. I would like to move now to the section about tone policing. As you will see in the article that I shared in the council group earlier today, and I apologize that I originally shared it as the link. I did not realize that the cover image had a picture of a harmful individual, so I shared it as a Word document. But all of the text is directly copy-pasted from the McGill Daily's article. Female SMU executives are systemically the targets of tone policing in student politics, and that's not okay. And that continues to be a thing, and I hate it. I really hate it. It's hard every single day to feel like your words are being watched twice as much as someone else who may not be a woman. It's really hard to feel like you're being judged because you are overly emotional about something, and using your words and your profanity as a tool for advocacy is suddenly not acceptable when you're a woman. This is not to make this all about me. This is to make this about people who are executives of the past, executives of the future, who are simply trying to carry out their jobs by calling out racism where it exists, calling out sexism where it exists, calling out McGill's absolute fuckery where it exists. That's my job, and I intend to do it that way. I think that reading that article becomes very clear that tone policing is a thing in student politics, and I'm glad that we're having this conversation. I'm glad that this motion has come to council, because at least we know where we stand, and we can begin to admit that either we are okay with tone policing or we're not okay with tone policing. And once we move past that, I think we can all do our jobs in more honesty and better faith to everyone. So I'm glad that we're having this discussion. I really disagree with this motion for obvious reasons. I might think of things that I'm blacking out on right now, but I'm gonna end there.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, I'm going to first privilege non-members of the executive, councillors first. Proxy for Councillor Kirsch.
Thank you. Also, thank you for your passion towards this. However, I do disagree with you. I come from a background where I've been playing sports, obviously, my whole entire life. And the rule goes, if you do swear in a game, or you swear to the ref, or you swear to your fellow teammate, you're automatically kicked out of the game or given a yellow or red card. And I guess that's the background where I am taking. I think that in a leadership position, especially because there are many people on this SSMU governing body, you can definitely call out McGill and call out whatever you do want to call out for what it is, or racist for who they are and everything like that. But I think there's a better way to say things in a professional manner. I personally do think it is kind of a little unprofessional to... Okay. It is unprofessional to swear, especially because you are representing the thoughts of a governing body, just like if you swear in a sports game, you're expressing the thoughts of your whole sports team.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak to this motion? Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. So, two qualifications before my statement. First of all, the Senate caucus deliberated about this motion, and their directions on how I should vote are unclear, so I will be abstaining. And second of all, I would like to reiterate that I am very sensitive to the fact that the current VPUA has suffered from tone policing to a significant degree, both before and after her election to this position. So with that being said, I'd like to say my own opinion on this. I think that it is dangerous for the executive to claim or to sort of make it believe that attempts by elected members of the society to define the communications policy of the society is in some way censorship or tone policing. I think it is an essential part of the democratic exercise for us to be able to do so. And this is only for the official communication bodies of the society. If this were directed to a personal post on a personal page or in a personal capacity, it would be inappropriate.
Thank you very much. Other debate? So I see Councillor Das, and I'm going to make my round of executives.
Can I ask a question about the article? Am I allowed to do that?
You can state something in debate. There's no guarantee you're going to get an answer on it, though.
Okay. The article with the harmful individual, can you elaborate on that? I was a little confused. Okay. Are you allowed to do that, or it's not relevant? Okay.
So with that, I'll now make my round of executives. I want to give the... Do you want to go now, VPUA, or do you want me to come back to you at the end after I make my round of all the other executives? Okay, Vice President, University Affairs.
Okay, thank you. So I appreciate your comments, and to respond to them, proxy for Councillor Kirsch, I think that the flaw in the logic is that student government is not a game. It's not a sports game, and I realize that while in a sports game you would be kicked out for profanity, student government, in my opinion, the purpose of it is to be an advocate, and I think that being an advocate requires calling out problematic things like racism and sexism, et cetera, where they exist. So I appreciate the sentiments, but I don't think that the analogy is fair in my opinion. I also wanted to state that I think that I'm not attempting to call this motion censorship. I don't think that's what it is. So to Senator Lametti's point, that's not what I'm trying to say. I understand the need for council to have an opinion on SMU communications, but I don't think that this iteration in its origin and its purpose is the correct way to do that. And then my last point will be, yeah, I don't know if I can say this, but if this motion passes, I will not be complying with it. And I would invite council to hold me accountable if I curse again in a communication, which I guarantee you I will do, how it deems fit.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, I'm going to make a round of executives, then I'm going to come back. So I'm going to go in the order I see them here. Vice President, Internal Affairs, followed by President, External, and then Finance.
Is that on? Cool. So I'm coming to this as a woman in the executive committee, but also as a visible racial minority. And also comms aren't in my portfolio, so there are a bunch of things there. I genuinely believe you can shock people without profanity. You can use your ideas, your words. The English language does not have a dearth of words to express ideas. We have 200,000 words or so in the English language. You have strong enough alternatives. You can definitely shock without using profanity. I have had constituents come up to me and say the reason they feel passionate about this specific motion is because profanities trigger them. Profane words trigger them. They act as a trigger for depressive episodes, for anxious episodes, simply because they come from homes that they have described as abusive and toxic, where these words were used in a very demeaning capacity. I would also be interested, if this is the will of council, to can I get an extension for
Councillor Franceschini?
2 minutes.
Is there a second? Councillor Mackey? I'm just going to ask any opposition. So done.
I would also like to extend this motion to include casual staff, permanent staff, anyone who has access to any SMU page or official communication channel, because I genuinely do not believe profanity should be on any official SMU communication. And I think if if you don't trust me, a 20-year-old fair, we have a comms director, a comms manager who have a lot more experience in the communications field, and we could get their opinions as well if council desires.
Thank you very much. I did say I'm going to go in the round I saw. So, President, unless you want to yield your time. You didn't? You had your placard up earlier. Okay, fine. I apologize. Never mind. Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't feel personally well suited as an individual with experiences to make my own testimonials on this. I'd just like to respond to some stuff that was said. First and foremost, I don't believe that the straw poll made it clear that there was a general agreement among council. I think that's why we're having this debate right now. On the points that were said in terms of the rhetoric, in terms of profanity being evocative, that's the point. Like, there are times when you need to push a little further to meet back in the middle. So I want to talk about the strategic element of profanity and the use of profanity. Like, sometimes, shockingly enough, using your words doesn't necessarily get you to the point in negotiation that you want to get into. You have to embolden people. Like, a lot of the work that I do is with anarchists, is with people who want to, like, overthrow the state, is people who come and, like, wear, like, masks and do Antifa shit. Like, it's weird. And, like, sometimes that's not the view that we endorse as a totality, but it helps push people in the right direction. So when you say that you're moving towards the right thing, I don't really know what you mean. I think that you need to have elements that are willing to push progressively in order to move the general population along. I think that we all committed to a duty of leadership as enshrined in our Constitution by trying to move on to positions like these, and sometimes that makes people uncomfortable, so that's fine. In terms of a united front with no division, I don't know how relevant that is. I think that sometimes when we're already faced with divisive things like racism, it's nice to show support for people, and sometimes that's the
Thank you very much, Vice President External Affairs. Sorry? Oh, did you want to extend? Oh, okay. So Vice President University Affairs? Point of order? It's a motion to extend speaking time, not an intervention. So, Vice President Finance, the point of order is not well taken. Vice President University Affairs. 5 minutes. Is there a second? Spoon President, thank you very much. Any opposition? Seeing none. Vice President External Affairs.
Thank you. To reiterate what the Vice President of University Affairs said with regards to athletes, it's not the same for a couple of reasons. Other than what she touched on, it's also that not everyone's playing by the same rules. It's not that you're confined within this comfortable sort of set. Indigenous students are playing by different rules, and they often have to occupy very specific positionalities so that they don't come off as the angry Indian. And so sometimes you can be afforded a certain luxury if someone else is willing to step in for you in that respect. Someone who comes from a position of relative privilege. Almost all of us around on the on the platform of being able to leverage some degree of privilege that we have to be able to speak for other people who can't necessarily be spoken for. In terms of a better way to say things in a professional manner, I don't remember whose comment this was. Oh, no, it might have been from the senator. No, sorry, my mistake. Anyway, moving on. Defining the comms policy is not censorship, I would agree, but that's not what's being done here. There's not a comprehensive communications policy that's being put forward in this manner. This is a clearly reactive motion that's being put forward because people were upset about an individual instance. Again, there was something that I posted on my own Facebook page, which was actually quite hilarious, and said that the Canadian liberal and conservative governments could go fuck themselves because they literally sued Indigenous fucking kids. There are incidences where you want to use profanity as humor. You want to use profanity as being particularly evocative. There are strategic uses of profanity. And when we said with the amendments that were proposed that this is a matter of professional discretion, specifically with regards to the amendments, I don't know why that reasoning can't be extended further. Part of the qualifications that executives are meant to have is to put forward and champion the positions that are given to them as mandates. There are various strategies to do that with. One of them, quite legitimately, is the use of profanity, is the use of shocking language. No, it shouldn't be abused. Yes, there are other ways to hold people accountable in that regard. A blanket ban on censorship, not a step forward, not really doing much for anyone who needs people to do things for them. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Vice President Finance.
So, firstly, I know the movers have expressed this is not their intention, but this motion very clearly reads as a censure of the Vice President University Affairs, which in my opinion is unfair, should not be proceeded with, at least with those clauses for certain. A communications policy more broadly is a different question, but to, again, what feels like a reactive policy based on the actions of one executive, and as it will be written here, those who look at this motion in the future will not look at the meeting minutes. They'll look at this motion in a vacuum. So firstly, in my opinion, that's highly unfair. Secondly, I think there is a very clear distinction between SMU communications and SMU advocacy. The official SMU page, the listserv, those are very different beasts to three portfolios in particular, the president, VP External, and VP University Affairs, whose work is emotional. It's objectively emotional. And to limit their ability to express themselves it's frustrating. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak to the motion? I see a member from the gallery, which I'll entertain. So please find the closest microphone, state your full name, constituency, and pronouns if you'd like to do so. Yes, and then I'll come back to you.
Hi, Alex Karasik, McGill Daily. Honest?
So ALEXKAR.
KARASICK.
Thank you.
My worry is that this just seems like it's needlessly trying to sanitize things. Like, we swear in real life. If this was just discouraging it, that's one thing. But what's this genuinely achieving by censoring it? Like, we're just giving off the air that we're somehow like better because, we're not going to use foul language. But like, what is it actually achieving here? It's just censoring our ability to actually, like, if need be, use strong language. I really don't see the point of this, honestly.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? Other member from the gallery? And then I'll make the rounds again.
Andres Perestiniakos, ANDRES.
We got it the first time.
Okay. Yeah. MCSS. I just want to say, as my personal opinion, I will not say what MCSS thinks in this case. I think that when you run for a position, people elect you because they believe in you. And one of the things that you don't put in your campaign is that you'll be swearing at some point. Of course, you're going to advocate for them. But there are different ways to advocate. And you are actually representing the student body of a big university. I don't want to go against you personally. And just in case, I just want to say that if you're using official pages or accounts of the SMU, MCSS, whatever student body it is, profanity shouldn't be used at any point. There are many ways to get a message done. And the biggest changes that have ever happened in the world, just saying, for example, Martin Luther King, they didn't use profanity at any point. And
thank you very much. That is your time. I'm sorry. Unless somebody wants to extend, Councillor Das? I have a 3-minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Franceschini, thank you very much. Any opposition? Seeing none, member from the gallery.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And basically, when we're talking about here profanity is not against anyone, as you say, for it to never happen again. So you keep like the accounts official, and you keep it like with, you have how VP internal, my bad, said, the language is already rich enough, sorry, English is not my first language, to use different words and still get the message. The problem here is racism, and in any case, if you want to deliver a message against racism, you can do that by also working on stronger policies to prohibit racism or prevent it from happening. Doesn't mean that you have to go and say, go fuck yourself at any point. It means that you have to work to end racism and still deliver a message saying what you need or what do you think about it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want some clarification from the Vice President External. I think I misunderstood you. When you're talking about reaching out to groups that seek to undermine the state, you mentioned Antifa by name. I just want to clarify, are you doing that in your capacity as Vice President External representing SMU, or are you talking about like you and your own private life? I just wanted a clarification on that.
I am not obligated to go back to the Vice President External, and so I won't. Other individuals want to speak to the motion. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
And just in response to some of the points that were made, I kind of take issue with the argument that it's a tool that you want to have in your toolbox to escalate to swearing. I believe swearing is never an effective tool, and I think the greatest example of that is that we're here tonight talking about the one word in that post and not about the racism itself. And I think that the swearing in it, if in this case, took away from the value of that message, and that in almost all cases it will. So I support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak? VP Finance, is that a departure? No, the departure of the VP Finance at 22:56. Councillor Gervie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to speak to the credibility aspect. It's kind of a new point. So I want to kind of acknowledge the fact that the people in this room, in Ledge Council and executives, are a certain type. They're involved students in SMU. However, there are a lot of people who see this Facebook page who are not as involved, and therefore might have their opinions of SMU reflected more because they see this word in a way because they don't really understand the organization as a whole. This kind of impacts what people think of SMU and makes them, especially in my constituency, I've seen this, I've spoken with people, it makes them less agreeable to listening to what is actually being played. This kind of speaks to what was just said. They focus less on what was actually said and more so on the fact that there was profanity being included, and that makes the words of the post and SMU's credibility in general much more diminished.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak? Vice President, University Affairs.
So on the point raised by the proxy for Councillor Platt, I would just like to address the fact that maybe the reason we're talking more about the curse word and not about the racism is because someone chose to talk more about the curse word. That wasn't the intent. I think most cases that's not the case, but that's why we're here, and I don't think it's the fault of the curse word or me for typing the curse word. And to, I think it was Councillor Gervie, to the point about credibility, thank you for bringing that up. Let's talk about that. One of the original things that was brought up when Councillor Marcoux screenshotted my post and put it in the council group was that this might turn people away from SMU to see profanity, which I find ironic because as a student, I would feel more turned away from an organization for putting up this glossy front, for appearing to be sterile and clean and perfect and above everybody else. I would feel more turned towards SMU to know that it is taking hard stances against things that are objectively bad, which I think echoes the sentiments of the member from the gallery from the Daily's point. And then the last thing I'd like to point out, and sorry to be this person, but to be this person, you tend to see people who support this motion and who are against this motion on certain sides of the political spectrum. For example, I consider myself pretty on the left. I'm against this motion. I think that you see that in the case of most people who are against this motion, and that says something. I don't know what it says, but I want to put that out there.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak? Councillor Franceschini.
I would just like to quickly reply to what the Vice President External touched on. I don't think using anarchists who want to overthrow the state is a good example for how a student government should conduct ourselves, as though they're polar opposite things. As we are in a leadership role, we are representing all students, and there are certain standards that come with that.
Thank you very much. No, I'm very sorry. Is there an individual that has not yet spoken on this issue that wants to? Vice President Internal? Temporary departure of the Vice President Internal at 22:59. Councillor Wu for the first intervention.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to begin this by saying that I am a woman of color who is speaking currently. I think that this motion, we already know, has stemmed off of the Vice President University Affairs creating a post defending an individual from a marginalized group and calling out racists. And to go back to what the proxy for Councillor Platt said, the original intention of the post has now officially been overshadowed by the thoughts of tone policing and cleansing of the executive. As much as you want a shock value, this motion is proof that shocking language should also overshadow the original intentions of a post made by any individual. Once again, to iterate, it's possible to do the same exact thing without profanity, which I think a lot of people can do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a member from the gallery.
Thank you.
Have you said your name?
I said it earlier.
Can you just say your name?
I can say it again, yeah. Andreas Koch.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
So I kind of get the impression that people who are supporting this motion kind of have a personal distaste for the fact that some members of student government might use strong language, and I also get the impression that they personally might think that they personally believe that there are other ways to do things, that they personally don't think that that's a proper way to conduct politics or to advocate. I just think it's completely inappropriate to want to enforce their own personal kind of preferences about what is a proper or improper way to do advocacy in politics on other executives who just have who might have a different approach to politics and advocacy and being representatives. So I just like everyone to keep that in mind.
Thank you very much. Others just wanted to speak. I'm going to go to Councillor Mackey. Actually, Councillor Marcoux, have you spoken on this motion yet? Councillor Marcoux, then.
Just to answer the last point, remind people that one of the mandates of LC is to mandate the executives and tell them a bit what to do and where we want them to go. So yes, we are allowed to tell them how.
Others just wanted to speak. Councillor Ramey for the first intervention.
I would just like to remind people that if we're having a conversation about what an individual or an institution of SMU, loosely put, I don't know if that's the best word for what this is, a portfolio within SMU, there we go, telling them what not to do, I think would be more profitable to present alternatives that are feasible and better options and have a debate about what are better options than profanity rather than just condemning this method, because we are backing it up with proper evidence or at least lines of argument that aren't really being contested. Rather more, we're just getting distracted by further just speculative terms that people are throwing out to justify their point, and we're just spiraling out from there rather than keeping on to whether or not profanity is a good method.
Thank you very much. Return to the Vice President Internal at 2302. I'm going to go to Vice President External Affairs.
Just a preface, gonna need an extension. Sorry about that. Hey, make a communications policy. That's a super good idea. Why are we talking about this motion? That's one. Two, I think it's worth pointing out that there's not profanity spewing left, right, and center on the SMU pages, just in case that's not clear. Three, in terms of making SMU sterile versus making it professional, whatever. Just to give you an idea, our Facebook reaches up. We have more click-throughs on our listservs, but less people are showing up to anything than ever before. So just the presentability of an association does not correlate to increased engagement. To give you a weird example, but perhaps a relevant one, for those of you who browse R. McGill on Reddit, it's the group of the people who hate SMU the most. The reason they hate SMU is not because we're swearing. This actually didn't come up on SMU Reddit. Wild. You know what they do talk about? The fact that we don't do anything, which debatable. I don't think it's true. But again, there's an actionable capacity that we're talking about. We're talking about what is our ability to lead on certain issues, to actually represent people, not to appear on a nice postcard that we are student leaders, we are representatives TM. There's people trying to actually do work. I don't understand why this is more important, and it hinders our ability to do so. And I'm ready to talk about that. Also talk about anarchists if people want to extend my time.
Is there a desire to extend the Vice President External's time? Councillor, Vice President Internal?
I might need 7 minutes to talk about
Councillors, Vice President Internal? How long do you want to extend by? Councillor Marcoux, is it a motion to extend?
I'd like to call the question.
I'm just gonna rule that out of order. Very specifically, the Vice President External Affairs has not concluded his speech. I'm going to ask if there's a councillor willing to extend the Vice President External's time. Councillor Chan, 3 minutes. Is there a second for a 3-minute extension? Councillor Platt, or proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 3-minute extension, please raise your placards. I see a majority in favor. Vice President External Affairs, you have 3 additional minutes.
I don't know, have fun with tuition that's 75% more expensive. Yes, I work with anarchists in my capacity as a SMU VP External. This is something that VP Externals have been doing for the past, forever. And it's not because we're anarchists. It's, again, because if you meet people who are only on the, clean, sterile side, these are not people of action. I'm not an anarchist. Our office doesn't have an anarchist policy. We don't have a let's overthrow the state policy. That being said, leftism, as it exists in its various forms, uses provocative measures to further a message, and then you have a minimal entente, which is often the use. Basically, again, to reiterate what I was saying before, there's strategic advantages to doing things like swearing in a post, to gain attention for a post. We stood up against racists. The SMU, as it exists prior to this weird motion, stood up against racists. I'd like to see it continue to do so. I'd like to see it be able to take action. If I get a mandate to not work with anarchists ever, good luck. Good luck. Have fun. Because there's going to be a lot less representation at the provincial level for SMU.
Thank you very much. Councillor Eisner. I do see members in the gallery after that.
It's just my understanding that the SMU and
all of us in our capacity as student leaders and student representatives can stand up to racism, can stand up to sexism without the use of profanity. And I'll try to recall the previous point, but it was something along the lines of, I honestly can't even remember it, but basically my belief is that we can use our strongest terms and condemn in the strongest terms without using profanity all of the issues that we take priority with. And even within our capacities, the understanding is that we are just trying to ensure that the official university pages appear professional and appear more understanding, so that, or appear more acceptable to the largest variety of people, so that it can be a page or pages that represent the largest volume of people.
Thank you very much. I saw members from the gallery who's been waiting very patiently for a long time. So please state your name. You've spoken before in this meeting though, right? So just state your name. That's fine.
Hi, I'm Hanian. I just want to point out the irony in the fact that some members of this council have pointed out that the use of the word fuck has distracted people from focusing on the integral issues of marginalized people in the community, while there's over 10 to 15 members here trying to discuss a topic incredibly important to our identities, and this entire conversation has gone on to distract, though we have been here for hours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, I'm going to go to, oh God, who is anybody who hasn't spoken yet on this motion? Councillor Wright.
Please be excused temporarily.
Departure of Councillor Wright at 2307. Councillor Faki.
To move to call the question.
I'm going to ask councillors to avoid side conversation or side comments in response to motions, just because it's just not very conducive to a healthy debate environment. Not to say I'm not conducive to a healthy debate environment, but I'm trying my best. So I have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Proxy for Councillor Platt. Thank you very much. Not debatable. We need a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of calling the question of this motion, please raise your placards. I see 21. All those opposed? I see 6. Clear 2/3 majority. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of item 12B. Motion regarding, or what is it now, 13B? 16B. Motion regarding acceptable communications practice 2019-11-28. Councillors, this is in your voting documents. Voting is now open. Councillor Marcoux? If she's back in time. Oh, do I?
Yeah.
Hello? Hello? Who is that? Oh, Councillor Dixon, hello. So we'll note the arrival of Councillor Dixon by teleconference at 2308. I'll note for the return of Councillor Wright at 2309. Voting is currently open on item 16B. It's in your voting document list. It's on the motion regarding acceptable communications practices 2019-11-28. Councillor Wright, you let me know when you're done voting, but please do so expediently.
Andrew, what did you think of the debate on the motion?
I'm going to rule that comment out of order. There's nothing in the standing rules saying that you can't. So, okay, Vice President External made a comment. I mean, Councillor Dixon, we're in voting. Do you want to say anything?
I was asked about my opinion because I was watching online. Was that what the question was?
I was just wondering whether you had heard the debate.
Senator Lametti.
We are currently in voting procedures. Maybe comments are not out of order, but debate certainly isn't. This constitutes debate.
The point of order from the senator is well taken. I'll announce the closure of voting. 19 in favor, 4 opposed, 5 abstaining. The motion is carried. We'll move forward now to item 16C, motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders, 2019-11-28. What I'd like to do is ask for a mover. Oh, Councillor Patzer?
Thank you, Speaker.
Departure of Councillor Dixon at 2310. Councillor Patzer. The departure of Councillor Patzer at 2310. Is anybody else leaving? Oh, Councillor Morgan, indefinitely. Departure of Councillor Morgan at 2310. We'll note that VP University Affairs Madeline Wilson has stepped out of the room at 2310. Vice President External Affairs, temporal departure at 2310. Would it be conducive if I called a recess? I'd be very for a motion for a 5-minute recess. Vice President Internal, is there a second? Councillor Marcoux, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? Seeing a majority in favor, I'll call a 5-minute recess. Please return to this room at 23:16. Councillors. Councillor Morelli. Debate on the motion is now closed. I can't. That's not a point of order. I mean, I can also note that the motion does not have effect until ratified by the board. Moving on then. Councillor, this is not debate. Councillor Faki.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules to add a late motion to the agenda.
I have a. Did you submit it to the speaker and parliamentarian?
It's the same one.
I have a motion to add a late motion to the agenda. Is it still in the drive? Okay. Motion regarding request for the. It was defeated. Are you moving to suspend the rules again?
Yes, but can you please clarify to council that they're voting on suspending the rules, not the actual motion? If they disagree with the motion, they can vote no on the motion itself, but not.
Yeah, I'm going to strike that from the minutes. Council should have that context necessarily. Vice President, External Affairs.
When do we have to leave the room?
1:30.
That's when we booked it until?
Yeah. Well, so it was originally booked until 5. There were some issues with 5 a.m. Just as a precaution, there were some issues. This councillors, please. Some issues with unions and the cleaning staff in the building. 1:30 is now our booking. Councillor Faki is making a motion to suspend the rules to allow the addition of a late motion. The motion is motion regarding request for the Board of Directors to reevaluate recent conflict of interest recommendations. Is there a second for that motion? Senator Garneau, thank you very much. We're now going to vote on whether or not we suspend the rules to allow the addition of a late motion. This requires a 2/3 majority. No, 3/4 majority to suspend the rules. All those in favor of suspending the rules, please raise your placards. I see 4. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I see 18. Some people I don't think voted, but there's the 3/4 majority threshold was not reached. So we'll proceed onwards. Still in item 16, new business. 16C, motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders 2019-11-28. I'm going to go to either the mover or the seconder, so either Senator Garneau or Councillor Morelli to motivate this motion for 2 minutes. Senator Garneau. Oh, sorry, Councillor Chase. Is that a point or a motion? Point of parliamentary inquiry.
For the conflict of interest, what am I supposed to do for recusal?
Oh, very much in order. We're not yet in a period of debate, but once we were about to get there, I would have advised you, as well as Councillor Wright, to excuse yourselves from the room. You're welcome to do so earlier, should you wish to do so. Councillor Wright.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. As someone who's explicitly named in the motion, am I allowed to stay for question period and/or answer questions councillors may have of me?
My recommendation would be that you excuse yourself from the room, and if councillors feel like they have questions for you, they can invite you back in. Unless there is no provision for how to handle these recusals, council can provide guidance on how it wishes to see the situation proceed. Vice President, External Affairs.
Request for information, question mark. Is the guidance to have the affected, the concerned individuals leave the room during debate mandated by the conflict of interest policy, or where is that coming from?
It was adopted as a remedy by the Board of Directors. For me, once we enter debate, if the concerned individuals do not voluntarily excuse themselves, I would order them to leave the room. Of course, council can obviously overrule me on that interpretation of the ruling, but then there's some issues about what board has dictated and what's permissible. So we're wandering in uncharted territory here.
That's exciting.
Councillor Chase, point, motion, please phrase it as one.
Just to clarify, so you say that we should remove ourselves from debate. Before you said we should remove ourselves during question period. So which?
Did I say question period?
Yes, when Councillor Wright asked whether or not we would be able to answer questions.
I thought that was questions directed at, my interpretation, at least, of the rule of the decision from the board of directors is during debate on motions. So for debate period, that would be when I would when I would order the individuals to leave the room. You're of course welcome to excuse yourself sooner should you wish. With that, one of the movers or the mover or the seconder to motivate the motion, Senator Garneau, you have 2 minutes.
Oh shit, sorry. I hasn't been ratified by board yet.
Senator Garneau.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Senator Garneau.
I'm sorry. Can I ask for a time extension now?
You can. How long do you want?
4 minutes.
4-minute extension. Is somebody willing to make a 4-minute extension for the period to motivate the motion? Councillor Das, so seconded. Councillor Sabeti, thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 4-minute extension on the time to motivate this motion? I see a clear majority. You have a total of 6 minutes, starting now.
All right, so, sorry. It's with great displeasure I wrote this motion. I did not foresee my first Legislative Council motion to be of that nature when I initially joined, but following the recent turn of events, including the question period that took place at last Legislative Council, it is something in my opinion, is necessary. So although this motion arose from the trips to Israel paid for by Hillel, this motion is not about the purpose or content of the trip. It's not about the BDS movement or any politics in Israel. This motion is about Legislative Council taking a stance on gifts of more than a modest value offered to by students in role of student leadership and the ethicality of student leaders accepting such gifts. It also expresses that there isn't a clear distinction between being a student leader and quote unquote only a student, and when in doubt and that such a distinction is blurry, that students should decline the gifts. Being a student leader shouldn't be a gateway to receiving gifts. In taking a stance on those issues comes the only concrete action that we can take as a Legislative Council, which is ask for the resignation of two councillors that represent us on the board of directors, which is by far the highest SSMU decisional body, from their role as Legislative Council representatives to the board of directors. The faith as councillors of other councillors and student leaders which accept such gifts remains in the hands of their own constituents. I acknowledge that some things may have changed since last Legislative Council, but if that is the case, the councillors in question can state it, and I'm friendly to removing their names on the motion. In the event that both councillors that were mentioned in the motion have decided not to attend the trip paid for by Hillel, this motion is still valid as it reaches further than only the two councillors and this only specific trip. As I mentioned earlier, although it arose from the trips paid for by Hillel, it has a much larger reach, and the debate should not be limited to these trips specifically, but rather uses them as an example of behavior that we, as Legislative Council, in approving this motion, would find unacceptable. I also once again urge that at any time, councillors and members of the gallery stay within the reach of this motion, which isn't the content of the aforementioned trips.
Thank you very much. The motion having been motivated, will enter a question period. Are there any questions? Questions? Councillor Mackey?
So this is coming from Senate caucus. So I was wondering, for the Senate caucus representative, could you explain the vote breakdown that occurred at Senate caucus to bring this forward? How many voted, etc.? Out of curiosity.
Senator Garneau?
I believe I'm not obligated to share this information with you, but for the record, I sort of wrote this motion, I presented it, and we had a vote which passed. That's all I'm going to say.
Thank you very much. Other questions on the motion? I'll remind councillors to constrain their questions to the text and substance of the motion. Councillor Wright.
Sorry. Thank you, Speaker. So this is directed at either the mover or seconder, whoever feels so inclined to respond. The phrase "Dear Student Leader" that was included in the acceptance package to all participants, including mostly non-SMU involved members, has been the center of a lot of controversy surrounding the trip because people have been interpreting it to mean dear student politician. What do you believe defines the phrase "student leader," quote unquote, and do you think that members of SMU and faculty associations are the only student leaders at McGill, and if so, why?
Thank you very much. Senator Garneau, Vice President External Affairs.
I don't understand how the personal interpretation of the mover of this motion as to the definition of student leaders relates to the motion in question. I'm having trouble seeing how the operative clauses are influenced by that determination.
I'll provide a ruling. If you disagree with it, then you're welcome to appeal the ruling of the chair. In several places throughout the text of the motion, it does make reference to the phrase student leader quite heavily throughout the motion. My feeling would be that the intention meant behind that phrase on the part of the movers and seconders might be elucidating for members of Legislative Council. If you think I'm wrong, then of course, like Legislative Council, when I say appeal my rulings, that's not just not just out there. It's if you think I've made an incorrect determination, I urge you, and I think it's your responsibility incumbent upon you to appeal my decisions. It's not offensive to me at all. In fact, I encourage it. If you believe I've misstepped. Vice President, External Affairs.
I'd like to move to appeal the decision of the chair on the grounds that everyone knows what a student leader is, and we don't need to drag this debate on longer than it needs to be dragged on.
Okay. Is there somebody willing to second the Vice President External Affairs motion to appeal the decision of the chair? Vice President University Affairs, thank you very much. This is debatable. Anyone want to debate the motion to appeal the decision of the chair? Councillor Chan.
I think going back to when we read the letter from Hillel Montreal previously from the report of the Board of Directors, I think that at least Hillel Montreal's intention in that letter was to distinguish between what they saw, what a student leader means, and that helped better understand their selection process. So I think that we ought to have a discussion about student leadership and gifts and stuff, but I think with regards to Councillor Wright's question, I think it is a fair thing to specify the definitions of student leader.
Thank you very much. Still on debate on the decision to appeal the decision of the chair, and just want to speak to that motion. Member from the gallery, please just find a microphone and state your name.
You have my name already, I think. Andreas Koch. In response to the SUS comment about there being a kind of like it's inappropriate to focus on student politicians and not on the more kind of vague notion of student leaders. I think this motion is specifically focused at actual student politicians who fell inside within kind of somewhat broader category of student leaders. So I think it's totally appropriate that we're all discussing the fact that student politicians, under the guise of the broader kind of category of student leaders, were offered this free propaganda trip.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, again, I'll remind councillors the debate should be constrained solely to the motion to appeal the decision of the chair. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. I would sustain the decision of the chair to approve the question. I think that in general we should agree that members can ask questions related to the motions, to the movers. The answer might be different for separate members of council, but that can be answered in debate as well. And all of the different things that were said concerning this decision could have been answered by the senator as well. So there are many answers that can be given. I just think we should let people answer questions.
Thank you very much. Other than just want to speak on the motion to appeal the decision of the chair, Vice President External Affairs.
For clarification and in response to the senator's comment, I don't want to get caught in semantics that don't have any real substantive bearing on the question, especially since we just spent an hour talking about language. I think it would be pertinent to move forward to what is like has a collective consciousness of people understanding the issue that we're talking about in its entirety. We have gotten facts from the Board of Directors report and various other sources that like I do not believe that this is a fairly elucidating question or question period.
Thank you very much. Councillor Chan.
I respectfully disagree with my colleague, Vice President External Affairs. I think this motion is entirely about semantics. I think that this is all about the definition of student leader, and I think the interest of council is that we ask questions for clarification. I think we ought to sustain the decision of the chair. Thank you.
Other than just wanting to speak in this debate period? Seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote. So council, we've historically struggled with this one too, so please bear with me as we try to get through this. All those in favor of upholding the decision of the chair, which is to accept Councillor Wright's question, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I see 18. All those opposed? Actually, that's fine. It's a simple majority in the negative. So with that, we have met our simple majority threshold, and so I will ask the recording secretary to please restate Council Wright's question from the minutes.
I need a moment. Okay, so she's just wondering about the interpretation of the student leader, and if she, as it's been discussed, it's basically been subject of a lot of controversy, and if she's wondering if Senator Garneau believes it only pertains to student leaders within a framework of SMU.
Senator Garneau?
So my definition of student leader is anyone who's in a position to have influence in his community. What's the second part? Sorry.
It's fine. The question was, does the definition of student leader apply only in the context of student leaders within what?
Does it only apply to student leaders within the SMU context? And if you agree with that in that notion and the fact that it does, why?
So no, I disagree.
Thank you. And so with that, we're still in question period. Individuals with questions for the mover or seconder of the motion. Questions must be constrained to the text of the motion as it's written. That was an interesting accent. Apologies. Questions on the motion? Councillor Franceschini.
I was just wondering if now learning that from the board's report that they deem it not a conflict of interest, if that changes, because I know the whole point of this is to say it is a conflict of interest, so now just arguing the board's choice, that what it is.
Senator Garneau?
I think this reaches further than just a conflict of interest. It's questioning the judgment of student leaders and accepting a large amount of gifts. For the conflict of interest policy, it would rather be case by case. This motion questions more the judgment of student leaders in accepting gifts of more than a modest value.
Thank you very much. Other questions? That brings us to the end of question period then. Oh, Councillor Ramey.
If I were to ask a question about specific wording in the report and ask for, sorry, not the report, the motion, and ask for a clarification, how would that be labeled?
That would be in order. That is the point of this question period.
Perfect. So in terms of monetary benefit from holding such positions on the bottom line of what's on the screen right now, would a monetary benefit wouldn't that just occur if the student in question were to pursue this trip and that, not on the basis of like a free trip? Like, wouldn't they derive monetary benefit if they were already planning to go abroad to a certain extent?
Senator Garneau, you're looking to answer the question.
Clarify your question.
If you need clarification,
because if
Councillor
they were
Ramey.
never planning on going, they're not saving any money. So like, isn't the wording of monetary benefit slightly questionable? Because does that make sense?
Senator Garneau.
I cede my time to Councillor Merali.
Councillor Merali.
Yeah, I feel like the argument of if you never intended to do it in the first place, then it's not a monetary gain, isn't quite like what we're after here. I feel like if I gave someone a car, you can argue that it wasn't a gain on their behalf because they were never intending to buy a car. It's still something that has a specific monetary value that someone is being given because of their position as a student leader.
That does exhaust our question period. Is there a desire to extend the question period? I see no desire to extend the question period from a councillor. Vice President University Affairs, motion to extend the question period. How long? A 2-minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Faki, thank you very much. All those in favor of extend the question period by 2 minutes, please raise your placards. Opposed? I saw a clear majority in favor. The question period is extended by 2 additional minutes. Those with questions on the motion, member from the gallery. So please just state your name.
Is it not? Yeah. Andreas Koch. So I just took, I have an issue with one of the whereas clauses, the before last one, which says, while it is unclear whether or not these trips were all offered on the basis of its recipients holding positions of student leadership, there is proof that this is the case in some instances. I think there's overwhelming proof. I mean, there's written proof that all the people going on this trip.
Sorry, can I just ask, is there a question coming at the end of your statement?
I'm asking, would it be possible to amend that?
So yes, it would be. Councillors can amend. Members of the gallery cannot. With that, are there any further questions? I see no further questions, so we'll exhaust the question period and move into debate. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion at this junction, I would invite Arts Representative Chase and Science Representative Wright to please leave the room for the duration of the debate period. And had they chosen not to, they would have been ordered to leave the room, so thank you very much. Thank you. We're going to enter a debate on the motion. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion. Councillor Mackey. It's not confidential.
I just really want to strongly encourage everyone to not abstain on this if that's what you're thinking of doing, just because it's controversial, because this is mandating a statement to go out from Legislative Council. So if it passes, you're still attached to the statement even if you abstained. So just don't be complacent and please vote.
Thank you very much. Other than just want to speak to the motion, I'm going to go to SSMU President.
Hi, I'd like to move the amendments in red.
Thank you very much. The amendments submitted in red are as shown to you. Basically, it does. Do you want to motivate your amendment? Actually, I'll let you do this, Mr. President.
Yeah, so just updates certain factual information. So there's no longer 2 members of Legislative Council who are directors that are planning on the trip. It's now 1. And there's a added whereas clause about the positions that the AUS and SUS have taken.
Thank you very much. So the amendment is to add what's in, amend what's in red and add that whereas clause. Is there somebody willing to second that amendment? Councillor Chan, so seconded. We'll now enter debate on the amendment. Debate must now be constrained only to the amendment. Individuals wanting to speak to the amendment. Senator Garneau.
So as the mover of this motion, I strongly support this amendment. I only added Councillor Chan's name because as of last council, he wasn't going, but as he's not going, he shouldn't be on the motion. And I think it supports the motion that AUS and SUS have declared that they oppose to the trip.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak to the amendment? Oh, hang on. Councillor Putkar? Hello? Okay. Councillor Putkar is joining by teleconference at 23:39. Councillor Putkar, if you want to intervene in debate, just message me. Okay. So with that, other individuals wanting to speak to the amendment, I'm going to privilege councillors first. Any councillors wanting to speak to this amendment? Councillor Wu.
As the only physical person standing in this room from the SUS, I also encourage this amendment.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak to this amendment? Member from the gallery, please find your closest microphone, state your full name, faculty, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so.
Is it on? Oh, it is? Okay. Asa Cohn, A-S-A-K-O-H-N, Faculty of Science, Masculine Pronouns. This is more of a question on the amendment. Did the Science Undergraduate Society declare its opposition itself, or was that just the executive committee? I was at the last meeting of the SUS General Council meeting, and I don't remember.
Councillor Wu.
Thank you for your question. The Science Undergraduate Society executive had a very long conversation about this. They haven't declared it publicly, but it is public. Like, it's available as meeting notes if you would like to request it. We will be releasing a statement soon. So it's still public knowledge because it's still within our executive notes that you can request.
Thank you very much. Any other individuals want to speak to the amendment? SSMU President.
You would be able to find the meeting minutes in the footnote 5, if the member from the gallery would like to see the meeting minutes.
Thank you very much. Other individuals want to speak to the amendment? Just to change what's in red. I see no further speakers. We'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your placards. I see 22. All those opposed? Noting one opposed, abstaining, and the amendment is carried. So with that, the amendment is adopted. So bear with me just a moment as I update the document for all of you. Thank you very much. We're going to return to debate on the main motion as amended. Individual wanting to speak to the motion. Proxy for Councillor Platt.
Point of parliamentary inquiry.
Proxy for Councillor Platt.
Is the disclosure of the Senate vote count confidential?
I don't. Vice President, External Affairs? I'm going to add no. You can't make a point while I'm responding to a point. So, no. Point of parliamentary inquiry. Are the details of the Senate vote confidential? I do not know. With that, I might defer to the Vice President, University Affairs. Are votes of Senate caucus confidential? Does Senate caucus take minutes?
Yeah, we do take minutes, but as the vote occurred online in a Facebook group and not during a meeting of Senate caucus because amendments were made based on the conversation that happened, I'm going to say no, we don't. I mean, I don't know. There's not anything clear, but because it wasn't an official, like, in a meeting vote, it was a Facebook poll. I don't know is the answer.
Thank you very much. So that's the answer to the point of parliamentary inquiry. We don't know. Moving on. Councillor Chan, I saw a point for intervention on debate on the main motion.
Yeah. So I share the concern about the concern about gifts and all that. One sort of nuance I think that needs to be said is if people like in this room apply for say scholarships or initiatives with the CV as part of the application process. So for example, let's say I apply for like the Schulich thing in engineering, or there's like various different application processes where you use your CV. The wording specifically of the be it further resolved clauses is vague enough such that I would feel that because I have the AUS Rep to SMU in my CV, and if I were to get, say, a scholarship of a certain monetary value, or whatever it may be, that line is blurred. And so I'm wondering if maybe you wanted to clarify the wording, or if you wanted to maybe speak more to how that could be rectified, because I think that is a serious nuance that needs to be appreciated in this motion.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak to the motion, Senator Lametti, and I'll go to the members of the gallery.
Thank you. I'd like to move the amendment that I submitted in writing to the parliamentarian.
Thank you very much. Senator Lametti is moving an amendment to add the two whereas clauses. Okay, bear with me just a moment. I got it. Okay, perfect. Senator Lametti is moving the amendment as shown in red. Would it be beneficial to councillors if I read the amendment out loud? The amendment is to add two whereas clauses. Whereas the Legislative Council recognizes that the Board of Directors has found the involved directors to be in a real or apparent conflict of interest as defined by the current policy. Not found, sorry. Whereas the Legislative Council recognizes that the Board of Directors has additionally found there to be a risk of a conflict of interest in the future involving these directors and suggested measures to mitigate such a risk. Senator Lametti is moving that amendment. Is there a second to that amendment? Councillor Mackey, thank you very much. We'll now enter debate solely on the amendment. Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. The reason I would like to add this to the whereas clauses is because this motion takes a position on what constitutes a possible conflict of interest in receiving gifts. And I think it's important as context that we acknowledge that we have seen what the Board of Directors says, and if this were to pass, we are doing it despite the contrary opinion of the Board of Directors.
Thank you very much. Other individuals want to speak to this amendment? Councillor Faki? Oh, Councillor Eisner? Point of parliamentary inquiry.
In regards to the fact that this was passed as not a conflict of interest at the Board of Directors level, does that hold no weight? Is it something that, we can, as Senator Lametti said, we can just, throw it to the side and vote on it anyways? Or is it sort of like, is it more significant than that?
So what I in response as specifically as a point of parliamentary inquiry, there is nothing in this motion that removes directors from the board because that's not a power of council. Only the board can remove directors. And insofar as that, if the board were to ratify this motion, it would have no practical effect because it only urges members to resign from the board. Legislative council cannot order members to be removed from the board. That's not a power of council. So the practical effect of council passing this motion means it would go to the board of directors. If the board of directors chose to ratify it, which they may not, but if they did, then there would then be a statement from both council and the board urging the individuals to resign. They would not be under an obligation to do so. In light of the fact that the board has made a different decision in the past, that doesn't preclude them from making a different decision now. They could revise their decision today at their next meeting if they wanted to. So there are a lot of different ways it could go. Other individuals wanting to speak to the motion, I'm going to go to members of the gallery. Debate must be constrained to the amendment as shown in red.
I just want to respond to
could you start with your name?
Oh, sorry, Haneen. Excuse me. I just want to respond to that about the weight of the board of directors' decisions. I would like to say it's rather troubling that that weight has been considered rather than the weight of the fact that students have been waiting here for hours to bring forward their affective relation to what's going on. And I would also like to remind everyone that the AUS and the SUS have reconsidered their stances on the issues, and that the board of the directors can do so as well.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? Councillor Faki.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to ask Senator Lametti, to paraphrase his motivation for the amendment. I'm not sure if you're in support of it or you're saying we're actively defying the decision of the board, just to clarify.
Thank you very much. Vice President, External Affairs. It's debate. I'm under no obligation to take questions.
I'd like to yield my time to Senator Lametti so he has a symbolic right of reply.
Senator Lametti.
Thank you, Speaker. I was prepared to answer after other people had spoken. That's fine. But to answer the councillor from the engineering side's question, I think simply that these are facts and that they are relevant to the context of this motion, and I believe that it is important for them to be stated, because no matter what council decides on whether they accept this or not, it is something that has happened, and it's something that we have to recognize that has happened, and this would either help inform debate or it would make the decision of council stronger.
Thank you very much. Others just wanting to speak to the motion? Vice President, External Affairs, you did your time earlier. Vice President, External Affairs.
I'd like to speak in support of the Senator's motion. While this fairly realistically won't change the Board of Directors' determination, they're operating under a policy that they have. What it does do is it communicates that the individual realities of the faculties do not align with the policy that has been constructed for the whole of the SSMU. That two faculties at least have fallen on determination separately, not in this amendment, but in a previous amendment. And adding these two clauses would urge the Board of Directors more quickly to amend conflict of interest policy so that things like this don't happen again, that you don't end up constraining people to just, I don't remember what the wording of the speaker was, but just companies or entities that operate within the bounds of the society. So I support the amendment.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak to the amendment? I see no further debate on the amendment. We'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. So all those in favor of the amendment, just to add the two whereas clauses in red, please raise your placards and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Up or down? 22. And Councillor Putkar voting yes. So 23 in favor. Opposed? Abstaining? Noted 1 abstention. The amendment is carried and so adopted by the Legislative Council. Returning to debate on the main motion as amended, individuals wanting to speak to the motion. Councillor Mackey.
Since this is mainly focused on judgment, would there be any way for Councillor Wright to come in and discuss how the process went down of her being offered and accepted this trip so we can see what her judgment was?
The Legislative Council is welcome to resolve itself to invite individuals into the room, should it wish to do so. Vice President, External Affairs.
Sorry for people who are about to get mad at me. We have all the information. We've asked the questions. We know what these deliberations are about. We know where people fall. I'm pretty sure almost everyone knows where they're going to vote already. I'd like to move to call the question.
Are you moving to call the question? So, I have Vice President External Affairs moving to call the question. Typically, however, I don't allow you to make a motion at the end of your debate intervention. So I'm going to rule that out of order. We're going to proceed onwards. Other than just wanting to speak to this motion, proxy for Councillor Platt. Oh, no, I'm sorry. No. I reverse course. The gallery's been waiting very patiently. So members from the gallery, I'm going to first take the representative from MCSS, and then I'll go to Justin. Departure of Councillor Sabady at 23:51.
Hello. Yeah, MCSS rep Andres. First, I want to say that I don't want to offend anyone with my statement. I want to speak as a Venezuelan. I'm from Venezuela, and being from there, I want to say that I know the struggle of going to your bed, going to sleep with the fear of someone going to your house, meaning the police authorities, or leaving with fear that you might get killed by authoritarian forces, and seeing people die. Of course, it doesn't compare to what Palestinians have suffered at any point. But what I want to say is that what's causing here controversy is where the trip is going to well, Palestine and Israel. I don't think that if this trip was destined to go to, I don't know, Sweden, would have caused this much controversy as it is right now. What I want to point out is that this problem, it's a matter of Israel and Palestine, has been present for decades. And what's happened is that both parties are not being held accountable. Israel is, yes, bombing the Palestinian territories, but at the same time, the Palestinian authorities, Hamas and Fatah, they cannot agree with themselves. I've been involved. I try my best to.
Sorry. Is somebody willing to extend the member's time, Vice President External Affairs? Just by, say, 2 minutes?
Yeah, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Is there a second? Councillor Franceschini, thank you very much. All those in favor of granting a 3-minute extension, please raise your placards. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I see 15. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3. I see 2. 15-minute extension is granted. Before I entertain a point of order, I just want to take this opportunity to remind members, everyone here, there are resources available if you feel like you need support, including if you need to step out of the room, please feel free to do so. The phone number from Eagle Nightline is in the report of the steering committee. Senator Garneau, you have a point of order.
Yeah, so this is nothing personal. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I don't agree with it as well. I'd just like to say that
what's the point of order? Point
this reaches further than the motion that was written, and I don't think we should talk about this issue.
Okay. So I make that stipulation for question period. In terms of debate, I'm going to allow it. So the point of order is not well taken, Senator Garneau. I'm going to allow the member from the gallery to continue their speech. Vice President External Affairs?
To appeal the decision of the chair.
Motion to appeal the decision of the chair. Is there a second? Councillor Morali, thank you very much. This is debatable. Anyone want to speak to appealing the decision of the chair? Vice President External Affairs?
There's no, we've had the Israel-Palestine debate. I'm not saying that it's not important to have it. I think that there are very, very conducive areas in which you can have that debate. I encourage the executive committee, and as part of the executive committee, we'll be pushing to have part of our budget expended this year on having these debates in a constructive way with guest speakers who know a lot about this topic. I don't think this is the place to talk about it. I think we have the facts of this determination. This is a question about a conflict of interest, and I would encourage Senator Garneau's point of order.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, Councillor Franceschini.
I just want to say that I think the member from the gallery was about to move on and talk about the point of conflict of interest, and we've moved this on by about 5 minutes by not letting him finish.
Other than just wanting to speak, proxy for Councillor Kirsch? No? Okay. Member from the gallery, do you have your hand up? Do you want to talk about specifically about the decision of the speaker?
What I was saying was going kind of like an introduction because it's not been part of the debates before.
Okay. So you oppose.
Getting to my, yeah.
Got it. Okay. Anybody else want to speak to the decision of the chair? Councillor Morali.
Based on conversations I've had with Senator Garneau, that this motion has been written specifically to focus on the gift aspect of this and the fact that it's a gift of large monetary value. And I believe that while it is a incredibly important topic to discuss, the topic of the Israel-Palestine conflict just further serves to muddy the waters of the debate about this particular motion, and I don't believe that it's conducive to discussing what's at hand.
Thank you very much. Senator Garneau?
I was just wondering, would this still be in the minutes, what was previously mentioned, concerning the intent of the trips, if the point of order passes?
Yes.
Yes?
A point of order doesn't remove things from the minutes. I remove things from the minutes. Yeah. So with that, I'd encourage us to move to a vote on this. Vice President External Affairs?
I'd like to rescind my motion to pull it from the floor.
It's properly the floor now. You can't. I'm sorry. It's been moved and seconded.
I'll be voting against it.
Okay. Member from the gallery? Debate must be constrained to specifically the decision I made to allow you to allow the debate to continue.
I was just saying that just to get to my point regarding the trip itself. So I would like, I don't know if I could finish my point and then start.
Not now. We have to decide on the matter of the appeal first.
Just in case.
Thank you. Senator Garneau?
I think we should let him finish.
Okay. So we'll proceed to a vote. Councillors, we've done this once before tonight. So those in favor of upholding my decision to allow the member from the gallery to continue to finish their speech, please raise your placards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. I see 23, and Councillor Butkar is also voting, so 24 in favor. The decision of the chair is upheld. The time goes to the member from the gallery.
Thank you. What I was trying to say is that I'm not trying to be biased by any of both parties. So my point is that there needs to be a consensus of both parties involved. I'll get to my point. In solving the conflict, both nations have to work together to solve this problem. In this case, there's an organization coming from the Israeli part that is willing to do its part to help here. It sounds like it's propaganda, but this is the type of travels or the trips that actually help nations. As a Venezuelan, again, my government, not the point, my government invited the United Nations representative to attend the country and see by themselves if there is an actual crisis or not. Just how this organization is doing right now. By their own judgment on what they saw, they were able to tell or not if there was a problem. And indeed, even though they were invited by the communist government, the dictatorship, they were able to determine that there was indeed a humanitarian crisis. If you let the students...
Thank you very much. That is your time. I apologize. With that, thank you very much for your intervention. Seeing as we are now have elapsed 2 hours of debate, I'm going to call us to our third 10-minute recess at midnight. Please return at 12:10 a.m. Regulations of governance. Hmm? I'd like to call to order at 12:10 a.m. We are still in debate. The debate is on the main motion. Individuals wanting to speak to the main motion. Oh, Councillor Chan?
I believe before we had recess, members of the gallery had questions, and I think that since they've been waiting so patiently for the past few hours, they should have priority.
The point of order is well taken. I'll go to members of the gallery. Beginning at the back, and we'll move forward. So please just, if you've spoken already once this evening at any point, just state your name. If it's your first time, name, constituency pronouns, if you'd like to do so.
Hi, my name's Justine. I had a question for Councillor Chan. I would like to know why you accepted the trip in the first place and what made you change your mind, seeing as your other councillors didn't change their minds. I'm wondering why that difference happened. Thank you.
Individuals that want to speak? Councillor Chase or Chan? No such thing as there's no right of reply, but Councillor Chase.
Yeah, so I'm happy to elaborate on my decision. So after listening to various constituents, both in my capacity as an arts rep officially, but also just as an individual in more informal conversations, I just had a change of heart regarding attending the trip. But on top of that, this whole saga, if you will, has been serving as a distraction to my academics, to my friendships, to my personal life. And so for that constellation of factors, I decided to pull out. And that happened about not this weekend, but the weekend before.
Thank you very much. Other individuals want to speak to debate on this motion? Member from the gallery?
Okay, so my name is Rida, and I wanted to respond to the other member of the gallery who brought up educational reasons to go to this trip, and the fact that Israel is trying to prone an initiative towards fair acknowledgement of both sides and whatever. So I don't know how anyone can say that it's an educational opportunity to go on a trip that is funded. And I want to say again, because when a trip is funded by an outside organization, they do have a motive at hand. They're not giving you money out of the goodness of their hearts. So basically, when you're accepting this trip, you're accepting the money of Sheldon Anderson, the guy, the right-wing billionaire who supports Donald Trump. So this is the money of, you're taking the money of that guy, and he's promoting this trip in a sense. Yeah, so, sorry.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak to this motion, I'm going to go to Councillor Morali. Point of parliamentary inquiry from Senator Garneau.
Can I ask the speaker to repeat and try to restrain the debate on the content of the motion specifically?
The point of order is well taken at this point. Other than just want to speak to the motion? Oh, member from the gallery? Yep. So just please, this is your first time intervening in debate this evening, so your full name, faculty, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so, please.
Hi, my name is Jordana Schiff. I'm JORDINASCHIFF. I'm in the Faculty of Arts. As a constituent, I'm just going to read from my phone because I prepared a statement. I've been thinking about this a lot after hearing about everything that would be going down tonight. So, as a constituent, I am deeply concerned by SMU's attempt to regulate how students choose to explore their academic curiosities. McGill exists in order to facilitate intellectual curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. A quick visit to their website, you will see the words made to question the
Senator Garneau on a point of order. Sorry.
This is not related to the content of the motion. I don't think this should be asked in the debate.
I want to be very careful about decisions I make that restrict the ability of members of the gallery that have taken great time and care to come and engage with SMU, that limit their ability to speak. For members of the gallery, I would ask, if at all possible, please try to constrain anything that you do have to say specifically to the motion, because debate is on the motion as it's written. If there are specific clauses that you take issue with or that you support, that would perhaps be a more productive way to frame your debate. I'm going to say, Senator Garneau, your point of order is not well taken in that regard, and that I'm not going to stop the member from speaking. Again, council has the prerogative to overrule me and appeal my decision should you wish to do so. However, I think it's very important that we be careful about restricting how members of the gallery that have taken a great deal of care and effort to come to council to engage on this issue, how we act and when we attempt to limit their ability to participate in debate. So for that reason, I'm going to take the point of order as not well taken. And if members wish to appeal my decision, seeing none, the floor returns.
Yeah, so my point that I will be discussing will be addressing some concerns in the statement, such as student leaders' reasons for going on the trip, which I think has been debated a lot. And yeah, so as it says on the McGill website, made to question the usual, made to find answers. Representatives must be allowed to have first-hand experiences and come to their own conclusions about any academic topic that interests them. After all, we are at McGill to expand our knowledge and deepen our cultural experiences. By making the argument that participants' positions will be influenced by this experience suggests that we do not want students at McGill to continue to cultivate their personal knowledge and experiences on academic matters, further suggesting that trip participants don't have the intellectual capacity to engage with the content they are being exposed to and make their own informed opinions on a topic.
Senator Garneau, on a point of order.
I don't think this has to do with my motion. I strongly suggest that we do not continue this discussion.
Repeating my previous sentiment, I'm personally going to be very careful about which statements from members of the gallery I rule out of order. The point of order, Senator Garneau, is not well taken. Do you wish to appeal?
I appeal.
Senator Garneau appealing the decision of the chair. Somebody willing to second? Councillor Faki, thank you very much. This is debatable. Anyone want to speak to whether or not the decision of the chair should be appealed? Member from the gallery, I'll take first. Alex Karasek, McGill Daily.
Thank you. With all due respect, this is the third time you've just kind of cut someone off in the middle of them speaking. Like, it's one thing to wait and say, can we not do this again? But it's like always right in the middle of like speaking. I just feel this is not productive. It deliberately
so if I
throws
could,
them off.
I'll try to direct the debate to be more about, do you support or oppose the decision I made to allow the member to continue speaking?
I oppose the point of order.
Okay, thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak specifically on the appeal, I'm going to try to stress as much as I can. I don't enjoy ruling statements out of order. I use it as a last resort. I think that council should be able to express a diversity of opinions. However, if it's the will of council that I enforce the rules more strictly, then I'm happy to take that direction. But I don't think that's very conducive to a good debate environment. But anyway, that's not an interjection and should be struck from the minutes because I'm not allowed to interject. Councillor Chan.
I totally agree with Senator Garneau's sentiments that we need to stay specifically to the writing of the motion. However, I think it is important to acknowledge that people in this gallery have been waiting for almost 6.5 hours to give their two minutes minimum, and I think we really need to appreciate that and acknowledge that. I think it shows a tremendous dedication by those in the gallery to wait all this time to speak freely, as is their right as constituents of SSMU. And so for that reason, I think we should just let our constituent finish.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak? Councillor Faki. Debate specifically on the motion to appeal the decision of the chair, please.
Yes, it seems that members of the gallery are here to continue the generative discussion that we continued from last council. If that's what they want, we could do that, but let's get this motion done with. We could enter generative discussion before or after. So I agree with the appeal. I don't agree with cutting out the gallery and hearing their opinion. We could do that if they want to, but let's focus on the motion at hand.
Vice President External Affairs.
While I, in principle, agree with the point of order raised by the senator, I don't appreciate the inconsistencies that it's brought on. We let members of the gallery speak on what might be considered the other side of the debate. I understand that's dangerous terminology. While I recognize that this is perhaps not the most conducive place to have a debate of this nature, and I said so before, and I tried to call the question before, that wasn't done. We decided as a council to sort of collectively, or at least by inaction collectively, let members of the gallery speak. It's true that they've been here for 6 hours. If we want to use Robert's rules, yes, fine. This is officially speaking, we shouldn't be letting members of the gallery do this sort of thing. But fine, let them say their piece.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, I'm going to continue onwards. Individuals that have not yet spoken on this. Councillor Franceschini.
Thanks. We had like 10 people come to our GA, and we have like a 20% voter turnout. If students come here with issues and they wait 7 hours, we should let them speak no matter what, because we already have a terrible amount of student engagement.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask council for a brief recess because I'm needed by the security officers. So could council make a brief recess so I can go, Senator Lametti? Sorry?
I'd like to request indefinite leave until we
You?
Yes.
We'll note the departure of Senator Lametti at 12:20 a.m. Could somebody please make such a motion? Vice President University Affairs? 5, sure, I'll take it. Second, External Affairs, thank you very much. All those in favor? Yeah.
I know we've been doing it all year.
Yeah.
But shouldn't we, like in written?
For procedural ones, yeah, that's fine. Okay, all those opposed? 5-minute recess at 12:20. Please be back. I encourage you not to leave the room, but be back at 12:25. proxy for Councillor Platt.
I would just like the record to reflect that I'm now the proxy for Andre Lametti. I have switched my proxy.
Councillors, call to order, please. We'll note now that Sebastian Duckett is now the proxy for Senator Lametti. Smooth. The longer we spend on this, the more time we take away from debate. Smooth, President.
When taking votes, would it be? It'll be reflected in this way, but I believe it may or may not be confusing for people looking at the voting record that this change was affected. Is that a consideration that should be taken into account? Sorry, the change in status of the proxies.
We, for the purpose of the meeting, as far as the dais is concerned, the proxy for Councillor Platt has left, and we now have the proxy for Senator Lametti, given that Senator Lametti has departed. That is the change that has happened. That is what will be reflected in the voting record. Vice President, External Affairs. I have a call for orders of the day, which is very much in order. I'm going to return to orders of the day. A motion regarding free trip offers for 2 student leaders, 2019-11-28. The member from the gallery still has the floor. I apologize. Councillor Faki.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules to enter a general discussion at 12:30 a.m. because this is going nowhere.
That is in order if you want to suspend the rules to add a general discussion item to the agenda. However, first you must lay this motion on the table. So. Okay, so right now we are in debate for a motion. If you want us to leave debate for a motion and go to something else, you have to, quote, lay the motion on the table, and then during this meeting we have to pick it up again from the table. So if you want to leave debate on the motion, you need to first lay the motion on the table, then move to suspend the rules, then add a general discussion item, then, Councillor Budkar is calling in again. We'll note the arrival of Councillor Budkar at 12:27 a.m. Then we can enter general discussion. So, are you clear on the process? Councillor Faki.
I'd like to lay this motion on the table.
I have a motion to lay this motion on the table. Is there a second? Senator Garneau, thank you very much. This is not debatable or amendable and simply requires a simple majority vote. Point. Another motion. Vice President, External Affairs. Unfortunately, call the question yields to a motion to lay on the table. So, you can move the motion, but it's gonna. Okay, is somebody willing to second the motion to call the question? Councillor Wu, thank you very much. Any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, we will first vote on Councillor Faki's motion to lay this on the table. Requires a simple majority vote. Is everybody clear on what we're voting on? A motion to lay on the table means that we will temporarily set aside all debate on this motion. We'll put it to the side because Councillor Faki will then move to suspend the rules to add a generative discussion item for the purpose of allowing a generative discussion on the Israel trip in general. I don't know what parameters you want to set, but details forthcoming. And then we'll do the generative discussion, and then if we want to go back into debate on the motion, we have to pick it up from the table. Everybody clear? So the vote is to lay this on the table, set aside debate on the motion to ideally move into a generative discussion. All those in favor of doing that? I see 9. All those opposed? Abstentions are not permitted as procedural. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I see 12. Councillor Faki, your motion fails. Who moves to call the question? Vice President, External Affairs. So seconded by Councillor Wu. Thank you very much. Originally seconded by Councillor Wu. Sorry. So moved and seconded. Not debatable. This requires a 2/3 majority vote. This motion would close debate and move us directly to a vote on the main motion as amended. Everybody clear? Yes, yeah. Is it on the ruling of the speaker? Oh my God. Okay. All right. Fine. Yes. To call the question on the ruling of the speaker. All those in favor of calling the question on the ruling of the speaker, please raise your placards. 17. All those opposed? 2. The question has been called in the ruling of the speaker. The ruling of the speaker is to allow the member from the gallery to continue her speech. All those in favor of sustaining the decision of the speaker, please raise your placards. 19. All those opposed? 1. The member from the gallery is afforded the floor to continue her speech.
Okay, awesome. I don't really know how I feel right now after all of that. Kind of like cut off there, so I'm just gonna really quickly like sum up the basic points of what I was trying to say. Essentially, I think that as to what this is specifically stating, that the underlining notion of this really fully goes against the notion of academic freedom at our university, and I think this is a much larger issue. And I just want to ask that every single counselor member here really take a moment to think before you vote on this motion, because if we vote to pass this motion, we are starting a very dangerous precedent against academic freedom at our university, and I think that is a very, very awful thing that each and every one of you would be responsible for.
Thank you very much. We are still, just so people are aware, we are on debate on the main motion as it's been amended. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion. Have I heard from you yet, Councillor Kay, this evening on this motion? Vice President, External Affairs? That's in order. I'm going to, prioritizing members who haven't spoken yet either as well as a priority as well. And councillors are given first right to intervene. So, Councillor Kay, then I'll go to the gallery. Councillor Kay. Councillor Kay yields her time. Are there any individuals who have not yet spoken on this issue that would like to? Member from the gallery. So your first intervention, please state your name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so.
Nice. My name is Benjamin Sticks. I'm from Arts. I use he, him pronouns.
So could you spell that?
Oh, BNJAMINSTIX.
Perfect.
I just want to quickly speak on the topic of academic freedom, and I'd like to contest the academic value of a trip whose primary purpose is propaganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? I'll now go to members of the gallery. So please state your name before you start your speech.
Hi, my name's Haneen, and I would like to consider myself a very intellectually inspired person. However, if I would want to go on this trip, I would not be able to, because I would be harassed at the border by patrol and then not be allowed to go back to my home country of Lebanon because of regulations. And I would like to ask that if you would like to educate yourself, read and find ways to learn and engage with conflict which don't directly contribute to the whitewashing of ongoing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by the Israeli state. Don't go on a free propaganda trip at the expense of Palestinians. Rather, listen to what Palestinian voices have to say.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? Prioritizing members of the gallery that have not yet spoken. Have I heard you intervene this evening? Member from the gallery? So please state your name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so.
Hi, my name is Gilly Cohen. My constituency is Arts, and my pronouns are he, him.
Could you just spell your name, sorry, just for the minutes? Thank you.
It's Gillicohen.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to speak a bit about a specific clause within the motion that I find incorrect, and also just to respond to the statement that we're kind of silencing Palestinian voices, or what was the last point you said?
Sorry, yes. So could the recording secretary please reread a part of the statement made by the previous gallery member? Is there a specific part you're unclear about?
Well, I heard you say something about how this kind of runs counter to giving Palestinian voices a say by...
Yeah, so Haneen considers herself a very intellectually inspired individual, but however, if she chose, if she wanted to go on to the trip, she would not be able to due to harassment at the border and being unable to return to her home country of Lebanon.
There was
So I'll note that it's the recording secretary can't in one intervention capture all the thoughts. That's why we have a recording. That's why we have a live stream. If a part was missed, I invite the member to restate specifically what was said. Thank you very much. So now you have 1 minute for your intervention.
Okay.
And I'd ask you in your intervention to not refer to specific individuals because we consider that against our rules. Interventions should generally be addressed to me or just spoken in general. So you have 1 minute.
Okay, I would just like to address the fact that the organization leading this trip is Hillel Montreal, counter to the clause that states gifts that partially originate from the intervention of clubs of the SMU. Hillel Montreal is not a club of the SMU. Additionally, as a member of Hillel McGill, I was not involved in the decisions arrived at regarding who would be offered to go on the trip. I suggested to some of my friends to apply for the trip, but I had no say in the decision-making process of who would come on the trip and did not contribute to the creation of the itinerary, nor did I ask friends to come on the trip based on any other criteria, aside from the fact that I thought that they should educate themselves about the region. It's an opportunity to see both Israeli and Palestinian cities and Palestinian refugee camps, to meet with both Israeli and Palestinian politicians and Palestinian journalists and activists. And I think it is unfair to assume, and I urge you to withhold this assumption, that a trip run by a Jewish organization independent of SMU is necessarily twisting the words of all Palestinian narratives.
Thank you very much. I
seen
apologize
on
that
the
it is your
trip.
time for debate in that intervention. If somebody's willing to extend, Councillor Eisner. I have a 1 minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, thank you very much. All those in favor? I see a clear majority. 1 additional minute.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that just because it is a trip run by a Jewish organization independent of SMU, they are not necessarily twisting the words of all the Palestinian narratives seen on the trip in order to convince the participants of an explicitly Zionist bias. It's kind of going to be hard that this is an extreme propaganda trip if you're hearing Palestinian narratives comparatively with Israeli narratives.
Thank you very much. Individuals wanting to speak to the motion. Members from the gallery, is this your first intervention? Please approach the microphone, state your name, constituency, and personal pronouns if you would like to do so.
Hello, my name is Murad Khares, so that's MURAD KHRAIS, Faculty of Science. So just in general, to talk about the trip, it's not referred to as just that it's a Jewish organization that's leading this trip in general, but more of, first of all, Hillel previously has stated multiple times that one of its main purposes is to fight BDS and thus international law, and also when it was referred to the funding through the multiple meeting minutes with the Maccabee task force and previous funders that were disclosed of before, that funding was brought into question to state that no money is given for free and that money has strings attached, even if it's explicitly said that it's not.
15 seconds.
Okay. Lost my train.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? I'm going to take a member from the gallery. I'm going to take a member from the gallery for debate. I'll come to you next, SMU President. So you all just start with your name, please.
Andreas Koch. So I think there's been a lot that's been said, and there's been a lot that's been written about what this trip really is. Despite what maybe the board of directors might have decided, that this somehow doesn't constitute a gift. What do the councillors think would be the motivation for a person like Sheldon Adelson, the right-wing pro-Israel billionaire, and an organization like the Maccabee Task Force to give funds for student leaders to take this trip? The format of this trip is identical to over 40 other trips to Israel and occupied Palestinian territories offered by Hillel chapters on university campuses throughout North America since 2014. We're not making this up. This is widely documented. You can do any basic research and find that out for yourself. I also point to the McGill Daily article, which has a lot of references about that. So I'd like to ask, how can the SMU leaders going on this trip justify visiting Israel-Palestine in light of the Gaza bombings in the past few weeks, in addition to gross human rights violations, including mass shootings of unarmed protesters in Gaza over the past 2 years?
Thank you very much. That is your time. Is council willing to extend? Vice President University Affairs? 3 minutes. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs? All those in favor of a 3-minute extension, please raise your placards. Opposed? I saw a clear majority. 3 additional minutes.
Thank you. I'd like to ask, how can you still entertain the thought that this trip could be anything other than a propaganda trip, since it's offered by a pro-Israel organization funded by an explicitly political pro-Israel interest group, the Maccabee Task Force, which is itself bankrolled by Sheldon Adelson? We've already told you 1,000 times who this person is. If a trip were offered to student leaders by a pro-China organization funded by a notoriously pro-China billionaire or by the Chinese state, to visit China and the territories under its military occupation, such as Tibet and East Turkestan, which are also facing situations of mass ethnic cleansing and other forms of massive human rights abuses, I'm pretty sure no one would be pretending that it was just an innocent educational field trip.
Thank you very much. SMU President, before I go to SMU President, I'd like to make councillors aware there are 30 minutes left in this room booking. SMU President.
Thanks. I'd just like to move to make the default speaking time for members of the gallery to 3 minutes.
A motion to suspend the standing rules then.
Sure.
So moved. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. Vice President Internal? Yep. Departure Vice President Internal at 12:41. The SMU President is moving to suspend the rules, so seconded by Vice President External Affairs to set the default speaking time for members of the gallery to 3 minutes. This requires a 3/4 majority. All those in favor of suspending the rules to that effect, please raise your placards. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I see 7. All those opposed? This is not, you may not abstain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You don't have a 2/3 majority, so or the 3/4 majority, so the motion fails. Division? What? Not division. Giving what?
Does that work here? I don't know.
No.
I think that's Parliament.
So, councillors, with that, SMU President, do you want to move your amendment?
Yes.
Okay. So, SMU President has submitted amendments in writing in advance. So let me find them. The ones in blue this time?
Yes.
Just the 2? Oh, there's more. Okay, hang on. Do you care what order they're in?
Yeah, they're important within the structure.
The SMU President is moving the amendments now shown in blue in the document. It is to add 5 be it resolved clauses. Would it be beneficial to council if I read them out loud? Be it resolved that upon ratification of this motion by the Board of Directors, the Society takes the position that Councillor Director Wright is in an apparent conflict of interest per the definitions in Section 2, Article 2A, Section 4, Article 4F of the Conflict of Interest Policy, and on the basis of the reasons detailed above. Be it resolved that upon ratification of this motion by the Board of Directors, the Society takes the position that and imposes the remedy of requiring the Director to decline the offer for the aforementioned trip to Israel for this apparent conflict of interest per Section 8, Article 3 of the Conflict of Interest Policy. Then there are 2 original be it resolved clauses, then 3 new ones. Be it further resolved that upon ratification of this motion by the Board of Directors, in the event that the Director does not decline the offer for the aforementioned trip to Israel, that the Board of Directors resolves to vote on the removal of the Director by reason of impropriety and delinquency of duties per Article 6.8 of the SMU Constitution at the first regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Directors of the 2020 year. Be it further resolved that Speaker of Council is mandated to ask the Director whether she did in fact go on the aforementioned trip to Israel, and there should be mandated to answer as soon as possible. Be it further resolved that the Legislative Council urge the Board of Directors to vote in favor of the resolution to remove the Director should it should it come to the Board of Directors for approval. So moved by SMU President. Is there a second? Councillor Faki, thank you very much. We will now enter debate exclusively on the amendment. Individuals want to speak to the amendment. SMU President has the first right to intervene.
Thank you. Can I extend my speaking time by 4 minutes?
Motion for a 4-minute extension in advance. Proxy for Councillor Kirsch, thank you. Second, Vice President, University Affairs. All those in favor of a 4-minute extension? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 8. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. If you're going to vote opposed, placards up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5. You have a simple majority.
Thank you. I'll speak about my own personal thoughts on the matter after, but as they are not germane to the amendments I am making, I will talk about the amendments. I think at this point in time, it's important for Legislative Council to realize the true power that it has in recommending to the Board of Directors certain means of fixing, in its view, incorrect decisions made by the Board of Directors. In our Constitution, there is a clear delineation of power between the Board of Directors and the Legislative Council, where the Legislative Council is the highest political body of the society. That being said, anything that the Legislative Council passes goes to the Board of Directors for ratification, and generally, the Board of Directors is obliged not to intervene by shooting down a motion or otherwise overturning it, unless it directly intervenes by reasons of financial, negotiations, HR, just these strict interpretations of the Board of Directors' duties as outlined in the Constitution. In this case, I'm moving these motions because I would like Council to exercise their power to fix the situation. In my opinion, I think there has been a great debate not just about where the trip is going, but also the contents of the trip itself. And I think it's very important to realize exactly, not exactly where the trip is, although that is important to many members of our community, but the circumstances in which this trip was given and offered to both SMU executives and members of the various councils of the faculty councils. By preponderance of the facts, the fact that the SMU VP Finance and SMU VP Internal were invited in their capacities as student leaders with the funding of the organization in mind, with the various news articles outlining exactly the investigative side of what has occurred in this situation, with the declarations by the Arts Undergraduate Society and the Science Undergraduate Society. In my opinion, it is clear how students feel about this in general. They feel that this trip, regardless of where it is and the people that are taking advantage of this trip seem to be taking advantage of it as a direct result of their position. Now, it can be argued that these people applied to the trip. I will give them that. But what I will say to that is because we have had our executives, the VP Finance and VP Internal, invited on these trips as a result of their position, due to the fact, in addition, that the SMU executives' demands for increased transparency about this trip were not heeded, due to the fact that the Board of Directors got an email 1 day before our decision on these conflicts of interest and 1 month after our demands for transparency were to be made. It seems to me to be improper and an apparent conflict of interest in the strict definition of it in the policy that it cannot be ascertained that these individuals, or this individual in the case of Councillor Wright, could have reasonably received this trip were it not for her position. This is the stance that I take, and I feel that it is important for Legislative Council to realize that were it not for where this trip is going, replace the trip with any other country other than what we are discussing here, I think it is important to realize just what is going on. If, in my opinion, the VP Finance and VP Internal were not invited in the way that they were, we would not be necessarily having this discussion about this specific motion, because that is the key in determining exactly why I feel so strongly that this trip is improper. I think it shows a lack of integrity in our student leaders, in the people that are going on this trip, and I strongly urge them to take the time and encourage you to take the time to deeply consider what we are deciding here today and whether it is appropriate for student leaders, regardless of if they are or if they aren't actually benefiting from their trip, but the perception of this trip by the student body and how that reflects on our integrity as student leaders here on campus.
Thank you very much, SMU President. Thank you very much, SMU President. Other than just wanting to speak to the amendments proposed by the SMU President, I'll take the point, going on the previous point of order by the Vice President of External Affairs. I will go to members of the gallery. Member from the gallery. It's not turned on.
Hello.
So could you start with your name? Have you spoken yet this evening?
No, I haven't.
So name, faculty, and personal pronouns if you'd like to do so.
Ashley Schulman, ASHLEY, SCHULMAN. I'm an art student, and I go by she, her. In terms of the altercations of the motion, I'm not exactly sure the terms. I just like to speak to my perspective as a constituent that I feel like this is going on beyond the jurisdiction of this council and is motivated by personal opinions. You all as SMU counselors represent constituents with a variety of political opinions, and as constituents on this council, you cannot choose to decide to represent one or the other. Secondly, I would like to remind the room that SMU is an apolitical organization and therefore should keep that in mind in regards to these decisions. It is not up to this room to solve conflicts around this topic. It is up to uphold standards of students. So sitting here, it seems to be that many people here are acting on personal opinions, and I would urge you to act upon SMU as being an apolitical organization and representing all your constituents. And lastly, from my own personal perspective.
Thank you very much. That is your time, unfortunately, but Vice President of External Affairs, just move to extend time by...
Sure. Do you want more extension? I need like 30 seconds.
1 minute. Is there a second? Councillor Wu, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? I see a clear majority. 1 additional minute.
Yeah, lastly, I would like to highlight the pattern of this council continually targeting Zionist students, Jewish or non-Jewish, as demonstrated even further so by the changes in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, Councillor Chan.
All right, a few points. I wasn't prepared for this. This is a little on the fly. So this wasn't a willy-nilly decision made by the BOD. And also, I'd like to preface this with, like, the students on the BOD are chosen by the rules we have in place for the very reason, like, for certain qualities to make this decision-making. That's the institutions at play at SMU, and I think that's an important detail that we need to acknowledge, the legitimacy of the BOD to make decisions. But on that, I think we also need to examine the remedy that the BOD gave, because I don't think it's, like, inconsequential. They found that there would be a potential conflict of interest if we're discussing the issue of Israel and Palestine in the context of SMU, and they need to recuse themselves. I think that that is a pretty large penalty to give, because I think there's a legitimate concern that this is seen as a quid pro quo, and if I'm being extremely honest, it appears like it's a quid pro quo that we give you a trip that we're funded, therefore you'll vote for us for BDS motions. I think that's generally the fear. If I can articulate it with words, that's what the fear is. And what the BOD came to is saying, we acknowledge that, and so because of that potential future conflict of interest, which is the wording of the BOD, then they need to recuse themselves in this room. I think that's a very fair and strong remedy. On top of that, I think we need to question the precedent that this sets. That, like, pardon me,
Sorry,
can I have a motion to extend my time?
Councillor Eisner.
Motion to extend by 2.
2 minute extension. Is there a second? Councillor Wu, thank you very much. All those in favor? Opposed? A 2 minute extension is granted.
Thank you. I think we do need to think long and hard about the precedent that this sets. That if Legislative Council disagrees with a conflict of interest ruling made by the BOD, that we can have that discussion. I think that while it is obviously a heated argument now, I think we do need to recognize that the BOD is an institution that can make more objective and apolitical decisions of a corporate nature, one that Legislative Council can't do. And I think we need to respect its place in our institution, and also question the precedent this might have about overruling conflict of interest agreements that we disagree with politically.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Butkar wishing to intervene by teleconference because he's still here. Councillor Butkar.
Hi, yeah. I just want to echo the sentiments of the SMU president and kind of touch upon the idea that this shouldn't be a political decision. This should be a decision that's made by LC and by extension by BOD that is in concern with the conflict of interest. This isn't something that we have to kind of keep in mind that the countries that the individuals concerned are going to, but more in line of the way that it was approached, and the whole idea that it is kind of in conflict the way that some individuals were approached and invited on the trip versus how the member in question was invited. And I encourage LC to keep in mind that this should not be a political decision, but should be a decision concerning the conflict of interest, as it is pretty clear by the conversations that have been that have gone on today that there is one, and that it should be up to LC to kind of try to enforce that.
You have 15 seconds. You're done? Okay, all right. Other than just wanting to speak, Councillor Faki.
Thank you, Speaker. So I also agree with the Councillor Butkar and the President. I also say this as one of your council representatives on the board. Given the recent board's ruling, the board has openly violated a SMU policy that says, with regards to section 2.2a, with regards to an apparent conflict of interest. They went against one of the policies that we voted on this September, and I'd like to just make it clear that the board does not have the same motivations as SMU Council. We can make our own decisions and we could influence the board.
Thank you very much. I have seen the Vice President University Affairs waiting very patiently. Vice President University Affairs.
Thank you. Okay, a couple points to make. In response to the statement that SMU is not apolitical, that literally could not be further from the truth. We're here at Legislative Council, which is the highest political body of the association, so that's incorrect. Second, if we want to talk about dangerous precedents, a dangerous precedent would be allowing people to attend a trip that is funded by an organization that has a specific motive and that is given to people in their capacity as student leaders. That's a dangerous precedent. And then, to echo Councillor Faki's point, this is not an overreach of council's power. This is how council is supposed to operate. Council is a political body, and this is a political decision. You cannot remove the location of this trip from the fact that it is a conflict of interest. Like, those two things are hand in hand. And yes, it was not apolitical, sorry.
Thank you very much. Other than just wanting to speak, Councillor Marcoux.
Motion to call the question.
I have a motion to call the question. Is there a second? Vice President External Affairs, thank you very much. Are there any other points or motions on the floor at this time? Seeing none, the motion having been moved in second will proceed to a vote. We require a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placards and keep them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I see 20. All those opposed? Seeing one opposed. The question has been called. The question is on the matter of the amendments shown in blue. All those in favor of the amendments, please raise your placards and keep them up. We're not going to count yet. Councillors, make a decision now. If you're in favor of the amendments, placards up, keep them up. I see 10. All those opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I see 10. Those abstaining? 1 abstaining. A majority was not met. Councillor Butkar, sorry. Yes. So 11 to 10, the amendments are carried. Councillors, I'd urge you to please be calm and respectful as we go through this process. Councillor Eisner. No, for the recording the live stream, can I just get you to wait for a microphone, please? I will take this interest opportunity just to note for councillors, our room booking ends in 15 minutes.
I'm just very curious about the legitimacy of voting when it's a live stream in. I understand that you weren't necessarily 100% sure of the legitimacy of it. I just want to make sure that like we're entirely clear, because this is going to be a 1 versus or an 11 versus 10, and the one person's vote is very, very serious. That we are very clear on the procedures and the policies behind this.
So, as a point of parliamentary inquiry, I'll gladly reply. I take offense at questioning the competency of the dais. Both myself and the parliamentarian did count. We count independently and individually. We confer with each other. We reach the same number. We are confident that the vote as called is the vote as it was reflected.
I think he's asking that there was some confusion over the policy of whether someone calling in is able to make a vote.
That's all I wanted to know.
Oh, that's what you're voting on.
Yeah.
I apologize. Yeah, so yes, in accordance with internal regulations, members can attend legislative council by teleconference. Yes. Yes. Yep. So the amendments have been adopted. We're going to return to debate on the main motion. Individuals wanting to speak to the main motion. Vice President, University Affairs. And I'll note my sincerest apologies to Councillor Eisner. I misinterpreted the question, the point of parliamentary inquiry. We'll note a sincere apology from the speaker to Councillor Eisner in the minutes.
Can I talk?
Vice President, University Affairs.
Thanks. Yeah, I just had a quick point to make, and this is to go back to the idea of academic freedom. I want to talk about the way in which people use the word academic freedom to legitimize really hateful things and really harmful sentiments. Just a couple of days ago, we had a meeting of the McGill Senate, and there was a question that was brought up about whether or not McGill has a policy on who to allow to book rooms in the university, and this came as a direct response to Maxime Bernier booking a room at Mohawk College and being able to espouse really hateful views. And the university said that no, they did not have a policy on who can and cannot book a room with McGill because it would violate academic freedom, which is McGill's way of saying that they allow people to spew hateful rhetoric because of this idea of like everyone having a fair share. The idea of academic freedom is like something to value for sure, but it also is often utilized by individuals who wish to allow spaces for folks to espouse harmful views. So that's all I wanted to talk about. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak to the motion? Members from the gallery. I'll take any member from the gallery, just someone. Oh, is it? I don't think it's turned on.
Jordana Schiff from Arts. I just want to respond to that comment, and I just want to say that in terms of academic freedom and the accusations of hate speech coming from Zionist movements, I think that notion is really flawed. Where I do respect diversity of opinion, I would never call anything you say against a Zionist hate speech, and I would really hate for you to say that about what we say. Lots of terms you have been using regarding to Israel, such as ethnic cleansing, those are very debatable terms, and I would hate for council to take those as facts. Those are opinions, and as I do respect their opinions, I don't think that is the opinions of everyone on campus, which is your constituency. And I would just like to say that everyone has the right to academic freedom, even if it goes against something you believe. So this is something that there are students who believe, and you can believe other things. And I'm sure there's lots of other venues to explore what you believe. But for students who do want to pursue this path of thought, it is fully within their rights as a student at McGill.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak. Point? Specifically a point?
As the Engineering Undergrad Society representatives, our common room is 7 floors down. We are open to using the room downstairs if we're kicked out. So we can stay there till 8 a.m.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Marcoux. Other individuals wanting to speak? What? Oh, sorry, Councillor I apologize. Councillor Chan.
Two things. First, I just want to address something my colleague, the Vice President of University Affairs, said about how if it's in Israel, it is necessitated conflict of interest. I disagree. I think that the point of a conflict of interest is to now analyze from an objective perspective as possible, which is what I believe the BOD did. But more...
I have a point of order from Vice President of External Affairs. Ideally.
I reiterate the earlier point of order brought up by Senator Garneau. We're not talking about the Israel-Palestine debate. It's relevant for the people of the gallery because they've been waiting here. We're wasting time. Everyone already knows how they're going to vote. Get to your point. Otherwise, please don't talk about the Israel-Palestine conflict because this is not a good, conducive space to do it in. Thanks.
I was one syllable into
The
doing that.
point of order is well taken. I'll.
Point of personal privilege. I'm sorry.
Vice President University Affairs.
That's not what I said. You referenced a point that I made, and that wasn't the point that I made.
My apologies. I'm just going to move on to my second point, which is explicitly about this motion. I think it's important we shouldn't trivialize what we're doing here. We're going to send an email to every single undergraduate society naming Councillor Wright in name about what they're doing, and I have grave reservations about that. It disturbs me. Transparency is important. This is all in the public record. Just as a person, I am troubled with the thought of sending 20,000 emails singling out one person because we disagree with their actions. And there's legitimate reasons to disagree with their actions. Do not get me wrong. There's a reason why I pulled out of this trip. Do not get me wrong. But it troubles me to think that we're sending 22,000 emails naming Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much. Other individuals wanting to speak? SMU President. I'll again ask members to constrain debate to the amendment as it's on the floor.
There is no amendment.
Sorry, there is no. Oh my God!
Sorry.
You can tell I'm
I
losing
do
it.
have a point of
The motion as it's
clarification.
on the
By your
floor.
interpretation of that be it resolved clause, the Speaker of Council be mandated to ask the Director, can you confirm that we are not sending a email out, but rather you would, if this would be passed, you would be mandated to ask Councillor / Director Wright if she did in fact go on the trip?
I'm going to decline to make a ruling on what I interpret right now because I obviously don't think I'm in a position to read and understand it very well at the moment. I apologize, SMU President.
Sure.
What I will say to fully answer the question, as a staff of the society, as an employee, I will do as I am mandated. And my mandates come from my immediate supervisor, who is the SMU President. SMU President.
So to counter Councillor Chan's point, that's not what the be it resolved clause says. All it's saying is that it's going to mandate the Speaker to ask Director / Councillor Wright if she did in fact go on a trip, and it's going to mandate Councillor Wright to say as soon as possible when she gets that email whether she did or didn't. I'd just like to make that clear.
Other individuals wanting to speak to the motion, not amendment, as I misspoke earlier, the motion as it's been amended. Councillor Mackey.
So what makes me uncomfortable with this is that I feel there's just a certain level of lacking evidence. So we know that she was approached because she was a student leader, but it's important to note that Councillor Wright is not only a leader at SMU, but she's a leader in the Jewish community on campus, and she's a leader in Greek life on campus. So I think that we can't necessarily say that, oh, this is just because of SMU. And I also think that if we're talking about her judgment, Councillor Wright should probably be in the room, and I would like to make a motion to suspend the standing rules so that she can return in the room, because what we're talking about here, what she had to recuse herself for was Israel-Palestine, but that's not what we're discussing. We should be discussing her judgment, and I think that she should be here to defend herself.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mackey. Unfortunately, I don't allow motions at the end of a point of debate, so if you want to make that motion, I'll have to come back to you. Angels wanting to speak. Proxy for Senator Lametti.
All right, thank you. So I just want to make a first point clear about the Senate vote that kind of drove this motion to come through, because there was some controversy behind the vote. As you know, this motion is brought forward by a Senate representative, and the vote count, and I will disclose it now, was 4-1, and 2 of the people who voted were not senators. So the real vote count was 2-1. So take the supportive Senate in this case with a grain of salt. My second decision is to reiterate a point that the board has already made a decision on this, and that I think we should just follow the board's decision. And I'm going to cut out a couple points because this is late. The last point I want to make is Fabrice Lebeau came here to tell us how students were feeling unsafe on campus, and I do not think that this motion is going to help that at all. And I don't think we're going to be. I don't think this is worth the price that these students are going to be paying for us fueling this divisive topic. That's it.
Thank you very much. Others wanting to speak. Councillor Eisner, I haven't heard from you in a while. At all? Oh, then I apologize. Councillor Kay.
My concern with this motion as well is that, like, I don't know if this is true, if the speaker can confirm this, but from what it seems to me, it's like preemptively overruling the decision of the board. Do we have that power as legislative council to preemptively overrule the decision of the board before they've actually reconvened to make a new ruling?
With regards to the question, Legislative Council has the prerogative to pass any motion it wishes. The board then has the prerogative to refuse to ratify motions if they're inconsistent with decisions previously taken. The board has the prerogative to ratify decisions that are inconsistent with decisions previously taken, should it wish to do so. The board must then reconcile internally with itself what it wants to do. There's nothing prohibiting council from considering or voting through this motion. Vice President, External Affairs.
I'd like to move to strike the resolution clause that asks, that mandates the Speaker of Council to ask the Director whether she did in fact go on the aforementioned trip. I think in spite of any other clause, that's particularly invasive and rubs me the wrong way. So.
I have a motion to strike that be it resolved clause as shown. Is there a second? Councillor Chan, thank you very much. We'll now enter debate specifically on the amendment. Individuals wanting to speak to the amendment. Vice President, External Affairs.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know this is dragging on a long time. Like, I just want to speak to what Councillor Chan said before and others said echoed. Just like the humane aspect of this, like we are talking about an individual. Yes, I agree, and I support this motion. I will be voting in favor of it, and I really would like to either call the question or have someone else call the question very soon. But this is pretty screwed up, fucked up. Sorry. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Others want to speak specifically to the amendment. I'll note for councillors we have 5 minutes left in this room, and even though we have the standing offer from Councillor Marcoux to move downstairs to the EOS common room, that does not mean we just get to leave. We still have to clean up this room. These tables have to go back to the SMU office. The technology cards have to go back to the SMU office. The live stream equipment has to come with us because a standing policy adopted by SMU is that we must live stream all meetings. So take all that into consideration. Cleaning up this room takes about half an hour. So we'll entertain further debate on the amendment for the next 5 minutes. Then I'm going to have to ask us to either recess or adjourn, make a decision, and either move or adjourn. So, just wanting to speak to the amendment. Councillor Eisner now.
I was going to call the question, but
you have to wait 5 minutes now that we've entered debate on the amendment. Others want to speak to the amendment, or if nobody wants to speak to the amendment, then we can go right to a vote. Seeing no further debate on the amendment, we'll proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the amendment, which is to strike that be it resolved clause, please raise your placards and keep them up. I see 21. All those opposed? Noting 1 opposed. Abstaining? Seeing none abstaining, the amendment carries. Oh, and Councillor Budkar voting yes as well. So what did I say? So 22 in favor. That be it resolved clause shall be struck. Returning to debate on the main motion. And just want to speak to the main motion. Proxy for Senator Lametti.
motion to call the previous question.
I have a motion to call the question on the motion as has now been amended. Is there a second? Councillor Franceschini, thank you very much. This requires a 2/3 majority. All those in favor of calling the question, please raise your placards and keep them up, please. And 22, Councillor Budkar. So 22 in favor. All those opposed? Abstaining? Oh, sorry, procedural. Never mind. No abstentions. With that, the question has been called. The question is on motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders 2019-11-28. Councillors, this is in your voting documents list. Bear with me. Senator Garneau.
So if someone who left wants to vote, do they have to go to the forum or they have to call in?
They have to call in.
That's
I am not saying it on my number. What? No.
You can call my number. Just call my number.
No, I'm fine with it being my number. Just I'm not going to say it on the live stream. Vice President, External Affairs.
Is Council Wright allowed to vote on this motion? And is she?
They're excused from the room now.
Okay.
Voting is open.
And Councillor Budkar, are you still there?
Yes, I voted.
Okay, all right. Hi, Councillor Sabedi. If you, so just so you're clear, we'll note that you're out of Councillor Sabedi by teleconference at 1:13 a.m. We are now in voting procedures on the motion regarding free trip offers to student leaders.
Okay.
Now that you are present and in accordance with the Constitution, you're here by electronic means. You're allowed to cast your vote. I'd invite you to go use the voting form now.
Okay, thank you.
your laptop okay, VP Internal?
Oh yeah, it's fine. It's just that it's dead. So it doesn't actually.
Okay.
Has everyone voted? Okay. I'll announce the close of voting. The results of the vote are as follows. 11 in favor, 9 opposed, 4 abstaining. The motion carries. With that, that brings us to the end of new business. We have reports by committees, councillors, and executive reports still to go. However, I'd now offer council 2 options. Your options are to recess, clean up this room, and move to the EUS common room. Door number 2, adjourn. I want to stress for councillors very explicitly, if you move to adjourn, that will mean executives have not reported in 2 months. That means that councillors will have their reports deferred until the new year, and committees will have their reports deferred until the new year. With that understanding, the motion options at this point are to recess or adjourn. Vice President, External Affairs.
Motion to waive the requirements to report and to mandate councillors to read the online reports without needing to defer the reports. Such that no one needs to then write a new report or report in person next time, and we can just like have people read these online. That's it. No, I know, but without having to do these won't have to be presented next council if we adjourn.
That's in order. Is there a second? SSMU President. All those in favor of suspending the rules to that effect? I see 17. All those opposed? I see 4. All committee reports scheduled for this evening, all council reports scheduled for this evening, and executive reports scheduled for this evening are hereby deemed accepted. In future subsequent meetings, I will not accept questions on past reports. With that being said, we'll move forward. Your options are still recess or adjourn. Councillor Chan. I have a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Councillor Franceschini, thank you very much. Any further motions? All those in favor of adjourning? Opposed? Noting 3 opposed. So adjourned at 1:16 a.m. I'll note for councillors, if you are not going to help clean up, please leave the room quickly.
Drive safe and walk safe are available still. Give them a call if you need it.